page 29.
Please proceed. There's nothing else for her to read into it? Okay. I believe Director Barrett, there's nothing to read into it, so if you want to go into any statements.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. Through the President to the committee, I'll be quick. I just want to touch on a few points. First of all, I just want to send out a few thank yous, specifically to OBM, for the tireless hours it takes to put this together. It takes the whole city working together to put this budget, together collaboratively. So I also want to thank the directors and chiefs, all of my colleagues for working with OBM and to put this together. I also want to thank City Council. I think we got a lot done this year. I'm looking forward to our conversations today and the rest of the month, and then what we're going to accomplish in the next year as well. Format of the hearings, just real quick, we did ask the directors and chiefs to join us at the table. Since we didn't have operational hearings, we'll do a very brief, short presentation at the beginning, and then entertain any questions on the budget. Just a few changes in the budget book that you probably noticed. For those of you that weren't in the retreat, there is now a 4-1 budget column in addition to the actuals as requested and legislated by council. We are also, the budget is a work in progress. So, to Councilman Conwell's point about footnotes and that sort of thing, we're still learning the new software and are constantly looking to make it better. So we will entertain that as well. General theme of the budget. 2025 was a very good year. We had overperformance in one-time revenues like EMS billing, but those are not set to recur. The 2026 budget is tight, and we do obviously have that balanced with revenues matching the expenditures, with the exception of the $89 billion for capital projects this year that will reimburse at the end of the year. And 3% raises are built in across the board, so that has all been budgeted for this year according to the pattern with union contracts and the non-union raises that were given. With that, I really don't have anything else. We can dive into the budget if there's no questions.
Thank you. Just briefly, some follow-up documentation that'd be helpful. Office of Budget and Management analyzes the regional economy and issues of impact, employment, inflation, economic activity, and growth. Do you have the last 3 months, or do you have any of this information, or how can council look at that information in order to be able to look at some of the data that you guys are looking to see how we get the next dollar out the door?
So, to the Council President, if I'm understanding you correctly, overall economic data, we did include a lot of that in the presentation that we did for the retreat that we held last Friday. So there should be a lot of that.
That'd be in that data.
Yeah, there's unemployment data. There's and we sent spreadsheets over to staff. We didn't share that with council because it was so tedious. Literally spreadsheets with a bunch of formulas. So you should have all of that background data.
Okay. Bonding. What is going to be, and hopefully this is a straightforward question, what is our bonding capacity for the upcoming year?
So to the Council President, that's a tricky question. If you're talking general obligation, we're limited by 10% of the appraised value outstanding. Before the reappraisal, we were at about 8.8. After the reappraisal in 2024, that ratio dropped, which means we have more capacity. So we're at about 6.8, 6.9 the last time that we checked. So we do have capacity on the GO side, and I want to make it clear there are other revenues that we can borrow against. We can do slits with our subordinate liens that aren't restricted by that that GO limit. And we also have the ability to issue small term instruments and taxable bonds as well.
Okay. Those are the couple of questions that I have. Anybody else want to ask Finance Director any questions? Anybody else, Finance Director, any questions?
Council President,
Yes.
real quick.
Councilman Davis.
Through the chair to the director.
this is something I think you were covering last Friday, but I just wanted to get clarity from my head. So the $89 million moving to the capital budget this year. Is this the appropriate time to talk about that, or is that coming up later?
Through the chair to the councilman, I'm happy to answer this. It's an important part of the budget this year, and it's a big change.
Thank you. And I'm very excited about $2.2 million in savings every year. But I mean, my question is, of course, just fundamentally, we're only leaving behind $2 million in dry powder in the budget. And I've always assumed we spend more than $2 million every year flexibly. I know there's been talk of like you could do a transfer ordinance, but can you give me a ballpark? I mean, do we really think that we're only going to have $2 million worth of flex spend in 2026?
So, through the chair to the councilman, the way that this worked, that's the amount that we did not borrow this year. So if we had done our normal process and borrowed the full $75 million for the CIP, that would have been an additional $35 million of borrowing. If you look at that over 30 years, based on the current market conditions when that analysis was run, that equals $68 million over 30 years that we did not borrow. In addition to that, if you assume there's a lot of assumptions that go into this, bottom line, but if you assume level debt service, it's over $2.2 million that was not budgeted this year, specifically for debt service, because we did not borrow the funds when we normally would have in advance of spending on the projects.
Through the chair, thank you. I may have misspoken. So after the transfer of $89 million to the capital budget this year, there's $2-ish million left as revenues. Is that right?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, there will be about $2 million left in the carryover.
That's right.
But just to be clear, we will be reimbursing ourselves at 89. I just want to make sure that that's clear at the end of the year.
Through the chair, thank you. That's clear to me, but we're also locking that money up for the entirety of the year, right? So we're reimbursing it, but we're never going to see it again, right?
Through the chair to the councilman, we'll see it at the end of the year. We'll make ourselves whole. If we did it the old way, we'd be borrowing now and we'd be paying interest on money that we're not spending. So the cost on the interest would be permanent. Here, you can think of it as sort of a loan to ourselves for a year.
It's through the chair. We'll see it again when we pay ourselves at the end of the year. But then I think the medium-term expectation is we're going to do this again next year, right?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct. We'll get the idea is to have the projects approved by council at the beginning of the year, and then use cash on hand, and then reimburse ourselves into the carryover.
It's through the chair. And so when I say we're not going to see it again, I think that's right, because we're going to do it this year, repay ourselves, and spend it again next year, repay ourselves, spend it again the year following. And we'll never see this in the general fund again.
Through the chair to the councilman, you will at the end of the year. Once we do the bond deal and we receive the bond proceeds, you will see it towards the end of the year actually make ourselves whole.
Fair enough, and this might just be a perspective thing then. But at the end of the day, we have about $2 million left over in our revenues of, I'm going to use the term again, dry powder throughout the year. I guess let me ask again, don't we usually spend more than $2 million flexibly in any given year? I mean, I think of like union contracts, there's a lot that happens.
Through the chair to the councilman, so really, those all have funding sources that are budgeted in. So those are already budgeted for and allocated. This is purely, we usually don't use the carryover throughout the year. So this is a new process to where we're actually making use of our cash on hand as opposed to, obviously borrowing in advance.
Through the chair, okay, I'll stop there. Thank you for keep walking me through it, because it is big and new, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around this whole budgeting process.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, I know this is really complicated, and you weren't here when we had the workshops over the summer, and I'd be happy to sit down and explain, little by little.
Through the chair, and you had offered before, we just hadn't had time, but I would love that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Very much. Now, you were through the chair. Gentile was you talking about expenditures and revenues earlier, and you use what kind of sheet you use to evaluate your expenditures to your revenues? Taxes, fine, fees is coming in, and
So through the chair to the councilman, yes, we look at all the revenues. We look at historical data on how it's performed. We look at what we think is going to happen in the year. So for instance, if we think there's going to be elevated inflation or interest rates, we bake that into what we think the projections are going to be. I like to think of it as realistically conservative. So we're a little bit conservative on what we think we're going to collect in terms of revenues. As of last year, most of our revenues came in around where we budgeted, with a few outliers. But for the most part, they were kind of in line, and we expect the same thing this year, using that methodology.
Can you measure that against the CPI?
So through the chair to the
Gentile does. The price index.
Through the chair of the council person, when we're looking at expenses, we do use that as a benchmark to project expenses out into the future, especially if you're going out like 5 years. So we kind of take a look at that. Again, it's a 5-year forecast, so it changes a lot over those time, but we kind of use the CPI on the expense side to take a look at expenses kind of further out.
So to the chair, because I look at controlling cost also. That's very, very, very important to control cost. Do you work with, and I'm being nosy, but it's good, purchasing and procurement as well? Or how they purchase?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, we use data from, all across finance and all across the city in making our projections.
I kind of figured that as well. So in that balance fund, they call it rainy day fund, balance fund, same thing. And what we have in there, how much?
So through the chair to the councilman, last year I think we ended with about 67, 68. However, interest rates have gone up, so we've earned interest on that. So we're at about 70 million.
About 70 million? That's a good thing. Do you see any issues in along, because you forecasting. So what do you see in your forecasting?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, we do expect interest rates to go down.
Going
There's been
down.
a lot of pressure at the federal level, and also there will be turnover in the Fed's, the Fed chair. Just guessing, that's pure speculation. So we're preparing for that. So when we budget assuming there's going to be less interest earnings, overall in investments. We also have to take into account that we don't have the ARPA funds. We're spending that down. All of those funds need to be out the door this year, so that's less principal to earn interest as well.
So what did that do? And I'll yield, because it's just interesting to the bond market when interest rates drop, that we borrow, do we make it cost less, or where you at?
Yeah, so through the chair to the
To
councilman.
the chair. I didn't want to be rude, Mr. President.
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, it really has a dual effect on the city. So anything that's invested when rates generally go down, our investment income goes down, but also our borrowing costs for the most part. So you really have to look at them kind of holistically, and there's a lot of offset there, depending on how the markets are and what actually happens with interest rates. But bottom line, there's a dual effect on the city when rates move.
That's a good thing. I mean, I'll come by and see you sometime when I have some questions. Like to the chair, Gentile, I just drop by his office sometime and ask some questions, and we talk about it. So I'll do it. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. I have Councilwoman House Jones and then Councilman Slife.
Thank you. Through the chair, hi, how you doing? A couple of questions. I wanted to ask just overall under citywide modernization, the mayor talked about this difference of shrinking the time for contracts as a result to DocuSign. I'm like, okay, if we are saying we are reducing the contracting time from typically 6 to 8 weeks to 8 days, is that a goal or is that happening now?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that is happening now. On the administration side, most of our contracts, unless there's a notary required, go through DocuSign, which is an electronic system. So there is no paper going hand to hand anymore.
Okay, so this is something I am, absolutely just concerned about when we say contracts, when just myself in my office and some of the contracts, it would be a miracle if anything can get through in 8 days. We are talking about weeks, months, years for anything in a lot of times Cleveland City Council to actually get through. So what you're saying, so is that not the case happening all throughout the city? I mean, I'm trying to understand it because if we're highlighting this as reducing contracted processing times, is that not being adopted throughout? Because again, within the city, they have to execute on the contracts in Cleveland City Council. So what am I missing?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, first off, I'm not sure that city council is actually using DocuSign at this point. I know most of the administration and the divisions are. I'd have to check on that.
Okay,
but-
well, I'll ask.
Yeah, but also it's a broader kind of process question that you're asking. So we have other challenges at the city. We need to, and these are things that my team and I are working on over the next year. It's a huge priority. We need to make it easier for vendors and people to do business with the city. So we are looking at more electronic methods, for payments, so we're not sending so many checks, as well as vendor self-service, which allows the vendor to go in and see the status of their payments, of their contracts, and that sort of thing. So that's something that we're working on now. And we expect to, make significant progress on that over the next few months and over the next year. But that is a major priority of me, major initiative over the next 12 months.
A follow-up through the chair to our CFO here. And the reason why, again, I'm asking this is because, again, many times it has been communicated to me, we're waiting on law, we're waiting for a department. So I'm trying to figure out if the administration, if we're saying we're using DocuSign and the contracts have to go through the law department and an actual other department, where is the disconnect? I want to solve this because this has been a really pain point for me in my service here in Cleveland City Council. How do we get this resolved? Because it is not 8 days. It's not. And so to put it out here, it's not 8 days.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilwoman, if there's a specific contract you want us to look into, we'd be happy to do that. I will say with DocuSign, I can see who it's sitting with, how long it's been there, and that's how we're able to actually run reports. So the contracts that are actually going through DocuSign, it's
Okay.
between 8 and 9 days are being processed. It may be that some of the ones that you're doing require a notary or are not eligible for DocuSign for some reason, and so you're still using paper, and that may be a source of frustration, or maybe other parts of the process. But yeah.
Yeah, through the chair to whatever the standard is, I think the standard should be the standard, especially if you have to go through the law department, various departments. And again, if now you're telling me that we're getting contracts out within 8 days, and yet some experiences have been weeks, months, and years, there is a serious gap. And so I guess that's something that I will absolutely send you the contracts, and then we can go from there. My second question is around, you talked about it is sharing on page 13 through the chair to the CFO about the Gravity budget software and the Amplifund. Can you talk about this transparency portal? When can we expect to get it as it relates to doing the budget?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the city's budget officer will address that question. She's been working hands-on on this,
Okay.
and was also responsible for the full implementation of getting
Okay.
the new budget software
Thank
implemented
you.
this year.
Through the chair to the councilwoman. So we're trying to go live with this transparency portal in April. We still have to work with Urban AI for the, the public, what's the public committee, what we're putting out, just to make sure. We did get the Gravity implemented. That is the new book that you see in front of you. That was a huge undertaking. So we didn't want to go live with the transparency portal along with the book because we just, want to make sure what we're putting out is what we should be putting out. So we're working with the vendor right now, and it should be coming out in April when the final budget is passed.
Okay. I guess it's a follow-up through the chair to the team. So are we doing the Amplifund? I think I'm pronouncing it correct. Amplifund, is that currently being done now or something that's to come? And how with the utilization of this, software of sorts, what will be yielded as a result of utilizing it?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilwoman, Amplifund is meant to assist us in better pursuing grants. That, along with the 2 positions that we built into OBM into the budget, specific to going out and finding grants, will assist us in bringing more dollars in the door, so we can actually go into Amplifund and check, what dollars we have out there that we could, claim from the federal government or apply for. So that's going to be helpful. That's something that is currently in soft launch, so it's something that's being tested and run through. But again, that will be going live soon. And should the budget pass as requested from the administration, we will have additional headcount dedicated specifically to compliance and proactively going out and looking for grants.
Through the chief to the CFA, you said it should be, what is the projected date?
Through the chair, the councilwoman, we've launched it, so it is live right now. What we're doing is we're adding historical data, like the older grants, so we can run more effective reports out of the system. So it's live, and one of the things that the director talked about is the ability to get warnings when people aren't spending grants. So like we talked about the lead grant, we talked about a lot of other grants, and making sure departments and divisions are spending those in a timely manner. This will make it easier for us to track that in finance. So we'll look at like 50% through the grant year. Are they 50% spent? Are they at 0%? So there'll be a lot more warning signs where we could actually more actively get with the departments and divisions and find out, what is the problem with getting those grant dollars out of City Hall and on the street. So we're looking really forward to having this ability now with this new software.
Okay. Thank you. And then I guess my final questions through the chair to the CFO and team regarding revenue summary, page 54. There are a couple of things that I wanted to ask specifically as it relates. Well, yeah, I guess I don't. So this, under license and permits, I know it was adopted. What was the biggest change from the adoption of what we projected for licenses and permits in 2025 to now what we're projecting, the 19 million? Can you talk a little bit about that? And yes, talk about that.
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilwoman, that's a great question. So what had happened is in 2024, there had been several very large projects done by the Cleveland Clinic. So our revenue shot up for permits and licenses pretty significantly. When we budgeted last year, we budgeted as if that was going to continue, and we were going to continue to get those large projects. Those did not materialize, so we came in about $9 million under budget on those revenues. So now we are adjusting the budget to what we actually think we are going to receive this year. So that's why the number has dropped from 30 to about 19.
Okay. And then when we look down through the chair to CFO to transfer in, what is happening down there where the transfer in, we unaudited was like 483,000. We budgeted 3.7 million last year, and now we are budgeting in about 17 million. What's going on there?
Through the chair of the councilwoman, in 2024, that was the 27th pay, so we took that out of the payroll reserve fund. Didn't really need that much the last couple of years. And then in 2026, we're transferring in 17 million that's in our JEDS fund to support the operating budget.
So we're going to have an extra payday in 2026?
No, through the chair of the council person, we're transferring in from the Joint Economic Development Fund. That's where we share income tax with certain entities to maintain level of operation.
Okay, we'll talk about that. I hear you, but okay. And then the last thing, through the chair to the CFO, under investment income, I know you were talking about how you are projecting there to be a decrease in interest rates. Is that the reason why we are projecting to have less of investment income compared to what we even brought in 2023?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that's correct. Lower interest rates projected, and this is also, again, realistically conservative budgeting. We don't want to over budget on revenues and then come up short. We'd rather, look at what we think is we're actually going to collect and either be there or slightly below, just to make sure we have a little room to make sure that we can actually afford our expenses. So that's why you see a bit of a drop there.
Yeah, no, I guess my question is comparatively, and I don't know what the interest rates were in 2023 compared to what you think in 2026. That was really just a comparison that I was trying to see. So we are anticipating it to be less than what it was in 2023.
So
Is that what you're saying?
through the chair to the councilwoman, I'll caveat it with it's impossible to predict. But if you look at the chart that's actually in our retreat presentation, we had a chart that had the interest rates, and there was a pattern of short-term rates. I should clarify, it's the Fed funds rate, which is the short-term overnight rate, which doesn't translate all the way across the curve. But that rate has showed a pattern over like 2 or 3 years of going up, and now there have been a few cuts. And there's also downward pressure from the federal government to lower interest rates as low as possible. Typically, the Fed has been independent, and the chair has been independent. And at this point, we're looking at a change of chair in May. So we think if we had to predict, that more than likely we will see a continued drop in rates. We have no way of knowing how quickly, and that can change if the economy changes and the Fed decides to move it the other way.
Thank you. And then my last question is just generally through the chair to the CFO. So in the last column, it talks about the $ change. Compared to what? Because as I've been looking at it, it's like, can you just explain the percent change? Because just in this charges for services, it seems like the percent change the numbers are coming from different places. So I need to get some clarification so that it's consistent through, because evidently it's going to need to be an update.
So through the chair to the councilwoman, if I'm understanding your question, we've added the 2025 unaudited column this year. Or I'm sorry, those are the actuals that you're used to seeing. The 2025 adopted was added. So there's a little different format in here. So the difference that you're looking at is the 2025 unaudited column versus the 2026 budget. So if you look at the top line, for example, for charges for services, you see that 18 million. That's the difference between the 55 and the 36. Normally those columns would be next to each other. But now, and this was a council request and legislation that was passed, we have added this 2025 adopted. So you can see the budget from last year, you can see the actuals, and you can compare that with what we're budgeting this year.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Councilman Charles Slider.
Thank you. This is mostly for me, but I think helpful for others, especially back to what Councilman Davis was saying, this $89 million. I'd like to ask just 2 questions to sort of build this out so people at home can kind of understand what we're talking about, because I'm sure it sounds like funny money if you're just watching on TV 20. So on page 42, we have unencumbered 2026 $91 million. Basically, we are bringing into this year $91 million that was not spent in the year 2025. And our plan through the chair is to take nearly all of that, $89 million, and basically put it towards capital projects. So even right now it says 91, but we're going to encumber 89 of that in rather short order. So for all intents and purposes, that number could be 2 million when this process is done, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct. I just want to make it clear it's not money going out the door, just
Yes.
being allocated.
Well, so to make an analogy and to build off Councilman Davis's point, we all have an expense account, but we all also have, like, I got a mortgage, I got 3 kids, I got a car payment, I got to pay for daycare. So if I go out and I spend $500 of my own personal money on a proper public purpose, say I'm sponsoring like youth T-ball or something, right? That's a proper public purpose. It's for kids in the community. I have now taken $500 of my own personal money that I can't put towards my mortgage or daycare or my car payment until at least I get reimbursed at the end of the month. I have to submit all the paperwork and I get my $500 back. I think the point, if I'm understanding it correctly, Councilman Davis, is if I spend $500 this month, but then I spend $500 next month, and then I spend $500 a month after that, I'm kind of functionally out $500 until that cycle stops. So I think it was Councilman Davis is essentially acknowledge, and this isn't saying it's a bad thing, but if we take the overwhelming majority of carryover cash from last year and do this mechanism and refund ourselves, theoretically, going into next year, we will have $91 million again. We will have at least $89 million because we reimburse ourselves. We could have the $2 million that we never encumbered in the first place, and we may have carryover cash from this year. So it could actually increase. And this creates an ability for us to not have to pay interest on capital, but it is preventing us, it's basically affecting our current ratio. It negates our ability to, the opportunity cost is we don't have that money to spend on other items within the budget, but we're making that decision strategically. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
Through the chair to the council member, mostly, I know, we're using it as a funding source, essentially. There's nothing to say, we expect to spend the 89 million on projects. There's nothing to say we'll spend that full amount. And in that case, we, have additional carryover available. But it's not money out the door. We need a funding source by state law to actually go out and do projects. And it either has to be something like this, like cash on hand, or it needs to be, bonding. And what we're trying to avoid is going out, borrowing, having some projects that either don't get done for whatever reason, or we find other funding sources, so we don't need that spending, and to stop borrowing in advance. So, the idea is it's not money out the door. We're just using it as a funding source. It is tied up, but in the meantime, we haven't been using the carryover from year to year. So we're making use of something that we haven't touched. And in the end, we're going to your question about starting with 91 and ending with 91, yes, that's the idea, plus whatever additional carryover we have.
Well, just something, looked like you saw something to add, Jim.
Through the chair, the councilman, yes, it will be appropriated, but it's still sitting there. We don't physically transfer it anywhere else. So It still sits in the general fund. Will be tied up once they have contracts. So it'll take quite a bit of the year for them to tie up the money. So if there was an emergency, we would come back to council and reprogram it or reshuffle the budget if we had to. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. It's still sitting there. It's not physically transferred. And if we had to come back and change it for some unforeseen emergency, we could do that.
Right. So then to build off the analogy, and then one final question, I think the concern on this side, and this isn't saying this is what's happening, but in a universe where I personally spend $500 to support T-ball, waiting for my reimbursement, but now I've overstretched myself and now I'm paying for my kids' daycare on my credit card. Like, we're trying to avoid, we have enough funds to operate the rest of government without relying on this carryover. And that brings me to page 39. So the revenues, we anticipate 831 million of revenues this year. If you take the expenditures and back out the 89, revenues and expenditures are functionally equal. And I think what's important for especially some of the newer members is for many, many years in this budget, at this point in time, revenues did not equal expenditures. Revenues were well below expenditures. And the only way we were ever able to balance a budget in every given year was to cobble together money from the previous year, basically take that $91 million and bring it into this budget just to balance it. And so as I understand it, the ability for us to do this only exists because we have a structurally balanced budget for all intents and purposes. In a universe where I have an expense account, my expense account doesn't mean anything if I don't have $500 to give towards T-ball just at all. We're in a scenario because of the income tax increase and other things that we now have revenues and expenditures balancing each other, so we can more strategically leverage the $89 million. So I think it's important, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not just that this is something we haven't done in the past because we lacked the sophistication to do so. We did not have the budgetary ability to do what is now being presented to us because we had to take that money and bring it forward in order to balance the budget by law.
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, that's a great point. I think it points to the, very strong fiscal management by the administration and council working together that has grown. A lot of the growth, again, we had a very strong 2025. A lot of that revenue came from, overperformance of about 20 to 21 million in EMS revenues that we had last year, which grew that amount from about 60 million that we had last year. So that's correct. That large carryover is allowing us to do something we haven't done before.
Okay. Thank you. That was helpful for me. I hope it was helpful for others. But this is, I think, an important aspect of this budget process that if I were to be asked about it in the community, I want to be able to explain it forwards and backwards and come up with my visual demonstration and do whatever. So if there are others that we need to educate on this process, that would be worth our time, because probably to the average viewer this is very difficult to understand just by watching cable access. But I understand. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Councilman, and thank you so much. I know a lot of the listening public is probably happy that you weighed in. Councilman Starr and then Councilwoman Hudson.
No, definitely. Just a couple questions that I wanted to just make sure I reiterate to understand for clarification. So within this 2026 budget, we are currently structurally balanced using reoccurring revenue for reoccurring expenses. And what is our overall projected deficit risk in 2027 through 2028? Do we have that?
So through the chair to the councilman, I just want to correct you on one thing. We are not structurally balanced because the expenditures do exceed the revenues. But the difference is the capital. So the change in capital makes us non-structurally balanced. We needed to do that in terms to implement this new program. However, we are balanced. I want to be clear about that. Having a balanced budget is required by state law. There's a subtle difference there, but it's being balanced. That's the important thing with this budget.
Okay, and then from the revenue, what specific economic indicators are driving income tax projections, and what are the contingency plan exists if we experience a slowdown?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, again, we look at several factors. We look at what we expect interest rates to be. We look at what we expect the job market to be. Unemployment has been relatively low towards the end of 2025. And we look at what our pattern has been in income tax growth, and we project that forward, and we adjust for, what we think the actual economy is going to do in a somewhat, conservative way to make sure that we're actually going to collect those revenues.
Interesting. And through the chair, which department saw the largest percentage increase, and what measurable outcomes justify those increases?
So through the chair to the councilman, it's difficult to answer. The approach to this budget really was, we had a few one-time revenue bumps that really caused us to have a good year and grow that carryover. This year, we're basically keeping the divisions in line with where they were last year, with 3% growth in salaries from the union contracts. But essentially, we've kind of kept them all around, the same level in terms of growth rate, in terms of what we're giving them as part of the budget. So I don't know that there's one. I know that the one big restructuring in the budget book will be the Department of Development, formerly Economic Development, CD, Building and Housing. So you'll see a lot of changes there. But I don't think that you're going to see huge variations, maybe some positions added here or there, but for the most part, headcount should be about the same for most divisions, as well as costs, with the exception of 3% raises and a few changes.
And through that change that you're talking about, possible increase is because how they restructured the economic department and combined them, so that may be the actual increase that we see. Obviously, with the union renegotiating a 3% increase, salaries, that goes into that increase that we will see, right?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct. Not only did we project 3% increase in salaries, but we also had to raise the amount for benefits. So the above the line costs are all adjusted because of that.
Okay, thank you. And what is our projected year-end general fund balance, and are we meeting best practice for our reserve targets?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, I believe I don't have the exact number in front of me. I think it's 92 million, and a little bit extra. Again, we're using 89 million of that for capital projects. I'm sorry, you had a follow-up question too?
No.
No, that's it.
Wait, no.
Okay.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I read it right. And then for this budget, how does this budget impact long-term debt obligations, and are we overlapping future taxpayers?
So through the chair to the,
Leveraging, my fault.
through the chair to the council member, as the mayor stated earlier today, by changing the debt program and doing this program, we kept a $68 million liability off our books, which is $2.2 million in debt service, but that's $68 million that would have gone on our financial statements over 30 years. Approximately, those are the numbers that we ran when we changed this program. And that's money we did not borrow this year because of the ongoing change to the borrowing program.
So we didn't have to borrow it at all?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct. The CIP this year was around 75 million. We only ended up borrowing about 36, and we did not borrow about 35, which we normally would have in advance, which translates to about $68 million in debt service over 30 years.
Thank you. And then just for my last question, I definitely will ask from a standpoint of you serving as the Director of Finance, how are we tying in appropriations to measurable performances, benchmarks, rather than historic baselines?
Through the chair to the councilman, I'm not sure I totally understand the question.
Yes, so with the change of how we are receiving the budget and how we are actually utilizing some of the carryover dollars, what are we doing to make sure that it's something that we can actually measure? If we say that this does work at the year end and next year it won't be the same.
Sure. Through the chair to the councilman, one of the changes in this whole policy is you all will see and approve the CIP up front, so you'll know exactly what contracts will be involved. That doesn't mean we're going to borrow for all the contracts. When we go and we do the borrowing at the end of the year and bring you the borrowing legislation, a change which adds a layer of transparency, you will actually see a list of executed contracts attached to that debt issuance legislation. So you'll see exactly what we executed, and that's something I don't think you have seen before because we're doing it after the fact instead of doing it beforehand.
Thank you, and I yield, Council President.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilwoman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the chair to the finance director. So just to go back to what Councilman Slife was saying, if the reason why we are able to do this restructuring this year is because we had a significant carry forward from last year, what's the plan if, moving forward we don't have a carry forward? Because I agree, it does make a lot of sense not to borrow the money up front, in general. You don't want to borrow money that you might not necessarily use.
So through the chair to the councilwoman, that's a great question, and we've had discussions over the summer on that. So the plan is to have a short-term instrument to where if the carryover next year wasn't quite as high, we would still reimburse ourselves. So let's say we spent down the full 89 million, we would borrow and replenish it at the end of the year. Let's say for whatever reason our carryover a year or two later was lower, we would have a short-term instrument that would allow us to use as a funding source, something that we don't have in the toolbox right now that we're working on putting together. So this could either be commercial paper, a line of credit, bond anticipation notes. So there's short-term instruments that we can use out there to provide liquidity. The challenge with bond deals is they take 4 to 6 months also. So this would allow us to quickly backstop any shortfall we may have with available cash.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Brian Casey, Councilman Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, last year we had the 27th pay. We have the rainy day fund. 27th pay is gone because we had the 27th pay and we paid it out. Do we have any other accounts that would constitute a rainy day account, but we're not calling them rainy day accounts?
So through the chair to the council member, we have two what you could call reserve accounts. We've got the rainy day fund, which is at about 70, and then we also have the payroll reserve. So the payroll reserve, again, is not only for that extra pay period that happens, I believe, once every 11 years. It's also for separation payments. So it backstops our separation liability and is specifically allocated to that purpose. The liability for that, the last time I checked, was 90 million. We believe that that has gone up. So that just allows us, when folks retire or leave the city, to pay out of that pot and to have an additional, reserve available for that purpose.
All right, Mr. Chairman of the CFO, in everybody's budget, right, there's a line item for longevity and there's a line item for separation pay. Is the money that is in each line item there going into that reserve account that you said was used for separation?
Through the chair of the council person, legislatively, that's all it can be used for, but we continue to pay separations out of the operating budget. But if we had to shift it at some point, we'd have to get legislation to charge that fund or move that funds into the general fund like we did for the 27th pay. But legally, under state law, the only two things that can be used for is 27th pay and compensated absences or separation pays.
All right, Mr. Chair, so there's a difference between, Mr. Chairman, to the CFOs, there's a difference between longevity and then separation, correct?
The chair to the councilperson, yes, longevity does not qualify for that payment.
But we're not putting longevity money into that account, correct?
The chair of the councilperson, no, when we established that account, we took a look at all the accrued time on the book. So it's accrued sick time. It's 1/3 of accrued sick time, accrued vacation, anything that we have to pay out when someone separates. And then at the time, that was 90 million. So we're able to come to council and get that transfer into that fund to create it. Once the 27th pay came about, we asked for the transfer. Council approved it, so we could pay the 27th pay a few years ago. But right now, since then, we don't charge anything to that fund. That fund has maintained its balance except for that one time that we had a transfer for 17 million for the 27th pay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gentile, then, what's in that account currently?
Chair of the councilman, 73 million.
73 million. That's sitting there for the 27th pay, correct? That's not going to occur again until 2036?
11 years. So.
Okay, so 11 till 2035,
That's correct.
correct? And does that account, Mr. Chairman of the CFO, does that account accrue interest while that 70 million is sitting there?
Through the chair of the council person, yes, it does accrue interest, but
She's shaking her head no, you're saying yes.
I'm going to explain it.
So explain it to her too, because she's sitting next to you.
Every time we create a fund, we mark it as interest participating or not. So if it does not participate in our pooled interest, that interest goes to the general fund. So we did not put additional money into that fund. So we have to mark down the fund as either, it gains interest because we're investing in it, it just does not get allocated back to that fund.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gentile, so that account of 70 million occurs interest, but we take the interest that's earned on the 70 million and put it into the general fund?
Through the chair of the council person, yeah, that's
All right,
exactly how it works.
Mr. Chairman, to the CFO who's chomping at the bit, how much is that?
Well, through the chair to the councilman, I just want to make a distinction. The rainy day fund does accrue interest. We're talking about the payroll reserve.
No,
so just wanna
I
make
know.
sure we're clear
Right,
on
no,
that.
I know.
Okay.
How much interest does it occur that goes to the general fund, and where is that shown in the revenues in the book?
Through the chair of the council, so we can get you the actual number, but
Okay.
it's commingled with the interest. So we'd have to take the 71 million, figure out how much total interest,
Okay.
do a calculation, so we can actually get you what that is that was now in the general fund.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to the CFOs, where in the book is that shown as revenue to the general fund?
Page through the chair of the council person on page 54, it's in interest income. So the very last line on page 54, it's included in that. 54.
So it's the interest earning investment income,
Yes.
the 27, and you're budgeting 27 million for this year?
Through the chair, to the councilman, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, going back to the 90 million and the 89 million, so when we upfront the 90 million, but then we're going to repay ourselves by going out to bond the dollars, but then don't we have to pay the bond money back?
Through the
And if so, because the 90 million is out the door because it's already paid for projects, when we bond, and we're just going to use 90 million, right? And then we're going to turn around and bond 90 million out, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's not necessarily correct. We're
Okay.
only going to go out and borrow for the contracts we execute.
Okay, what if we execute $90 million?
Through the chair to the councilman, then we would go out and we would have to borrow for $90 million.
Bond $90 million. But then don't we have to pay those bonds back?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
And
we
then
do.
where does that money come from, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO?
So through the chair to the councilman, those are the debt service funds. We have 1/9 restricted income tax that goes to paying debt service, and there's other sources that we use to pay debt service. But again, we're only going to borrow for what we actually go out and execute. not the
No,
full
I
amount.
understand, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO. Then the question is will this be how we fund capital projects going forward every year?
Through the
Or is
chair,
this just because we have the $90 million carryover?
through the chair to the councilman, the plan is to do this every single year.
Every year? And then, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, what would you predict every year? Would you predict around 90 million every year?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's impossible for me to project what it's going to be from year to year. If revenues stay strong and things go according to budget, we tend to have a little bit more every year, which is a good thing. So we're hoping that grows. But I have no way of actually, looking into the future and knowing what that number will be.
Right, and I guess it depends if your glass is half full or half empty, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, because we could tank one year and we could have no carryover, which means then in that following year, we have no money for carryover at all, correct?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, that could happen.
Right, but we
However-
can't predict it.
Yeah, we can't predict it, but we also have a plan in case that happens in terms of using backstops, so we don't have to go back to the old system of going out and borrowing in advance.
All right, and then last question, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, just for clarification, there is a difference between the rainy day fund and our carryover.
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct.
Okay, and then what is in the rainy day fund?
Through the chair to the councilman, it's about 70 million.
Right, and that doesn't include, that's not the 27th pay or the
Through the chair
revenue
to the
thing.
councilman, that's correct.
They're
That's
separate. So there's 70 million, 27th pay, there's 70 million in a rainy day fund, there's a $90 million carryover.
Through the chair to the councilman, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Mike Palencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, and to the director. Just want to correct one thing. You indicated that when the question was asked, is this going to be the new process going forward? Obviously, that has to be confirmed by city council.
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, that's the idea, is to bring the CIP to council early in the year and have you all approve that in the January, February timeframe, essentially renewing the program and giving us authority in the budget and in the CIP for the specific projects that we're going to do. So prior to this, the CIP approval initially was somewhat informal. Now we're asking for a formal vote so we know which projects, are eligible.
I just want to make that clear that you cannot operate in a vacuum. You have to operate the concurrence of city council.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, understood, and
Yeah.
this is why we did this outreach to the
Thank you.
council members.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, on page 13, under the Cleveland era, just at the page after the mayor's letter of transmittal, you've indicated you secured the $100 million from the Haslam Group for the Browns. We had asked, I believe, in pre-budget requests, a breakdown of what we still owe on the stadium, what the debt service is on the stadium, the anticipated capital repairs, and then there was an issue of $6 million, I believe, that he still insisted that we owe them for previous repairs on the stadium. Then there was the issue with the outstanding legal fees. I want to make sure that that request came to you from staff. Did you get that?
Through the chair to the councilman, we did get a list of pre-budget requests, and we've been working on that. I believe the Browns question was in that.
Okay.
I would have to go back and check.
I just want to make sure that the staff forward, because it really isn't 100 million. We all know that now. That's not the case at all, because the fact that the matter is that the administration gave the demolition rights, the salvage rights of the stadium to the Haslam Group, so that number is not correct. We know that. The mayor indicated $150 million in grant dollars was received for the North Coast Connector project. Where are those funds at?
Through the chair of the council person, we haven't physically received, we have an award letter for some of those funds. We haven't physically received all those funds. But we
So
do
how
have an
much did
award
we,
letter.
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gentile, how much did we receive?
I don't want to guess on this, so let me get you the exact number.
Okay, so where would that go? Would that go into a special fund?
Yeah, through the chair of the council person, it would go into a special fund. That's correct.
And then where would the interest from that go?
Through the chair of the council person, if the grant requires interest to be put back into that fund, we would put it
Okay.
into that fund.
Okay.
If it's not required, we would make
No,
it
I know,
not.
okay. So you'll explain it. And then there was the 150 million, and then there was also mention of somehow 285 million or 286 million for the lakefront. Where's that at? That's been in previous announcements. For
Through
the
the
lakefront.
Through the chair to the councilman, that's not in the budget book.
But
That's
there's been announcements made to that effect, that there was a total of somehow $286 million secured for the lakefront. Where is that at?
It's, I don't think, only one I know is 160 million plus the 25 that have been committed, which is 185 million.
I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Chairman, what have we actually secured for the lakefront?
Ms. Trevisano,
Yeah.
that was a question that we actually asked earlier, so
Yeah.
yeah, if we
Sure.
could get that.
To the councilman through the chair, and thank you to my colleagues for letting me jump up to the table. $284 million is the project cost
Okay, then
for the
that's-
phase one of the project. So
That's-
that's why you have that number floating around.
Okay.
That's 284.
For phase one?
For phase one of the North Coast Connector, the city has obtained $20 million from state capital dollars. That is like a check that we have. I don't know where in the budget it is, but there's $20 million from the state capital grant. And then we have also received over $130 million in awards from the federal government. Those are on a reimbursement basis, though, so those aren't going to be reflected in our budget.
But-
Those are dollars that the federal
But
government reimbursed the city.
The 30 million, you just said you received 30 million.
20 million
20
from the
million,
state.
where's that at?
That's a question for finance.
Can-
Yeah, through the chair of the council person, let us get you the exact fund number again. I don't want to.
I'm just trying to find out, Mr. Chairman, I mean, part of our challenge is here. We're trying to find out what monies we have in hand, what have we received, what's out there in the pipeline, and then, again, as it pertains to the discussion has been around the table as it pertains to interest, if the interest generated is going back into whatever those funds are set aside for, that's one thing. I'm just trying to figure out from a standpoint, what's going back to the general fund from a standpoint of interest. So the $284 million estimated cost of phase one for the North Coast, correct? And out of that, we have 20 million in hand.
To the councilman through the chair, there's $20 million from the state capital that has been provided to the city. The federal grants, I would say, are in hand in that we have our award letters and we are able to spend down those dollars. It's just that the way that federal grants work like this, it's
Okay.
on a reimbursement
Well, just so
basis.
again, if I would make the request through the chair, if we could get that broad explanation as it pertains to the dollars that are being earmarked, what we have received for the lakefront, what those dollars have been earmarked to. And, Mr. Chairman, my last question to the finance director. You've indicated that this process that we're undertaking right now has been implemented in other states. What other major municipalities has this type of funding been implemented in?
Yeah, so through the chair to council member, I originally came from Jacksonville, Florida. So we used it there. Other cities around Ohio are using it as well. And it's something that's used nationwide, more of a reimbursement program than going out and borrowing in advance.
Okay. So is this a new trend or new move, or what you would classify it as?
Through the chair to the council member, this is really all I've ever known before I came up here. And I was with the city of Jacksonville for 8 years.
Right.
So this is just how we did things, and it was implemented probably around a decade or more ago down there.
Okay. Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, as I said to the director, I think he's thinking. I believe he's thinking and working out of the box, which is encouraging to me and should be to all members that we're looking at different and unique ways to fund projects and to move the city forward. Because I think all of us are of the opinion we're never going to see ARPA funds again. We're not going to see any additional money coming out of state. In fact, if anything, they would cut us if given the opportunity, our local government fund. So we have to be more aggressive, and we have to be more innovative as the way we fund the operation of the city of Cleveland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And just to follow up just briefly on what Councilman Polensek, and that was sort of the question that we asked the mayor earlier. How much is dedicated? I think, Mr. Trevisano, you really did a good job of outlining. This is the total cost. This is how much we have on hand now in order to pay for the total cost. This is how much we have committed from the government, state or federal government. And then that's where our gap is at, which means that if we calculate all of that, to your point, Councilman, which is what I was trying to get to earlier with the mayor, then we can anticipate over the next 4 years that this is a gap that this body's going to be asked to close some kind of way, whether federal grants, whether other ways, whether private sector or whatever, so we can be aware of what are the gaps in order to have some of these big projects. And I think this is a good idea to talk about the interest rates because, to Councilman Casey and Polensek's point, we need to see some kind of revenue coming back to the city general revenue fund that doesn't just keep plowing into those projects. How is the rest of the city eating off of those projects? So that was a great comment, and I think that we should actually, to the policy team, make sure that we look at all of the big projects, whether it be the shore to core to shore, whether it be the lakefront, whether it be West Side
Gateway.
Market, where Gateway, all of the above. So then that way we could kind of anticipate, and nobody comes and say, by the way, here's a bill you have due. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. Councilman Christopher Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to get a couple clarity issues. Through the chair to the chief, on page 42, when we've got the general property tax revenue, and we break it down, I know that, so $2 million goes to the police pension, $2 million goes to fire pension. That leaves about $52.8 million left, which goes into the general fund, of which, and this is my question through the chair to the chief, of that $52.8 million that goes into the general fund, 29.6 is then used for debt service of that 52.8?
Director.
Sorry.
So the second column, the general property tax on page 42, we collect $56.9 million in property tax. $2 million goes to fire pension, $2 million goes to police pension, $52 million goes to the general fund. Very top, second column, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Of that, $52 million, 29.6 goes into debt service, right? Okay, so that means that there's about $22 million left that makes it just the general fund unencumbered from property tax? Is that a ballpark? Page 42. So the 29 is not part of the general, okay, so it's added to.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that part of the property tax was used to pay bond debt. I thought that was the debt service.
Through the chair of the councilman, it is separate, but the money has to go right to the debt service fund. It doesn't flow through the general fund. That's why in the certificate, you'll see it as a source under debt service, so it doesn't flow through the general fund. So the general fund gets the 52 million, the debt gets the 29 million, but they're separate. So we get a total of both those added together.
So our total general property tax is the 86 million figure?
To the chair, yes, that's correct.
I see, okay, okay. That was one confusion, got it.
That includes local government, right?
Okay, so 52.8 million of general property tax revenue flows to the general fund, unencumbered, after other expenses are paid. That's the way to say it, right?
Through the chair to the councilman, it would be the 56.
The total of those three.
56.
The total
because
of the
we're
three.
including the fire pension and police pension as general fund. Okay, but
Yes.
through the chair, is that 2 million for fire and 2 million for police our total payment into the pension funds, or is that just this payment from this section? Because we have a much larger pension fund payment than that, right?
Through the chair, the council person, no, this is a very small portion of
Okay.
it, but it's in the property. It's actually broke out in the property tax, but because our liability is way higher than that,
Yeah.
we just put it in the general fund where we pay for those pensions.
Okay. All right. Then my next question is just back to the bond issue. Mr. Chair, you recall about 2 years ago, maybe, I think, we had a mini scare where there was some concern about spending down old bond revenue, and we had to spend 80% of it within a certain number of years, or we can get penalized, and there was an issue that was brought to us, and we had to figure some things out. Through the chair, how does this new leveraging, of the cash on hand for projects and then bonding out at the end of the year interact with our need to spend down previously awarded bond amounts? How are those two interacting? It wouldn't be in the book, right?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, that's one of the big benefits of this change is the timing. So we're not actually going out and borrowing until the contract's executed. Before.
But we still have to spend that old bond money, right?
Yes, so the requirements don't change about spending it down. We're just borrowing it when we need it now to make sure that we're not in a time crunch in terms of like when we spend it. It just times it better so that we receive the funds after we've actually executed a contract, so we know that we're committed and we're going to spend that money.
I understand that part, but the unspent bond revenue that's already sitting in our accounts from previous years, that still gets applied first to future spending before we apply any cash on hand.
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, we did do a review of all the capital projects that we had and bond money that was used to fund those. We looked at everything that was more than 3 years old. We found maybe a few $1 million. It wasn't quite as big as when we went in that we thought we would find. So that money is actually moved into general buckets that we can use for projects. But the additional that we've already borrowed for are already allocated to projects, specific projects. So over time, the plan is to make sure that we're spending those funds down and then only borrowing when we execute contracts. So hopefully in the future, we won't have this spend down issue.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe that is all the questions that we have for. Councilman Kevin Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I got a few questions about the capital. So we budgeted for $92 million for 2026. Is that correct, Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, it's $89 million as a transfer to capital, but our carryover is about $92 million.
Our carryover is about 92. Now, based on our revenues, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought that our total bonding capacity was about roughly $80 million. Is that correct to say, Director?
So through the chair to the councilman, you're talking about GO bonds. So we have restrictions on how many general obligation bonds. We have several tools at our disposal we could use, including subordinate lien. So the GO bonds are limited. The outstanding debt can only be 10% of our appraised value throughout the city. So that's a limitation. However, there is no limit on subordinate lien debt. And we also have the possibility of issuing taxable debt that does not count against that limit. So there are other tools, that don't apply to that limit.
So through the chair, the breakdown of our CRP plan, what percentage that is going to be GO bonds that we will eventually at the end of the year pay ourselves back for, and what percentage of it will be the other?
Through the chair to the councilman, it really depends, how quickly we execute those contracts. So whatever we have executed by around October, that's what we'll issue GO bonds for. However, as we've discussed, there's a few months there left in the year because a bond deal takes so long where projects will continue to spend. So we will have a short-term backstop that we'll use, which will be fixed out by the following year's bond issuance.
Okay, so we're going to have a mixture of debt. So I can understand this better. Last year, what was our total GO? How much did we bond out in GO bonds last year? And can you walk us through the last few years? Because, and the reason why I asked you this, Director, is because our GO borrowing has crept up over the last, I would say, since I've been here. So it's kind of crept up, and I'm concerned about, are we going out to borrow too much? Can you walk me through that, Director?
Sure. So through the chair to the councilman, the first point I want to make is the reappraisal that we had in 2024. Because property values went up, that gave us a little more room. So, a couple years ago, that ratio that's capped at 10 was about at 8.8. After the reappraisal, we estimate we're at about 6.8, 6.9 out of the 10% cap. So we do have room there for general obligation bonds, if we need it. So I would say that we're not super close to that cap. We still have room to maneuver. Typically, the way it's worked is 50 to 70 million is my understanding. Obviously, before my time was just allocated to projects. And then borrowed immediately, and so that was kind of the pattern. Every year you'd be borrowing for another 50 to 70 million dollars, like year after year after year. And again, now we're just going to be borrowing for what we've actually executed in contracts. So that number, even though we're using the $89 million carryover, like we may not spend all that. We may not go out and execute that many contracts. So just because that number is 89 million now does not mean we're going to issue $89 million worth of bonds at the end of the year.
Okay, through the chair, so I can kind of understand this correctly. Now, over time, we was spending between 60 to 70 million dollars in GO. During that period of time that we used the short-term borrowing instruments, or we just use strictly GO bonds?
So through the chair to the councilman, I can't say with 100% certainty, but from what I've seen, the records I've seen, it's majority GO. It was just kind of the pattern that we would go out and issue GO, but we do have some subordinate lien bonds out there as well. So I don't know the full history of that outstanding principal, but I do know that we have used other instruments, but you specifically mentioned short-term instruments. Those are not short-term instruments, those are bonds. So bands, a line of credit, commercial paper, all options and things that we're looking at. And we obviously want to do it cost the least for the city and as liquid as possible. But this is something relatively new. I will say that the airport right now has a line of credit for the design phase of the modernization, so they are using a line of credit. So it's not completely foreign to the city, but in terms of using it for kind of general obligation debt, this is something relatively new that we're doing as part of this program.
Okay, and through the chair, I'm going to try to make this my last question. Through the chair, can you give us a snapshot of our balance as far as GO debt that we have accrued, I don't know how you say that, over the years? So what's our balance at what we owe right about now?
So
do you have those figures?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, that's actually in our retreat presentation that we did, the outstanding amounts. If there's something that's not in there, we can follow up with you and give it to you.
Okay.
I don't want to quote those because I see a lot of numbers. I don't want to give you the wrong number.
Okay, all right, I get it. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. That concludes all the questions for the Finance Director's statement. We'll move on to the Office of the Mayor.
Page 60, Office of the Mayor, Mayor Justin M. Bibb. Page 61, 2025 unaudited total salaries, $2,567,605. 2026 budgeted $2,790,931. 2025 unaudited total expenditure, $3,568,845. 2026 budgeted, $3,996,602. Page 62, 2025 actual staffing levels, 21, 2026 budgeted, 27, Chair.
All right, thank you. I believe we're going to have Deputy Chief Trevisano.
That's right. Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Chief of Staff Jessica Trevisano and Chief Strategy Officer in the Mayor's Office. I'm going to be presenting to you the Office of the Mayor budget. Welcome to the formal presentation part of our budget series. What you're going to hear from me is, I think, similar to what you'll hear from all of our departments over the next 2 weeks, which is a steadiness in our budget from last year to this, and a real discussion on what our department does. In the Mayor's Office, we are really proud to provide strategic direction citywide, communications citywide, strong government relations, and to provide cross-departmental support and accountability. We're going to talk a little bit about how we structure the Mayor's Office, our core initiatives in 2025, progress, and then staffing levels. And then, of course, I'm happy to answer questions. Here you'll see our budget book summary. I don't need to go over it, but the way that the Office of the Mayor is separated is really in 3 big buckets that you can think about. One is sort of our policy process government affairs, another is communication, and the last is in our strategic priorities. Our core initiatives in the Mayor's Office as a department of the Mayor's Office within the policy process and government affairs is coordinating with other city governments, including with Cuyahoga County, coordinating with federal and state agencies, advocacy, federal and state funding opportunities, and then emergency operations and communications of those items. Our communications bucket is really focused on internal communications, resident-facing communications, media relations, social media, our city website, town halls, state of the city, crisis communications. All of that lives within the Mayor's Office as part of our communications, and of course, coordination with City Council and your communications team. And then on the strategic projects, strategic priorities and special projects, we have in the Mayor's Office a focus on the southeast side, transit and mobility, shore to core to shore, which is where I talk to you all the most historically, arts and culture, education, our strategic plan execution, which I was really happy to hear discussed earlier today, and then other special projects as needed, particularly when those projects are cross-departmental and require a little bit more oomph from the Mayor's Office. A couple things that I want to highlight as 2025 wins. We talked earlier today about the $131 million secured for the North Coast Connector in 2025. We declared and celebrated Carl B. Stokes Day last year. We helped with the downtown Cleveland SID renewal. We did a lot of work with the Fair Employment and Wage Board in consultation with City Council to prohibit employers from asking new hires about pay history. We've expanded safety measures in public parking garages and lots, particularly in downtown. And then we've worked across various different agencies of government to secure historic and new market tax incentives for West Side Market, being able to leverage that investment that City Council put into West Side Market. On the communication side of things, TV20 won their first Emmy last year that we really have been excited to communicate with them. I know a lot of City Hall employees watch, so I want to really pause here and say that we launched The Hub. The Hub is a really important communication tool for City Hall employees to finally have like one place on our intranet. So one place for them to go for new hire resources, for policies and protocols, for questions on how to handle Board of Control. All of that lives on the Hub. So it is really one place for internal city employees to go now to get answers to any of the questions that they might have about any of the various city processes. In our communications team, we also handle crisis communications, especially as it relates to weather. And we have continued to increase social media engagement, both on all of our traditional platforms, then also by expanding platforms. And then on the special projects and strategic priorities side of things, in 2025, we implemented 7 transformative arts fund projects in art deserts across the city. I think Rhonda's still here. She did an incredible job with that project. We've distributed school supplies, haircuts, and wellness exams to 2,000 plus CMSD students, opened 3 CMSD health centers, released the Downtown Lakefront RFQ, and also established the North Coast Waterfront New Community Authority. And then as it relates to the strategic plans, we implemented DocuSign, as we talked about. We're in the process of implementing Salesforce. We talked a little bit this morning around City Hall signage. Have done a lot of things to modernize City Hall, which are all part of our strategic plan. And then another special project that I want to highlight is our Junior Mayors Association. We had over 50 students participate in JMA and learn more about what it is like to participate in government. On the last slide, thank you. The last slide is our head count. I just want to pause here for a moment. I know there was a question earlier today around the executive assistant to the mayor job title. That is a civil service job title called executive assistant to the mayor. We really have kind of 2 main job titles that we work with in the mayor's office: executive assistant to the mayor and special assistant to the mayor. Executive assistants to the mayor are typically our most senior roles, our chiefs, any kind of special assistants that have a really high level of responsibility and policy work. And then special assistants to the mayor are also in our budget as our policy staff, as our special project staff. Our executive assistants are often classified as special assistants to the mayor. Our FTE headcount in 2025 was 21. We pulled this, at the very end of the year. Since then, we've hired 2 additional people in the mayor's office, both of whom started today. What an exciting day for your first day of budget. And then our head count for 2026 is 26. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions about any portion of the mayor's office budget.
Thank you. So far, I have Polensek and Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. Ms. Trevisano, could you provide us a list of who the executive assistants are to the mayor, the 5? I'm assuming secretary to the mayor, the chief of staff, that's Ryan Point, okay.
Correct.
And then the 19 special assistants to the mayor, who they specifically are, and if they are assigned to a specific division, department, et cetera, just so we have a better understanding. Would they be defined as chiefs?
Special assistants to the mayor. So typically, our executive assistants to the mayor would be chiefs.
Okay.
The 5 in the mayor. I can tell you the 5 in the mayor's office now. I don't have all the special assistants memorized, but
Okay.
Chief Mike Culp, our chief of government relations, myself, deputy chief of staff, chief of education Michelle Pomerantz, our chief of communications Sarah Johnson, and I know I have one more. Oh, thank you. Great. I can just hand this right over to you. These are all of our. Marvin Owens is our executive assistant to the mayor as well. And then I have a list of all of our special assistants.
Okay,
to the mayor
if we
too.
could request that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like that. Thank
This
you.
is a little outdated. It's outdated. I want to make sure it's updated, and then I'll send it over.
If we can get a copy of that, that'd be great. So follow up if we can get a copy of all of the executive assistants and assistants to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Council President. Just for the office of the mayor, I know that it sees that it's in 2025 there was 19 budgeted for special assistance to the mayor, and then I see that you actually only hired 15. Within that request, can you provide to our staff the actual job description of each of these positions, as well as what will be some of their top 3 goals for 2026? Is that a request I can ask for, Council President?
Get that?
Yeah,
Yes.
to the councilman through the chair. I will also just clarify too, since the time that the budget book was printed to now, we've brought on 2 additional special assistants to the mayor. So the request will show that there are 2 additional than what's listed right here. So you'll get 17 total folks for special assistants to the mayor.
Yes, because I want to make sure I get an understanding, because I know certain departments have different positions where there may be not a chief, but it may be a manager in a certain division. Just trying to see, is there any overlap or duplications of the same work that has been done, just to make sure we maximize our dollars. And I see within that the different change. My only question I definitely will have to ask, within this order chart, it says the mayor, chief of staff, then I know deputy chief of staff as chief strategy officer is you, and then executive assistants to the mayor, then special assistants to the mayor. Within this order chart, where do all the chiefs report to?
Yeah, to the
Which one are these positions through the chair are you calling the chiefs?
to the councilman through the chair, all chiefs report through the chief of staff.
So within this order chart, it should have something in there to show that they report to the chief of staff on page number 60,
Yeah,
just for clarification?
To the councilman through the chair, org charts are always a little, we're looking at the org chart for the office of the mayor. So these are folks that are on the office of the mayor's budget. Executive assistants to the mayor are typically our chiefs. So that's the executive assistant to the mayor is the civil service title, but typically a chief is going to be an executive assistant to the mayor.
All right, so therefore, within this order charts, if I'm talking about the chiefs for example, we have the community development, then we have a new office, economic department, then we have city planning, and then those all report to a chief, correct? And if that chief is listed, it will be listed as an executive assistant to the mayor in that bubble?
That's correct. To the councilman through the chair, they would be an executive assistant to the mayor reporting to the chief of staff.
That would be, no, it says it's executive assistant to the mayor, then they will report to the deputy chief of staff, chief strategy officer, which would be you, through the chair.
To the councilman, everybody reports up to Ryan, our chief of staff.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I'm just reading what is printed in this budget book as the mayor, Chief Ryan Puente, then yourself as the deputy chief of staff, then it layers down and branch out to assistant, executive assistant to the mayor, and then it says special assistant to the mayor, which shows those two positions where you have multiple individuals in the division report up to you. So that should be explained, or that should be drawn out, just so we can register that for not just me, but also for some of my newer colleagues to understand who is the one to talk to when dealing with the director, the manager, or the assistant director, so it can be clear. Because one thing for certain, if everybody is just reaching out to you,
Yeah, to the councilman through the chair, it is fully appropriate to reach out to me or to Ryan with any questions. That said, I'm happy to provide an org chart if what's in the budget book isn't fully reflective of what we're describing here today, with all of our org chart with our chiefs too.
okay, and I know you had a position called executive of residence. Where would that be found in the budget book for that position through the chair?
Yeah, to the councilman through the chair, the executive in residence is an executive assistant to the mayor. So that's their civil service title is executive assistant to the mayor. Their working title is executive in residence. That is a chief level role. It is called an executive in residence to really reflect the work to be done in that role to really define the future of community services and how to better support those all of those various departments. We'll talk about that role more when we get to the PIO budget, because we are going to be requesting a green sheet related to that executive assistant to the mayor, given that structure change. So we'll talk about that more next week with the PIO budget.
Oh, we definitely will through the council president. In addition, I know I made the request of just job description. Matter of fact, for all 27 positions in the office of the mayor, I would like to request if we can have the actual job description, and if they closed out and was hired by the end of 2025, can we have their top 3 goals that they've accomplished, and also what is the top 3 goals are they looking to accomplish within their role of the budget going forward for this 2026 year, so we can at least get an understanding of what people are working on, what they are actually doing, as well as seeing it within their job description, so we can be able to be more aligned on some of these different positions that exist in. I yield, Council President.
All right, thank you. I have Councilwoman House Jones and then Councilman Brian Casey.
Hi, through the chair to the team here. Good afternoon. I had a question regarding the section of communications. So when you had the screen up presentation, it talked about internal communications, media communications, crisis communications. I'm trying to get an understanding of how do they work to support communications for the other departments? I'm really, this is an area I am not going to stop on this. This is across the city, right? So you look through all of this budget stuff and output metrics and things of that nature, and how are we communicating this to the public? You know, it's just, there is just a real disconnect, specifically in public safety and in recreation. We have to better communicate, and I really want to get an understanding. If it's not here, where would it be?
Yeah, to the councilwoman through the chair, I think that's a great question and something that we are consistently improving is our communications, especially around programs and that rec and in safety. Every department, for the most part, has their own in-house communications folks that are then supported by the mayor's office communications team. So the mayor's office communication team is really the leadership that sets the tone and expectations for other departments and supports those other departments as necessary. But the mayor's office communications team, for example, does not put together the recreation annual book of various programmings available. That is up to the recreation department to put together that book. Where our communications team does is step in to help make sure that if they need support or help or advice, they're available. When I say internal communications, I'm talking about really citywide internal communications and the structure and processes that we need to better facilitate those communications. So things like the hub that I talked about with the internet, with a portal where people can post information online.
Okay, as we go through that, again, I'm going to still say that there is a disconnect. And as we go through the budget, I'll ask the questions and to kind of highlight where we need just more support for communication. The other thing was regarding the Youth Mayors.
Junior Mayors Association?
Junior Mayors Association. Through the chair to the team here, this is one area where, as we are members of the National League of Cities, I'm always I'm like, well, where is Cleveland? Where is Cleveland? So is there an intention through this group or the other kind of civic groups that the city of Cleveland is partnering with where we are looking to have representation at the National League of Cities for some of our young people here in the city of Cleveland? And if so, how, where, how, what?
Yeah, to the councilwoman through the chair, what I'm hearing is that there's probably an opportunity for you to be briefed on the Junior Mayors Association so you can learn more about that program. It's a newer program within the last couple of years out of the mayor's office, led by a really incredible young leader in Jaden Baxter and with Michelle Pomerantz. And the intention is to really bring young people into the decision-making process at City Hall. If there are opportunities to partner and get those folks in front of other people on the national level, that's something that we absolutely want to have a conversation about.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, first of all, and I think we touched on this during the budget retreat, but I just want to remind, I think there was a request put in for the salaries of all the employees since the pay bands are not in the books anymore. I know we had spoken about that at the budget retreat.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, I believe that was sent over during the break to council staff, but I'll double check on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, are we directing these to Chief Trevisano? Okay. Under your contractual services, there's $60,000 budgeted. What type of contractual services does the mayor's office contract with?
Yeah, to the councilman through the chair, there's a couple key items that we have in contractual services. Some are some sort of one-off communications needs, as if we don't have the in-house capacity for some reason. There are oftentimes communications contracts. Another good example is during the cybersecurity incident. This was a really important line item for us to bring in the additional support that we needed with contractual services. Parking reimbursement can sometimes come out of contractual services. And I believe that the 2025 budget around contractual services also included some travel-related contractual services.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Trevisano, can we get a list of the contractual services that came out of the mayor's office in 2025?
Yes.
I'm really interested in since you mentioned the travel one, what the travel contractual services that the mayor had. Food is also increased, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Trevisano, by over 10,000.
To the councilman through the chair, you'll notice that our professional services line item decreased by 10,000, and then that was recaptured in food. There are a lot of community events, as you all know, that the mayor will host, and we oftentimes just find that we would like to be able to offer folks a snack or a drink to come to those community events, and so this food line item is going to give us a better ability to serve our residents.
So, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Trevisano, are you telling us that the mayor is allowed to provide food for community services and get reimbursed for it?
To the councilman through the chair, these are like, coffee for cabinet before we're going to the budget.
I'm not questioning it. I'm asking that the mayor, according to the budget, can provide food for a community meeting or whatever and get reimbursed for it. That's what this is for.
To the councilman through the chair, I might ask our finance department. I think there's nuance here because this isn't a reimbursement line item as far as I know, and I want to make sure I'm answering your question properly.
Okay. So the CFO?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, there's actually an ordinance that allows certain divisions to provide food. It's not every division across the city, the mayor's office being one.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure. All right. And then if we could look at the travel log real quick. It looks like 8 members of the mayor's office last year traveled. The mayor himself took 13 trips for over 45 days he was gone out of the city. This is information that was sent to the council last week.
That he printed out. So it should be in your email. It was a pre-budget request.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Trevisano, when any department sends information over to the council, we assume that it's correct, right? That this is what it's for. One of the staff members, according to the log that was given to us, has a $5,300 expense to travel to the city of Cleveland. Okay, and then looking into that, it really wasn't to travel to the city of Cleveland, but it was to pay for advanced education. But yet it ended up on the travel log for the mayor's office, which throws up a red flag. Even though it's $5,300, but if the mayor's office is claiming that it's a travel expense, even though you didn't mark it as airfare or lodging, it still throws up a flag that it made it onto the travel log, and it was really for, I don't want to say what it was for, but it wasn't for travel.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, so the request was anything that had a TE or related to travel that was paid for with a credit card. So we supplied that because it was a TE, and TEs can be travel encumbrances, for those that don't know. That can be used for training as well. So in this case, it was training. That person did not physically, I don't think, go there.
It was done online, right? But it was, so when you sent this over, it came over as a TE, right? And it, just to reiterate, it was not for travel, correct? Although it was expensed out as travel, is that what you're saying?
Through the chair to the
Chairman to the
councilman,
CFO.
it was done through a travel encumbrance. That doesn't necessarily mean it was training done through a travel encumbrance, but it wasn't necessarily travel. I know it's kind of splitting hairs there, but that's why it showed up. I mean, according to the request, the request was for travel paid for by credit card, but we wanted to make sure that we were thorough and transparent about the information we were giving you. So we gave you guys everything that had to do with travel encumbrances, related to the request.
Right, and Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, and I can appreciate that, okay? But how is it that a non-travel expense ended up on the travel expense credit card when there was no travel involved? It was strictly an online educational course. And I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning it is how did it end up where it ended up, which throws a red flag up for me, because if this one showed up, I didn't really want to go through every single one of these, but how do I know that any of them are true now?
The chair, the councilman, in our system, we require people to do a TE for training so we can pre-encumber the money ahead of time. Maybe we'll have to create a different document because I know now they merge together, and that's why you got a report that has some training on it as well as travel. So maybe we'll have to explore doing a different document that's not a TE, so we can have travel to be specific.
I'm
just the way it's been in our policy and our procedures is how it's been, but we may have to explore a different document number.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, is that the only one that was expensed under travel that wasn't used for travel?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's the only one I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to Cleveland City Council. City Council and Clerk of Council.
Page 55, Council and Clerk of Council. Council President Blaine A. Griffin, Clerk of Council Patricia J. Britt. Page 57, 2025 unaudited salaries, $5,333,509. 2026 budgeted, $5,522,899. Page 58, 2025 unaudited total expenditures, $8,831,886. 2026 budgeted, $9,824,338. Page 59, 2025 actual staffing levels, 70. 2026 budgeted, 71. Chair.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk and Financial Officer, Ms. Diggers.
Good morning. No, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm going to have the CFO begin the discussion.
Good morning. Good afternoon, members of council. We believe that the proposed 2026 operating budget is sufficient to meet our needs in supporting the body of council.
All right. We'll move into any questions. We know that we have two less members, and we did retain two folks. Could you tell us what those two folks would be allocated to do? And I do want to caution this body, if I could, that we're in the process of undergoing a review. I know that Cobalt Company, along with Dr. Heather Burton, is doing a review of our staff operations, and we are looking at realigning and redesigning some staff operations under the leadership of the operations committee. So I do want everybody to be aware of that. And this document was submitted in October or November?
Our budget was submitted in September, yes.
September. So basically, this is the budget that we will be looking at now, but we will have an opportunity to, go into the operations committee meeting with Councilman Harsh once we do have the assessment of our operations. Anything else to add before we go to council question? Councilman Richard Starr. Councilwoman Richard Starr and Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones.
So are we doing any presentations or anything, or is just questions? That's what I wanted to
Just any questions you have as of right now, and once again, this will inform some of the decisions we make around operations moving forward.
Okay, so therefore, for the budget area, one of the things I definitely will ask to the chair, to the clerk, how long have you served on Cleveland City Council, as well as the clerk, to the council president?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman.
Could you put your mic up closer?
Oh, yes.
So that we can make sure we hear you.
Mr. Chairman, to the council member, I was a member of council from 1995 to 2008, and 2008 became clerk.
Okay, from 2008 to currently 2026, clerk, serving in the role as clerk. What are some measurable improvements have you implemented during your tenure as the clerk, through the chair?
One is, I think the biggest one, Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, is Legistar, our legislative management system. Everything prior to Legistar was paper and just written documentation. So Legistar, to me, is the most significant one.
Thank you. And through the council president, from last year, 2025, what were the top 3 operational goals for Cleveland City Council as the clerk, through the chair?
Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, to Councilman Starr. I would say that it was reactivating our I'm blanking.
Operations after COVID.
Well, yes, our operations after COVID. Everything after COVID kind of slowed down, including some of the things that we wanted to do for staff. For instance, the staff appreciations, all of those things slowed down. In a staff appreciation, as well as all the clusters, and we were doing succession planning for the cluster managers. That slowed down, and as one of the things that we're going to do this year is to complete all the succession planning for the cluster managers and then move into each employee in each cluster to finish their succession planning. And there's one more. Oh, filling the position of the deputy clerk, which is crucial.
Thank you, clerk. And within those, within that question, I would definitely like to formally ask, from the top 3 operational goals from 2025, if they were formally documented, can we send that over to each member, as well as what metrics were used to evaluate the success, which goals were achieved, particularly achieved or not achieved, and why. But then also, what I would definitely say for the same thing of 2026, can we put together a list of the 3 operational priorities for 2026 as the clerk, and how do they align with our council legislative workload as well as public expectation? I think it's very important for us to have goals aligned with what the clerk is doing, so therefore it can trickle down to what the staff is doing. From the Rules Committee, in which we are aligned, from this year it was passed, it puts oversight and allow management to be done under the clerk. And as the clerk, I want to make sure we're doing everything to define some of the things that we have to do. So also I would say, from your position as the clerk since 2008, I would like to say, how do you define operational success for the clerk's office, through the chair?
I'm not sure how to Mr. Chairman, to the council member, I'm not sure how to articulate that.
So, I got you. So, prime example, like every year around September, October, I look at what I'm currently did, some of the goals that I set out to do. Did I achieve those? Where did I didn't get where I need to be? And I evaluate my own life, my own office, what I got going on, to be able to align on, did I have a success year? Did I get things accomplished? Did I fell fell short in certain things that I probably got running around, not being able to get to. So therefore, I can say, you know what, these are the three things that I want to make sure I get accomplished within my office or with me. It made me realize even when I ran for office in 2017. I lost a campaign election in 2017. It made me look at my life. I said, well, what didn't happen? I ended up getting back up and saying, hey, let me enroll back into school, finish my degree. Let's come up with a plan to go get another degree. And then also figure out what I wanted to do in the community. So if I decided to run again, I can have those different things in line. So when I'm speaking of just when you send over to some of those questions that I asked about your top 3 goals of 2026, just from your standpoint, what would you define as operational success for the clerk's office? You can send those over to break down and say, hey, if the office is operating with 1, 2, 3, this is me, we're doing great things so we can be having success. Just so we can be able to have some goals to align with your vision as well as in alignment with our vision. My next few rounds of questions, I definitely will ask for the CFO. Through the chair, what were your top 3 financial management goals for 2025 through the council president to our council CFO?
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't actually have that available for you. That was not something I was prepared to discuss right now. So I'll send that over to you.
Thank you as well. And also through that standpoint, did council operations come in under or over budget?
Through the chair to the council member, we came in under budget,
About under budget by how much?
about $500,000.
And what efficiencies were realized?
Through the chair to the council member, we were stable. The majority of that came through was saved because certain members didn't use their entire reimbursement, as well as we had a contract that we were still in negotiation with. So that's where 2 of the biggest part of that came through.
So as a CFO, based on budgeting and the balance, while we coming under, what metrics were used to evaluate the success to say that we either had a good year, slow year, or off year or over budget? Do you have any ways to metric how you measure this success through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, no, I don't measure it that way. I make sure that I have enough money to pay the bills that we have to support the body of the council, and we were able to support the body of the council through our budget.
All right, and through the council president, to our CFO, do we have any legislation or any breakdown what is actually allow for council to be able to spend dollars on? What we have currently, last year was like a $5 million budget, and we came under, so I'm assuming we probably, if I just kept it at $5 million, meaning we're spent $450,000, do we have a list or do we have legislation or ordinances or policy that states what council can actually spend dollars on?
Through the chair to the council member, our contracts all have legislation to them, and our budget was about $7 million, over $7 million. It wasn't $5 million. That was our salaries and benefits. So all of our contracts have legislation.
So currently, only thing that we have legislative approval to spend dollars with is if we have a contract through the council president?
Yes.
So therefore, in order for us to have a constituent management service system or purchase one, what will we need to do to be able to use dollars for that type of service through the council president?
Through the chair to the council member, you would have to identify a service that you all will agree upon, and then we would have to see what the cost is. If the cost can be found in our budget, then we would do that. Otherwise, we would put it in our capital budget, or we would put it in the next year's budget.
Okay, so therefore, if we wanted to have, because I know a couple years ago, myself, Councilwoman Stephanie House-Jones, and at the time, Anthony Hairston was trying to purchase a system, and it was different discrepancies of what we can and can't use public dollars. Prime example, if I have MailChimp and we have casino dollars or we have discretionary funds, I'm being told that we're not allowed to utilize that service. So through the council president, through funds that are allocated, earmarked for Ward 5 and residents who want to be able to have more communications with the office of the council, what does it determine why we can't use casino funds to purchase that system through the council president?
If I could, I want to make sure I reiterate something, and I want to make sure that everybody understands something. We, for whatever reasons, did not have many operational meetings around council operations. We now have a chair who has already really hit the ground running, and one of the things that I've instructed the staff is that I want all of these type of issues to be vetted where you guys can give input in an operational hearing setting so that we could make sure that all of you have the input that you're looking for. I know that people wanted to see some changes 4 years ago. I know that there's a need that some people would like to see a constituent management system. I've just been really asking and pleading with everyone that a lot of these issues, especially some of the ones that you're bringing up, Councilman Starr, really need us. We need to be in a room for about 2 hours in an operational hearing. And Councilman Harsh has agreed to hold rigorous meeting schedule beginning in March around this item. So we'll, I want you to be able to ask your line of questioning, but I do want to reiterate that some of these we really are trying to roll up our sleeves and really get some real answers to some of the things that a lot of you guys are asking for. So I do want to make sure I do reiterate that, sir.
Thank you, Council President. And
Through the chair to the council member, right now what we're discussing is general fund budget, and that's not discretionary. So I have no preview over that. I can't tell you what you can and can't spend over that because I have no authority over there. So what I'm doing now is general fund budget.
so through the Council President to the CFO, with general fund dollars that we currently have, we just mentioned that we came in under budget by $500,000. If we as council want to purchase a $60,000 or $100,000 constituent management services system, are we allowed to do that with the currently structure and the legislation that is in place and allows us to spend dollars, general fund dollars? Are we allowed to do that through the council president?
Through the chair to the council member, yes.
Okay.
If you find the software that you're looking for that meets the body service, that's for the body, then yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then also to, thank you, Council President. I heard your clarification, but also I would like to make sure my colleagues all turn to page 56. And right here is the first time I've seen an actual flow chart here for us to understand how things in operation runs. And right here it currently says residents of the city of Cleveland as the top priority. Then it says city council members. And then it says everyone reports to Cleveland City Council members. So the clerk of council, council president, council staff members, and council members of executive assistants. Me asking questions is not for me to be punitive, it's for me to get in line with what we currently do. And as this flow chart that has been created, this is not how operations has been done in Cleveland City Council. So let me make sure I make this be clear to everyone. If I want something done or need something done and I come to a staff person, I don't need to ask the council president nothing. I don't care what it says in here. I was elected by the residents of Ward 5. If I'm asking people to hone in on their job to help assist me to make sure the residents of the city of Cleveland receive the support from my office to deliver for them, I don't need nobody asking me, did I talk to the council president? And that's just with me saying it as nice and as polite as I have. Can't say, because this flow chart does not say anybody in here is the supervisor of Cleveland City Council, but the residents of Cleveland. So let me make sure I get that clear. So as I continue to ask my questions, it's for clarification because clearly it ain't been done. And I'm not going to sit here and make it let it be known as if Councilman Kerry McCormick didn't do his job. Leadership is not about doing the work when the camera's on. It's about doing the work when the cameras is off.
Hold on, Councilman. I'll just be honest with you, and I got to just make sure that I correct the record. Nobody has ever told me that you had to go through me in order to get something done. And whenever you have come to me, sir, I have worked with you to try to resolve whatever issues. So
Correct.
I just want to make sure clarification that I have not made a determination from council members that everybody has to go through the council president. I want to make sure I clarify that If anything, what people work with me with as the council president is that if there are issues that go unresolved, we try to work together to fix them. That's all.
Thank you. And I thank you, Council President. And within that, when I'm asking to help, if I want to draft something in legislation, I'm being told by certain lawyers that did I talk to Council President. There's nothing in our codified ordinance or our charter that states anything like that. So it's not you, it's the system that's in place where people believe as if we need you for everything we need to do. When it comes to being a politician and politic and talk to my colleagues, that is not hard for me to do. But if I can't get the staff to help, certain staff, it ain't all staff, so those who probably feel some type of way, then they need to look in the mirror. But those who understand, who do help me, we don't never have those type of problems, but it's quite a few staff. So my next different point I would ask is through the council president for us to have openings on city council. What is the actual formal hiring process for council staff through the council president to the clerk? Is it documented? Is it publicly available? How do we hire positions for Cleveland City Council staff through the council president?
The charter speaks to that, sir. I would ask you if you could go through, because we went through this with myself and Councilman Harsh, and I would tell you that the charter speaks to how anybody gets hired. It's supposed to be the council operations committee in concurrence with the clerk of council.
And also,
Mr. Chairman, for
to the
clarification.
I got you back on the. I got you on the list. So I
and
get
through
it.
that point, do we have a list of job descriptions for our current staff right now through the council president? Do we have a list of everybody's job description through the council president to the clerk?
Mr. President, to the council member, we do not. We have some succession planning, but we do not have job descriptions for every position. And I just want to go back to one thing you said, Mr. Chairman, to the member of council. Particularly with drafting legislation, you may be told, you and any other member of council may be told to go to the leadership for the legislation only in terms of letting them know what's going on. I will use one example. There was a member of council that wanted to change the name of Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. He didn't want to discuss that with anyone, and when he got to the floor, he got shot down. And so when we say check with the council president, it isn't because the council president is over you. Particularly in terms of legislation, it's just so that you let the council president know and leadership know so that they're not surprised when something comes up on the floor.
Yes, and I thank you, clerk, for that clarification. And I understand that. And I am a little bit clever and smarter than just to drop something on the floor. But if I have something drafted up and then I go talk to my colleague, it's not me just giving them words. It's a discussion and saying, hey, this is a draft of what I'm looking to do to gain your support. Oftentimes, it's a lot of talking and less movement. So that's why I'm trying to get an understanding through what we have in our current budget, how we are able to hire people when we don't got job descriptions, then we don't got staff evaluations, then we don't have salaries and wages. I definitely want to put that request in as well. And then also have a clear description of how operation is done. When it says in conjunctions with council, or I think it's rule number 11, it says in conjunction with council. It don't necessarily say a certain committee. It says council members. So therefore, a lot of my frustrations is not clear, and that's the reason why one of the reasons why I voted no on the rules, because we have not yet to vet these rules to fit today's council, as opposed to something that just keep getting added every time. So yes, I am frustrated because I need to make sure we are not waiting until 2027 to make changes to help the residents. And I do have a line of questions that I do have for discretionary funds and how they are actually operating and how the process is being done. This is not for me to point the blame or to try to insult anybody. It's for me to align that this system is broken and we have the chance to do it, but we could keep getting told to wait.
Councilman,
Ward 5 can't continue to wait, Council President, and I know you got a lot on your plate. If you need to put me back on, please put me back on, because this is not something that we're going to continue to say we're going to pass a budget, but the things that need to happen for me to be a better, stronger council member, to have a council staff to be stronger in their positions, to be able to align with the vision, it needs to be done. So if you can't put me back on,
Thank you.
you'll put me back on, Council
House
President?
Jones, I will put you back on. Councilwoman House Jones, and then Councilman Joseph Jones.
Thank you. Through the chair to the team here. Similarly, when I had the conversation with the mayor to ask him what the priorities of Cleveland City Council may be, do you all know what our current priorities are for Cleveland City Council in 2026?
Yes, they are the Mr. Chairman, to the member of council. They are the continuation of succession planning for all those cluster managers, particularly new ones, as well as each person in each cluster to have a succession plan done. It's also to fill the position of deputy clerk, and then to reestablish activities for the staff, staff appreciation, our retreat, employee of the month, whatever kinds of activities would bring up the morale of the staff.
Okay.
Those are the three things that I want to focus on.
Okay, thank you. As well as when they talked about, when it comes to contracting, indicated that the implementation of DocuSign has changed the processes of contracts from 6 to 8 weeks to 8 days. Is this budget reflective of us actually, are we utilizing DocuSign? Is that a part of our contracting process?
Through the chair to the council member, they have not, the administration has not rolled it out to council yet, and those contracts would be the ones that were listed last Friday. Those are the ones, but our attorneys would still draft the contracts. DocuSign would just would capture the signatures of those. In terms of any other funding that you have, the departments would then initiate those contracts.
Again, through the chair, to our CFO and clerk, I'm trying to get an understanding. If it is being reported that it takes contracts 8 days through DocuSign, I am trying to understand. It would be miraculous if we could get a contract in 8 days. It has been weeks, months, years for contracts to get out of Cleveland City Council. I am trying to understand. We are saying we have this system. Is it being implemented because it takes entirely too long for contracts to be executed, which has now resulted, at least in my community, there is no one now who is willing to upfront money for community events because of this particular. So if someone has put forth DocuSign, I'm trying to understand, A, are we utilizing it? And two, if not, how do we ensure we're investing in it to ensure that we improve our contracting process, which is not, it is not timely. It's not timely.
Okay, Mr. Chair, to the council member. So the contracts that you're speaking of would be executed on the administration side. CD would be the one that would execute those, not council. We don't execute contracts on your discretionary fund dollars. We only do the contracts on our general fund budget.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna continue to go. I'm gonna figure this out because like there's like we're having talking to the administration one conversation, talking with the council staff a whole different conversation, and there is a missing point where I guess I will utilize this year to try to figure out what they may be. As we look at our budget, under contractual services to the expense account reimbursement, the one thing I requested when, it was this conversation of switching reimbursements for $1,200 to $2,500, I had asked to see, well, how they are currently spent. So I guess my more specific request is, based on the previous 17 wards, if it can be shared, what was utilized versus what wasn't, partly because I am thinking from an equity model where all things are not equal. You see what I'm saying? Meaning, at times, for me to be able to upfront now $2,500, I'm just really trying to understand how this is going to work, right? Where, and again, and looking in the past will help me dictate the future. So that's just my request from last year, to just be able to see how these reimbursement accounts were. The other thing, under advertisement and public notice, can that be explained a bit? What is that?
That is, through the chair to the council member, that's our AM legal. That's what the
Record.
yeah, the city record and all of that. That's what that is.
What do you mean?
That's what we use to pay for the publication of the city record.
Okay. All right. The other thing is, under materials and supplies, the line item for postage has remained $200,000. And then even just when you go back from 2023 postage, are we getting, I don't know if the rates have changed, but at least then it was 63 cents for a piece of mail. Now it's around 78 cents per mail. And so I'm trying to understand, how are we utilizing our postage since it seems like it's flatlined? You know, just understanding the increases in prices and things of that nature, and what are we getting for this line item, and what types of materials come out here?
Through the chair to the council member, that's our permit that we use through the post office, and we keep a certain dollar amount. We make sure that there's enough funds in there. That's why I always replenish anywhere between 150 and 200,000 every year, so that I can have enough money to make sure that the postage is mailed.
Okay. And then looking at the staff levels, so we went down two council members, and I'm trying to figure out, it still is keeping this line item for executive assistants of council. Can you explain that?
Through the chair to the council member, last year, leadership decided to keep the two EA positions. We're reclassifying them. One of them we did keep, but we're reclassifying them as legislative assistants and using them.
Okay, just a point of clarification. So what do they do?
So there's only one that we retained, and we have a position that that we're doing a retention specialist, and we're developing.
What is it? I'm sorry. Through
yeah,
the chair, what does that mean? I'm sorry. What does that mean?
Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, that is a records retention coordinator. So we have to retain information, records, a certain way by the state. And we really, that's the one thing that we really need a lot of help with, is to be able to help each council office to understand what they can and cannot throw away, and when things have to move over to archives. And so that position is working, will be working with each council office to help you set up your files a certain way and understand when information has to move to the next level or to archives. That's what the record retention coordinator would do.
So through the chair, to like, when will this be implemented? Let me ask that question.
Well, the person is already here, and so it's just a matter of getting that person trained. They're going to spend time with the attorneys to learn what the state requires, and they'll also have to attend at least 2 records commission meetings to better understand the city's record retention schedule.
And through the chair, so when will that be available? When will this service be available to council members?
It will be available shortly. I mean, the person is here. They just have to learn.
But if they're, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No. I mean, through the chair to the council, I know that they are here, but that doesn't mean that they are available to do the records retention if we're saying they're supposed to be training. And I'm trying to get an understanding of what was the work plan for them to be trained to then actually be able to effectively assist, because this is the first time I'm hearing. I've heard a variety of different things, so I don't, a lot of times, again, I never know what we're doing here, right? That is part of a lot of my frustration. I do not know what's going on here, right? And so to actually be able to be an engaged team member, it is helpful to actually know what is going on here. So I'm just like, okay, I hear it, because you see people and it's be like, who this person? Who knows, right? Since I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out when, now this person here, when will they be available? What can they do? And even, it don't matter. When will they be available?
So, Mr. President, to Councilmember House Jones, it will take about 2 weeks to get trained for the records retention, on the records retention schedule, as well as what the state requires. So they can be available after that 2-week period.
And then the other person through the chair to the team, what's the other person supposed to do?
Through the chair to the council member, that we just have that open head count. We'll have to wait till leadership and the operations team, committee decide and the clerk decide. But it's an open head count. It's not a person filled that special position.
Okay, so I guess through the team, is there a designated time of whenever this operations process is gonna manifest something or result in some decisions? Do we have a timeline?
Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, no.
You don't have a timeline?
That position, it's just an open position.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the very beginning of the presentation, you talked about the Operations Committee. Chris Harsh is chairing it. And is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, Mr. Chairman, we also talked about, and if you could elaborate, about some kind of study or something like that you guys were putting together, some organization that you're contracting with to help with overall operations. If you could talk a little bit about that.
Mr. Chairman, to Councilman Jones, that is a contract with Cobalt Group. They are in the process now of interviewing leadership, and once those interviews are complete, they will then interview the members of council and then staff.
And what is the purpose of the Cobalt Group?
For the purpose of this contract, Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, is to look at council member staff relations and determine a more congenial working environment.
So I assume that we have some problems with that area since we're getting an entire group to come in here now. The Cobalt Group, what is that? What is the Cobalt Group? Is that a legal department? Is it a human resource group? Could you elaborate a little bit about that so I can understand that?
Mr. Chairman, to Councilman Jones, I'm not sure. They are an organization, not an organization, a firm that is comprised of Patty Chobe and Dr. Heather Burton. And they are looking at, like I said, they'll be looking at relations between council members and staff.
So this is Patty Chobe, I'm sorry, and who else?
Dr. Heather Burton.
Burton?
Burton, that's correct.
And their background is do they have anything they're going to be bringing to it other than just looking at the relationship between council and staff? I mean, what is the outcome we're looking at? What are we trying to do here? What's the purpose?
Operational efficiency and culture change. A lot of the members of council reached out because of some of the issues that were brought up today in order to request that we have people look at our institution where we can be more efficient, where we can be more accountable, where we can design our office in order to try to alleviate some of the challenges that council members have in doing their jobs. So they're going to look at all of our operations A to Z, make recommendations through the operations committee, and then we would determine how we would implement or which one of those recommendations we would implement. They have helped in the past with things like civility documents. You heard about Legistar that they put in the past. Dr. Heather Burton, who was so graciously offered by Councilwoman House Jones, has a background in diversity and cultural diversity. She actually has 2 degrees. She has a degree in divinity as well as a degree in diversity and inclusion in order to make sure that we're looking at things from a culturally specific and relevant perspective. So the whole goal of this group is by at least the end of March or early April to give us a platform of what their findings are. After interviewing all of the council members, after interviewing all of the staff, and after looking at all of our operations and then making some recommendations on the outcomes that we should have so that we can try to operate more efficiently.
Right. Did we bid that out?
No, we did not bid it out. It was not a contract. What we did is, once again, if people remember, I asked specifically for recommendations. If anybody had any recommendations, the one person that came forth with recommendations was Councilwoman House Jones. And then once again, because there was a relationship that Patty has had with several people, she also helped design the schools. When the schools right-sized in 2012, she was very involved with that. She also was very involved when the hospitals closed, that she helped design a community impact study when all of the hospitals closed. So
Now, the reason why I asked was because, Mr. Chairman, when we started talking about right-sizing an organization, there was a time when council members didn't have staff and didn't have offices, had to sit together, and I think our dean over here remember those days when we didn't even have a secretary. And we had to really more or less pool out of City Hall to get things done. And then we began slowly but to evolve into having our own staff and then expanding the way we have. My suggestion would be, because we're talking about putting an organization that has somewhat organically evolved, that is missing a lot of parts and pieces, and I don't want to go and putting our tablecloth on the table, more or less, because it's got some holes in it. And but what we need to do, really fundamentally, since we have a new operations chair, and we want to really fundamentally do this right, we should be looking at organizations that can come up here and right-size this. Because I've been asking the question for the longest, since 2017, when then President Kevin Kelly was the council president, and I went back there to ask our attorneys if they could help me out on drafting some legislation. I was told no, and I was told that I'd have to go to the council president in order to get his approval for them to do some work for us. And that's where we started having problems, because I had never been told that previously by previous council presidents and our organization in times previous. So when we talk about putting this organization back into a play where it needs to be, we need to talk about our human resources. We need to have our human resource person, because the issue is if council and staff is going to really fundamentally have a better situation where we don't have the same travesty of what we had last year, we need to have a process that's going to be fair, because it has to protect not only the staff, but it also has to protect members of Cleveland City Council. We come down here, and the frustration that you're hearing at the table is basically just trying to get work done. And we should have capable, competent people to be able to explain to us that if they can't get a contract out, then where's the hiccup at? Where's the bottleneck? Where's the problem? And if they can't articulate that, which has been the case in my case, then you're left frustrated because you don't have your stuff taken care of. And we have to deal with citizens every single day with issues and problems. And they're not looking at us and saying, you get a timeout. They're looking at us, why didn't you take care of this? And so we need to have the resources that have been given to us. We need to be able to expend those resources to take care of the needs of our citizens. And we need to have people who are transparent, open communications. I asked a question coming into City Council in 2018 about who's doing what programs are working better in other neighborhoods, and what programs are not working. And as you heard the mayor talk about sitting here earlier in his presentation, the east side is in a bad place. It's in a bad shape because we don't have strong local development corporations. And because of that, because we have weak corporations and the west side have stronger corporations, they have various different programs they operate out of, different things and programs they offer their citizens. So there should be a transparent book that shows what the west side is doing in terms of programming in their neighborhoods, and we should be able to see those programmings. And if those programs do work, we don't need to reinvent them. We just need to fund them, and then we need to put them into our neighborhoods so they can also help our constituency base. And so what I have problems with, Mr. Chairman, is being able to come here just to basically get work done. And I'm not down here most of the time because many of you all know I have a ward office. But the problem is handling conflict with some people who we have hired that don't want to work for us.
Councilman,
and that's a problem. And so while we're talking about operations, we have to talk about operations because the issue ain't going to get any better. Because if I can be done like I was done last year, any one of the members of Cleveland City Council can also be treated the same way.
Thank you,
so with that being said, I want to go into what I want to talk about.
Councilman, do you want to go back on the list because you've actually went over time?
If you give me a couple more.
I'll
go back on the list.
Put you back on the list because I want to make sure I hold everybody.
And then I'll go back on the list because I want to talk about the job descriptions.
Okay.
And then I also want to talk about
We'll put you back on the list,
putting
sir.
together
Put you
a
back
real
on the list.
HR system.
We'll put you back on the list, okay? Thank you. Councilman Starr, then Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Council President. One of the questions I would like to ask to our clerk, who handles the contracts, or who handles council contracts, and who does the contracts for the community to the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, our council contracts, we have Latrice Poole. She does our contracts. That's for the body of the council. Any of your ward contracts goes through discretionary funds, and that's your discretionary fund manager.
Okay, and who does our contracts manager report to?
Through the chair to the council member, she reports to me.
And within our budget, I know we have different training and development. Do you know how many training courses have this Ms. Poole been able to receive training for within her job description through the council president? Do we have anything in the budget to make sure she's getting trained and developed to be able to advance herself in her skill work of contracting and things like that through the council president?
Through the chair to the council member, we have training dollars available, but there's no set course for contract management training. She works with the other divisions within the city to understand the city's policies and procedures, and she acts accordingly.
Okay, through the chair to the city chief, CFO, do your department have different annual trainings that different staff actually participate, or some training courses that they work on to be able to align themselves within their position to know what is changing in the climate as well within their role of contracting and finances to the council president?
Through the chair to the councilman, in terms of just training across my divisions, I encourage that. I think the administration encourages that to make sure that we're up to speed on knowledge. In terms of the contracting system that we implemented, we really had a focus of a few folks in finance that kind of spearheaded that. And we've taken the position that we've taken on ourselves to train the other divisions on how to use it. And now they all help each other, so it's becoming sort of self-sufficient. So that's kind of how we plan that out. But yes, I think training is important.
Yep, and through the lens and your expertise, if you know any different training courses that would be helpful, that some of your staff have taken over, if you could send that over to council so we could look at those to make sure our staff is getting developed the way that they should be developed to be able to work in line with you all, that would be great. And through the chair, to our council CFO, do we have a job description for our contract manager? Do we got to get a job description through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, I believe we do, yes.
Can you send over that as well?
Yes.
Also, when it comes to staffing as well as raises or anything, with the current setup of council, do we have any way of showing how council staff members get raises through the chair to the clerk? How do staff members receive raises outside of the annual 2% or 3% that they get? Do we have anything that's set forth as far as metric and merits that could potentially ask for a raise, or actually cost of living or anything like that allows for council to be up for raises if they're reaching certain goals? Is there anything in place like that through the chair to the council president?
Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, we do not have a merit system in place.
All right.
Typically, Mr. Chairman, to the council member, typically staff members have come and made a case for an increase in salary, and we all get the cost of living adjustment.
All right, and through the council president, when it comes to a discretionary funds manager, do we have a job description for that person, for that position? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the member of council, yes, we do.
Can I get that, look at that job description? And also, if we have current positions like we just talked about, the contract manager and the discretionary fund manager, can you attach their resume as well with that information that you sent over to council? And then second thing, with the way city government is set up is quote unquote like at will positions. So now that we just into this new term, I believe in the charter it requires legislation to be put forth to allow people to serve in these positions. If that's if I'm correct, when are we actually bringing that up for legislation to be able to agree that staff positions are in the right position and they are hired by this council who has to vote on that through the council president?
Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, that's as we get new staff. So it's not every year the same people. It's as we get new staff that they come before a vote.
So you sure within the charter that this is a new council? So like if you was here for the last council and we had to vote on a clerk, you telling me everyone that's already in their current role automatically stay in their current role? They do not have to come before this body to be voted on to be able to retain their position that they currently may be in, or anything like that through the council president?
Through the council president to the council member, yes, that is my understanding.
Definitely. I would like to definitely ask our staff if they could send over anything or look from policy standpoint that clarifies what is written in the charter as well as in lieu of our current rules, because I think there's some different confusion from that, because I believe I've seen in years past that we brought up and approved people positions and passed legislation or communication regarding that. Just wanted to make sure I had clarification, as well as within my understanding or trying to get understanding and clarification is we don't currently post job descriptions or postings. We hire employees and they are supposed to go through the members, they're supposed to go through the Committee on Council Operations. If we only have one or two meetings in one full 4-year term and we've hired multiple employees, how was that even ever done if we never did an operations meeting to fill that? And then based on the rules, it states that, before I state that, I would ask, how many members of council is on the current committee of council operations? I possibly could ask the chairman if he could tell you how many people is on his committee currently. It's 5.
Through the chair, there are 5 members of the operations committee.
Can you name the current council members, Chair, please?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, they are myself, Council President Griffin, Councilman Conwell, Councilman Plensick, and Councilwoman House Jones.
So those are all 5.
Correct.
Thank you. And through that standpoint, I definitely want to connect with you, Chairman, as we did already. And I look forward to you holding these committees, because this is fundamentally wrong. Because if we don't have job descriptions, job postings, and we've telling me that this operation committee only met 2 or 3 times in 4 years, and people continue to move into different departments, people get promoted, people get moved around, openings comes, and people just get put in, that is not fair. And it seems as if this has been a dictatorship, not under your leadership as the chairman of Committee on Council Operation, but the ball has been dropped, where it also says in the Rules Committee, no later than the 4th meeting of council after this organization, the president of council shall appoint 4 members to a committee on council operation. In addition to the appointed members, the president of council shall also be a member of the committee. The committee shall work in conjunction with the clerk to oversee the personnel and operation of council, as well as any policies and procedures that impact the operations of council. If this committee has not been meeting, that means it has been just the council president and the clerk making a decision.
And you know what, Councilman? You're right. We made a decision. Once again, I told you how we're moving forward. And you've had a lot to say today. And I've asked you several times if we can move this to the operations committee. I understand that there's frustration. Once again, I am going to ask if you could move that to Councilman Harsh's committee, because once again, we have spent an enormous amount of time just on this, when, once again, you could take this grievance up with the operations committee. And I will say this to everyone. 15 people getting somewhere and trying to make a decision and thinking of how things are going is not always going to be easy either. So even though we have a process through the operations committee, yes, there were times through the last 4 years that we were not operating according to how we probably should have. But in order to try to move things forward, in order to try to get things done, there were times when decisions had to be made. And I made some of those decisions. Once again, this body has said that they want a more rigorous conversation around operations. That's what we're going to have.
And I thank you for your leadership on speaking about the facts of what's been currently happening that was not in line with our rules, and that was something that was frustrating because things just kept happening. And I'm glad that you was able to bring clarification. But also on this RFP for this contract, we should have put a bid out, because I'm not with the problem what I have with our operation is, if I know you're going to do this work, and you're going to do what I want as opposed to what this body work. And one of my biggest frustration is that does not ride in no real world. And I will ask through the council presidents to the city CFO, if I have discretionary funds that were coming from the general fund that was transferred over to a separate account, a NEF fund account, or a casino fund account, if I wanted to contract and partner with a department, if by law, by CFO, by all the different rules and policy that is allowed, am I allowed to transfer dollars from a neighborhood equity fund account to a department for them to collaborate and do events in my neighborhood?
That's a yes. I've seen it done.
To the chair of the council person, I mean, yes is pretty much the answer. We always run all these things through law just to make sure that they're legal. So it depends on what kind of event it is. But generally speaking, yes.
Yes, and through that general speaking in law, if that was a question that I wanted to ask the lawyers on council to make given a unbiased or give an opinion on there of like, hey, we can do that. Is that something that we can possibly do with our own lawyers? Or do we need to make sure the law department that works for the city of Cleveland have a say-so on if this department can accept some additional dollars that came from council discretionary funds to collaborate with them on projects or things that they do.
Through the chair of the council person, because the administration's going to let that contract, our the administrative law department would still look at it, but if they had an opinion from one of your attorneys, they would look at it in a matter of a couple of minutes, either really agree or disagree, so, because
Yep.
they would have all the facts.
Councilman, just let you know you're up on your time.
Okay, I just had one more question, Council President, or do you want to put me back on?
Please go ahead and finish up with this last.
Okay, so within this is through the chair to the clerk, can we just talk or describe how is discretionary funds department set up? Because it seems as if it's just one ruling versus what we read as. Because I've tried last year and I tried the year before to transfer money to a department like CRB. I tried to transfer money to Parks and Recreation and say, hey, can you do some different events that you already currently do in the city and say, hey, can you bring those to Ward 5? And it's like I can't get it out of discretionary funds manager position without their opinion on what I'm trying to do instead of doing what I'm asking them to do, even though it says in the order chart it's the residents, council members, clerk, council president, council staff, and I still can't get a direct answer on this completion. So I'm trying to pass any legislation or a PIF to give another department $100,000 to do of net funds to do events in Ward 5 to partner with them, no matter whose name, as far as the mayor want to partner with me on things they like to do in CRB, who can do events, who can do service, who can buy food, who can do all these different things, as opposed to me making a community development corporation, which is a small nonprofit, have to front dollars, as opposed to just partnering with a city for a transfer where they can be able to invoice and get the money out. Is that something that we can really get done? And if so, how can I work with the staff through the president to get them to draft up the transfer or whatever is needed from the administration?
Councilman, if we could, because I know the specific contracts that you are talking about. You and I have talked about them in detail. There's some nuances to that. I prefer that for all of our sake that we don't get into the details. It's the reason why CRB had a challenge accepting the dollars, the reason why the health department had a problem accepting the dollars. And those are things that you and I can talk about. I believe it would be in everybody's best interest if we don't try to figure that out at the table, because you and I have had explicit conversations about what steps I need to happen in order for that transaction to take place.
Yes, and not from past events, I'm talking about now. I want to do something for Mother's Day. I want to do something for Father's Day. I want to do something for Juneteenth. I want to do something for Independence Day. I want to host different things for back to school. I want to host different things in September. I want to make sure we got residents congregate meals inside of all of our buildings. I want to be able to do something for health expos. I want to do expungement clinics. I want to be able
Once
to
again,
utilize the
Councilman,
dollars.
once you put those together, then we'll have that conversation with the Operations Committee if something is broken down. But once again, those things moving forward, you should be able to contract with other departments if there is a proper public purpose. And once again, we've had that conversation on how proper public purpose is supposed to look. But once again, that I would prefer that that discussion not happen here at this time, because I think that each contract has its own nuances. But yes, we will work with the team in order to try to figure out how you can make that happen.
I understand, Council President, and I don't want to do individual contracts. I want to be able to transfer dollars to a department and allow them to do it, not each individual
You'll get legal
one.
to make sure that you get an opinion from both sides. And I want to make sure if we make sure you get your final question out, but we will work with legal to get you an opinion on both sides, okay? I want to make this clear to the listening public. I think the breakdown that everybody's talking about, and the mayor was here earlier, as well as a lot of his departments, a lot of decisions that are being made on whether things are proper purpose or not are being made in the law department, because the law department contracts or handles all the contracts with the different departments. So health, for example, is a contracting department. CRB, recreation. So when you talk about why aren't contracts getting done in 8 days compared to 6 to 8 weeks, that is a question that we had the administration at the table, and we should make sure that we ask that question again once these contracting departments come and when law comes up. Because at the end of the day, they are traditionally supposed to be working for council too. And a lot of those contracts and a lot of those decisions, we are beating ourselves up as council to say, why isn't it being done? And those are decisions that are being made by law and others to make sure that they have a proper public purpose. So we will talk about those things that you want to get funded so that law can give you an opinion on how to move it and get it done, okay? I got Councilwoman Deborah Gray, and then Councilman Joe Jones, and then Councilman Charles Slife to wrap us up.
No, I don't want to go long.
Go ahead,
Thank
Councilwoman
you,
Gray.
Chair. Thank you. I just have a couple questions to the clerk and the CFO pertaining to just echoing my colleague Councilwoman House and my colleague Starr that they brought up. Due to the fact that Chair to both of the CFO and the clerk, due to the fact that when the retention archivist employee is hired, you stated that that person is already here and is now in training to understand the process of the retention work that needs to be done when that employee comes to the council office, correct?
That, Mr. Chairman, to Councilwoman Gray, that is correct.
Yes, so due to that, as they both brought up some important points, when that person was interviewed, was that person interviewed with you or the CFO per se, as that person should have been interviewed with the Chief of Operations, with you and the CFO, and to alert the council that that employee was coming into that particular position that was left open from one of the EAs, from one of the EA positions that was available, to turn it into a retention archivist position.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
to the council clerk.
Mr. Chairman, to the member of council, that the person was already here and on staff. The previous member of council and chair of operations made plans for this unbeknownst to us. And so what I'm trying to do is make it a position that council can really use. And the records retention coordinator is a position that that council can really use.
Okay, thank you for that. But also, I'm just trying to trying to get some clarity on that person, since that person chaired to the clerk, since that person was already here, and since we having this open conversation of when someone is being hired into the administration office to assist the council, and since we're going through the steps of being open and receptive to the council, of understanding who's coming in, I'm just asking, that person was already hired under the previous chief operation. Should the council, through the chief operation, should have been alerted that, since we wasn't aware to be aware, should we have been alerted that this person is now going to be that person in that position of one of the EA positions that's left open, for us to just have this now clarity of openness, of understanding of who's coming in under the chief of operations, where he's supposed to let the council know that now we're hiring another person, and this is a collaboration that you and the chief operations and as council clerk and the CFO have this joint conversation to alert the council that we're now bringing in another new employee per se that's going to assist, that's going to assist the council. Council chair to the clerk, and just to have a unity of what the operations now should be, as the chair just stated, that we got to go into a new way of communicating, a new way of working. So just due to the open conversation we having with both councils, House and Star, bringing this to the attention, it just came to my mind to say this is the way that it has to be operated moving forward, that any new employee that's coming into the administration, your administration, council clerk, and also that's going to work with the council, we should be alerted through the chief operations that we having a new employee coming in into council office, chair to the clerk of council.
Mr. Chairman, to the council member, yes, Chairman Harsh, myself, and leadership and the CFO were involved in that determination.
Okay, all right, and then due to that determination, should the chief operations, Councilman Harsh, the council should have been chair to the Councilman Harsh, should the council have been alerted that this position is now being opened up to the new archivist coordinator that's going to come in and work with the council, and that person is fulfilling one of the EA positions, chair to the chief operations.
Thank you, Council Lady, through the chair. If I understand the question correctly, and I think I do, it's an interesting note that everybody who is an employee in City Council is an employee of the clerk, including executive assistants. So in this case, I believe the EA was reassigned as an employee of the clerk from one duty to another.
Okay.
In that capacity, Operations Committee, according to the charter and the rules that I've studied and gotten to know pretty well in the last couple of months, would not be required to approve that, or would not be required to sign off in order for the clerk to reassign somebody. If she wants to ask an employee to do a different task and everybody agrees, then they can do that. Formally speaking, there would be a resolution passed by Operations Committee confirming new hires, which the Operations Committee did in the last term. I think in the year 2022, I think there was a resolution passed to the same way that we pass resolutions when the mayor swears in a new chief or something like that. It's a very similar mechanism, but according to the rules in the operation and the charter of the City of Cleveland, Mr. President, Operations Committee is not required to sign off on staff reassignment from the clerk. I believe that answers the question. Maybe.
I don't think so, but
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I was just trying to state the fact, only just because of what my colleague, Councilwoman House Jones and Starr brought up. I am moving forward in the new direction. That's what I want to. And I'm glad we got a chief operations who's involved to communicate with all the council and all the administration. All I asked was, due to the fact that this position is now being filled, should the chief of operations should inform the council, since it's part of the moving forth of changing and making things better, should we just have been informed that this position is now being filled as council members? That's all I ask. From the chief operations, should have informed us that the position is now being filled because this person is going to be working with the council. Chair to the chief operations. That was only a question that I just wanted to ask, because we're making some changes for us to be involved with who's coming in, who's leaving, per se, to what my colleagues brought to the table. So that's just a yes or a no. Should you have formed the chief operations to let us know that this position is being filled by a new archivist coordinator who's going to assist the council? That's just a question.
Through the chair to the council lady, I believe the answer is yes. And since this transfer occurred technically before I was sworn in, I do need to recognize the requirement to establish better procedures for communicating these types of issues to members of council. It is not a process that was inherited because it did not exist per se.
Okay.
But it is one that I've recognized. Mr. Chair, I did sit with all members of council to hear your concerns. There were a lot of very agreed upon concerns that I think we need to highly prioritize. At the heart of them all is communications. At the heart of most issues is communications. And I recognize, Mr. Chair, that I do need to create procedures in order to facilitate good communication between staff and council when it comes to positions and transfers.
Thank you. Great answer. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Going back to contracts and asking about the organization of Cobalt Group and then what they would actually be doing and what we're actually contracting for. Do we have a scope of services, Mr. Chairman, to our clerk for this group?
Through the chair to the council member, yes, we have a statement of work.
You do? And what is that, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the council member, we would have to get that to you. We don't have that at the top of our head.
Has that been given to any of the council members or anyone here at the table know about it? The scope of services, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Bakita? Or to the clerk?
Yes, I had to, any contracts for the general body, I have to sign off on those.
Mr. Chairman, would it
I
be...
want to say this once again, Councilman, to answer your question. There were several solicitations from council members to get feedback. So several people had opportunity to really get feedback. And once again, Councilwoman House Jones did come forth with somebody who she recommended, and we actually did place that person.
I heard that 3 times now, so I got it. So what I would suggest here at the table, with all due respect, is an open, transparent process. So if we're going to have anybody do anything for us, we should have a scope of services because, you know, I can adhere to promises was made in the past about services that the council would be providing its members, and none of that stuff materialized. And so as I sit here today, I make no qualms about it. We have problems, and those problems are major. And one of them is when we come down here as council members, I can only speak for myself. I don't come down here to be harassed. I don't come down here to be disrespected, and I don't come down here to cause problems. I come down here to take care of the business of my people. That's why I come down here. I don't come down here for no politics and nothing else. I come down here to serve the citizens of the First Ward. And when I have an attorney tells me that they can't write a simple resolution or that I'd have to go to the president of Cleveland City Council to do that when the charter clearly identifies that I can pass any resolution or put together any piece and present it to the council just to be passed by the council as a whole. And that started in 2018. I also requested in 2018 a scope of or job descriptions, and now we're sitting here 8-9 years later and we don't have job descriptions. So now the next question I would ask, Mr. Chairman, to the clerk, when is our timeline on getting job descriptions for the people who work for us?
Mr. Chairman, to the council member, the ones that we have, we can get to you immediately. The other ones, I would say by April 1st when we pass balanced budget.
So we will have them all by the April 1st.
Yes.
And then to the
Mr. Chairman, to the council member, let me make one correction. if the attorneys say something about legislation, they can't write legislation that is in conflict with state or federal law. So if they said that, it most likely was in conflict with state or federal law. It's not they're saying no because they like saying no.
Yeah, I get you on that one, and see that's the reason why I made the comment I made, because I'm glad you brought this out. There was a piece of legislation because, see, our people are being overrun in our community with these communication towers. That was one of the issues I initially came in 2018 about. The other issue was these group homes. All these group homes popping up all throughout our neighborhood. And so I went to our legal department and our people, and I asked them about what could we do to stop the onslaught of this happening in our neighborhood. And I was told we couldn't do anything about it because of state law or state this. Every time I go to them, state this, state. Every time I go to them, it's always about the state. And so then I went back and did my own research and found out that then Councilman Terrell Pruitt, on the same subject matter, was the first one who had limited to 1,000 feet group homes. So if he could do that and it didn't interrupt state law, then why are you telling me what I can and cannot do because of state law? That's a good example of not then having fallen trust of the people who's supposed to represent you. So my heart was broken because not only on that issue, but I also had other issues that I've asked our attorneys, and they've given me erroneous information. So what I will say, and then I can bag it up if you like it, because I can.
No, let him get his statement out, and then he'll do it. Go ahead, Councilman.
So what I'm sharing to you is the frustration here at this table is being open and transparent. So with the previous, I don't know who the operations chairman was, but he was a bad one. I don't even know if he had a good meeting or had a meeting at all. Maybe he had a meeting, but he didn't do a good job. He had all them promises, and I ain't gonna say his name, but he did a bad job, and he didn't even return my phone call. And so I will say this, with the operations chairman who's here right now, this body needs to have a strong operating human resource department. I would suggest that our employees get annual reviews or get, quarterly reviews. These are things that any operation of our size should already have in place. And we should start talking about when we do, and we're looking for new people, we should have a job board. It should be a job description. We should be able to put that out to the public so we can have the best qualified candidate when it comes to contracts. Because this is important too, contracts, and I can get in depth. I ain't gonna get on the table and talk about it. But contracts, making sure that we have people who's not best friends to best friends getting contracts, but getting contracts because the scopes of services are those that are going to benefit the council as a whole. And then making sure that if we're going to talk about right-sizing this, we get people who already been there, done that, know how to do their job, not people who are going to be learning on the curve and then taking our dollars. So at the end of the day, when we start talking about this Cobalt group, I'd like to know more about them and their background, and have they done this before. Our city hall, our operations here for council members and future council members, Mr. Chairman. Future members, Mr. Chairman, ending it up with this, we need to have a capable, competent group of folks that can help us serve the citizens that we serve and not cause us problems and issues.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Clerk, did you have a remark?
Mr. Chairman, to the council member, I would ask that you please not denigrate staff at the table. If we're going to have operations committee meetings, if you want to talk about specific staff in that venue, that's a more appropriate venue to do it in. But to just denigrate staff, period, at the table is inappropriate.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, as in response to that, we got some staff members that do an excellent job for us, and I love them to death. So I just want to share that. With due respect to the distinguished lady, I'm only talking about maybe 2 or 3 folks. The rest of the people do a great job, and they need to have a raise.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Charles Life, Councilman Kevin Conwell, Councilwoman House Jones, Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, and thank you to staff. We recognize that we all work in a larger environment, and sometimes the answers honestly coming from the administration, whether we agree with them or not. Question to Chief Barrett, just because I noticed it across the budget. Vacation conversion. It seems like it's pretty common across all of the budgets that we don't budget for it, but sometimes it pops up. Could you just walk us through why we don't budget for it, and if it comes up, where we extract that money from to do the vacation conversion?
Through the chair to the councilman, so it tends to be a small amount, first of all. So when we do that, we find that most folks don't take advantage of it. When they do, it actually, saves us money in the long run, because, assuming that the people that do currently have the vacations, as they proceed in their career, they'll get promoted, and it'll be, it'll grow. So essentially it ends up saving us money over time, and it does tend to be somewhat of a small amount, and it's kind of a year-to-year decision as to whether we're going to do that. So yeah, that's essentially the reason.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to the clerk and Ms. Stiggers, would it be, since we're a smaller budget compared to like police or fire, I mean, $60,000 to $70,000 is not an insignificant amount of money to have to find in a pinch. Do you recall in 23 or 24 where that money, because I'm assuming we budgeted zero for it at that time as well, how we were able to pull those dollars together, and should it be something we budget for just as because there's so many things that we budget for as a precaution that we just don't typically use. It's just a buffer. I'm wondering if this is a case where we should be doing that as well.
Through the chair to the council member. So the way our budget works is we have what we call appropes in the finance world. So that 510 apprope, as long as it doesn't go over budget, then whatever we have, if we have something that's in there, it'll take care of that vacation buyout. That vacation buyout is actually at the behest of the mayor. So it's not something that we can also budget as well.
Thank you. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
I want to get on the culture in a second, but I want to go through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Gentile. You know what drives me crazy on the city council side as well as on your side is that when you have dollars trying to go out the door, let's say $10,000 or $20,000, then we meet around with community development, you meet around with law. You say you have a person from community development making $60,000 a year or $65,000. You have someone from the law department making average wage, let's say $90,000, whatever the case may be. You have a city council member making, at that time, $93,000 a year, and you have other people in that room. But the contract is $20,000. You spend more money trying to get that contract out over and over and over again than what the contract is worth. You're blowing labor dollars. I don't understand that on the council side as well as on your side. I walk away, I don't say anything about it, but it drives me crazy. And if I was not a director, but if it was for a business, if it was my business, I would fire people. And the city does that as well on the administration side. It's just like you bringing someone in and you say, I need you to do this chuck holes here. They say, okay, I'll get the chuck holes done, councilman. But it's 4, maybe 5 other chuck holes need to be done. But you only do that one chuck hole. That's not efficient. And that's what people are frustrated about. How you try to get money out the door with Community Development Corporation, with the CDCs over here, and as well as with economic development, and you can't get the dollars out the door, and you're blowing labor dollars. To the chair, to Mr. Gentile.
To the chair of the councilman, I'll kind of reiterate what Director Barrett said. And again, they rolled DocuSign out during the year. So it wasn't the entire year, it was 8 days, and that's an average. So some are shorter, some are longer. But as that rolls out, I think all city departments are using this now. As that becomes more fully established, contracts should move quicker, payment should move quicker. Again, there'll be no more mystery where the contract is, because in DocuSign, there's a workflow, and it will tell you it's been in finance for a week, it's been in law for a week, it's been with the vendor for a week. So electronically, the vendors will now get a copy, they'll sign it electronically, they'll get it back. So it won't have to be shuffling around, getting under people's desks. So we'll know where it's at all times. So that part should speed up. Normally, we'd walk around with 4 or 5 paper contracts. People would have to sign them. I mean, it was inefficient. This should speed that up. And on the payment side, we're in the process of fully implementing vendor self-service within Advantage Financial System. And vendor self-service will allow vendors to select ACH payment sometime this year. We're planning on trying to pilot it before mid-year. And then people can select ACH payment versus checks.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, I just want to add a few things. First, I think there's a little confusion. When we talk about 8 days with contracts, that's the 8 days to get signatures. So law still has to draw up the contract. And there's a lot of intricacies with any agreement that we make. So I just want to make sure there's no confusion there. When we're talking about 8 to 9 days, we're talking about for an established contract to make it through the process and get signatures. That's your 8 to 9 days. When typically when you were printing out paper, that would take 6 to 8 weeks. So I just want to be clear on that. And to Mr. Gentile's point, we are working, there are other parts of the process that we need to fix, and we're working on that this year. Just to kind of build off the vendor self-service, there's more than just payments. I'm a big believer, I've been very vocal, that we send too many checks out. We need to be sending electronic payments, and this will allow us to do that. It will also be more transparent to the vendors. It'll make it easier to do business with the city, but there's also a procurement part of this. So the vendor, I've seen demonstrations, or the vendor will be able to go in, apply for a PO for us to review, and then be able to actually choose the PO when they go to make payment. So this will really streamline the process and speed it up. So we are doing things about that. We just need to make sure that we're diligent about testing the system, making sure there's security. We don't want payments going to the wrong place. So this is something that we're addressing.
Something need to be figured out that, because I'm looking at cost of labor. Something need to be figured out that you touch the paperwork one time and it's done. Because you have to go back and keep touching the paperwork again and again and again. That's not efficient on the administration side as well as on city council side. I'm a legislator, sometimes I look at it and it drives me nuts, but I don't meddle into the process what you guys are doing, even on the city council side. But I'm going nuts because I was taught better than that. You touch a paper one time, you get it moving. And you know what? And it's the same way with managing people, frontline workers. You tell a worker, I need you to do a certain workload or a project, and they might see a house need to get boarded up, and they're working in the water department or whatever the case may be, and you don't call it in. Or if you see and I'm not picking on streets, but you see there's chuck holes, you call in one chuck hole, but it's 4 or 5 there. You know what I was talking about. But you only do that one chuck hole. That's not efficient. You're blowing labor dollars. It drives me nuts. I look at it, and even the workers, even the residents talk about it, and efficiency gotta be that culture. Like even city council here is going back and forth. This whole argument is about, guess what? Culture. How do you execute? How do you have, like the mayor was narrating earlier today, I was listening to him, and he was talking about seeing around corners. Leaders have to be able to see around corners. But I'm thinking at the same time, it's gotta be a culture of execution, or it doesn't mean anything. You see what I'm saying? So why do I have people in there working on a contract for $10,000 and they're making $500,000 and they don't execute on that contract? That's shameful, really. You're blowing labor dollars, you're blowing the work, people tax money. So I'll see how your piece work. I'll see how it work, But I'll yield to you in a second. I'll yield.
I was just going to say through the chair to the council member, we are looking at workflow and processes. There are instances where somebody does have to touch the contract more than once, but it moves quickly through DocuSign. Like example would be me and sustainability or PIO. I sign off on the contract, and then I also have to sign off to approve, the final sign off and the funds. Because they're not, by code, I have to sign off on their contracts. So you're going to have those instances. We can minimize the workflow, and we've been looking at that. And electronically, it's much easier to change that because folks will just get it electronically, and we can remove somebody, we can put somebody in. So we're taking those steps, and we're making progress, as seen with the contracts. I think in a few years, this year we're going to make a huge difference with vendors, and then we'll continue to modernize. And to your point about culture, I think that's what the culture needs to be. It needs to be a culture of modernization, of progress, and that's what we're trying to instill.
But you know what? And I'm going to go over here to the council president real quick. Culture. Mr. Gentile, he does a good job. I visit him a lot. I've been seeing that. You have to, when you look at that, he's the controller. Is that correct? You're controller. Who's the controller?
Through the chair to the councilman, Leslie Camargo.
Leslie is the controller. So it's her job to monitor and control when you look at the funding, especially in purchasing and procurement. You look at quality, service, and pricing, and those things right there. And if there's any other in purchasing, when we order, I'll get to that later. I'm gonna move forward because I could be on that all day. Mr. President, when you don't have job spots or job things, it's hard to manage. When we meet in the operations, I know we just have a lot. I don't know this Cobalt company. I heard a lot about them. We just have to read over things, monitor. But here's my other point. I have an EA, right? Let's say you got the council lady look on your face right now, Councilwoman Pat Britt. You're managing. One thing, when we create policy is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. People get fired, laid off. You get write-ups on it, coaching council, oral warnings. You can train people from policy when we get the job spots, Mr. President. However, here's a glitch that I even see in our system. We have EAs. If your workers are held to those standards, to the chair, to the, get the councilwoman look off your face, clerk, then our EAs can break policy. And we as council members must respect policy as well. We have to, because you can't train your workers and then we come in and we break policy. That's no good. You're setting yourself up for lawsuits as well. So we need to know that with policy, and we need to have training as well, Madam Clerk, through the chair to Madam Clerk. Because especially even with our EAs, and I'm waiting for a response from you.
Mr. Chairman.
About policy. You're going to create policy. We're going to go into operations. We're going to put systems in place. We will create policy, but the EAs must follow the policy as well as the council members must understand policy also. That's what I'm saying. Policy is non-negotiable.
Mr. Chairman, to the council member, that's correct.
And we're talking about not bringing in friends, whatever the case may be. We got to adhere to it also. And the workers have to see us following down the same path. So we're going to open this up. And I hear everyone talking about it, but we have to know the way also, because it's culture, and that culture is thick, and that's where I'm at.
Thanks,
So I'll be there with you in operations, but I'll be highly disappointed. Me and Councilmember Mike Pallista have been for a long time. That culture means a lot, and I want to see it work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman House Jones, and then Councilman Harsh to wrap us up.
Through the, I guess it's not even, so the budget that we have in front of us regarding the staffing level is what we are approving for this year. The staffing levels that we have last year were approved for last year. And I think this, again, feeds a bit of the confusion on my part is how do we approve positions that we have not budgeted for? That's the problem, without going through processes. And it just, again, I know I have 4 years of frustration here, and supposedly miraculously operations is going to yield some improvements. What is yet to be seen. So I guess I will wait. And I guess when will we have this level of operations? What is our timeline for this? I know there's something outside externally going to be done. We say April 1st for that, but then there's another parallel conversation going on for operations committees.
Hold
So
on,
when
can
is
we,
that?
Councilwoman has the floor. Can everybody please keep it down, Councilman? We got Councilwoman House has the floor. Please proceed, Councilwoman.
So a point of clarification, 2 parallel things. There's supposed to be analysis, overall culture things going on that will be done by April 1st. And then there's something going on with the operations committee to at what point? Because I just want to get to set real expectations for myself. When can I experience something differently, new and improved in council, so that I can stop asking questions, stop expecting improvement to be a more efficient and effective body? When can I do that so I can stop asking questions that just really have not been materializing?
First, to answer your question regarding budget, a budget is an estimate. There can always be adjustments and changes made within a budget. So even though we will approve a budget, we can always make adjustments within a budget to actually make it reflect the realities that we come into, that we do. That's number one. Number two, Councilman Harsh has already threw out dates in March to start to have hearings regarding operational. For example, when this report is done, it will go to the operations committee to be vetted for first and foremost, and you're a part of that body, so you get an opportunity to help shape that document, and that's what we anticipate.
So, and that's that's a start, not a finish. So I'm trying to get an understanding of when are we anticipating doing something? Because again, there's consistent talk here in this body never to actually do. And again, I have not shielded my frustration with the lack of all of the things, specifically communications.
Once this report is done, then that's when we will look at implementing all of the recommendations, Councilwoman. Okay. Councilman Chris Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will, I think, briefly address that. So it is true the Operations Committee met, to my understanding, once in the last 4 years. It might have met more than that, but I only found one record. And I am working on a quarterly schedule at minimum. I believe that we'll probably need to meet more regularly than that. However, the March calendar contains an NLC schedule, and I am personally traveling with my family for a week, so I need to make sure that we find a time that works for all members, and I'm engaged in that process right now. I hope that when that date is determined, we can then make it a regular occurrence and put it on the calendar as a monthly. To Mr. President, to my colleague, Councilwoman House Jones, I do not believe an end date scheduled. I do not believe that it's possible at this point to pick a calendar date and say all things will be completed by such and such a date. There is a lot of work to be done, and we are getting started. I am in week 5 or 6 of this effort, and we are going to move forward. I did just want to take a moment, though, Mr. President, to, even though this budget hearing did sort of turn into an operations hearing, to commend the outstanding work that is done by the members of City Council staff. I did have a chance to sit down with all of them, and I can tell everybody here that every single person who works for City Council cites the fact that they serve the community as one of their primary reasons for being here. They all bring up how much joy it brings them to be of use to their community and to serve their neighbors. And that is the spirit with which I think most people at City Hall work. It is a civic-minded person that comes down here and puts in these hours and puts in the amount of time that goes into this environment, which is a higher stress environment than most that people are used to working in. Corporate America doesn't hold anything to us. There's a lot at stake every single day. The money is real, the agendas are sincere, and the conflict is unavoidable. And yet they make it their purpose every day to serve the people of Cleveland with dignity and competency and respect. And I don't want us to lose sight of how lucky we are to have such a good, dedicated group of people. With that said, Mr. Chair, I have no questions about this budget. This budget was put together last fall, as most budgets are done in preparation for the budget season. So we are going to lift it up, just lift up the hood and look at it very closely this coming year. And I hope that some of my colleagues can find some answers over the course of the next years of operations hearings. But we have a lot of work to do, and I'm looking forward to getting it started here in the next month of March. Mr. Chair, that was the only thing I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh. And I want to double down to Clerk Britt and also Ms. Stiggers, Chief Financial Officer. These staff are dedicated, hardworking people. The staff comes here every day to serve the public. The staff comes here, oftentimes work long hours. The staff come here on a regular basis, and be quite honest with you, they put up with a lot. And, you know, there has been conflict between some staff members and some council members, which is one of the reasons why we got a consultant to deal with that. But I will not say that the entire body has the same amount of friction with some of the staff members. As quite frankly, what I will tell you is some staff will go above and beyond. The hard part about being the council president is everybody's right. I'm first amongst equals. So I have to make sure that I try to work with, listen to, try to help shape and form decisions that this body wants to make. But 15 people trying to make a decision is not going to be efficient, effective, or get us the results that we're trying to do. The reason that we got the Cobalt Group is because of recommendations from this body that said we need somebody that's probably a third party in order to try to look at some of the things. And the clerk and I sat down and we said, if anybody had any suggestions, please give us some. Once again, we got suggestions. We picked who we thought was the best group that actually had experience, that does this. And let me say this, I'm not going to be second guessed by anybody, because at the end of the day, I know what I'm doing too. Just like everybody in here talks about what they know how to do, I know what I'm doing as well. I've actually run major operations, major groups, and everything as well. So I happen to do know some about personnel. And I want to say, to what some of the staff members heard today, I would be honest, some of them, if I was one of them, I would have a problem with working with some of the people around this table as well too. No environment can have this amount of trying to just, you know, publicly vilify people that we have to work with every day. And at the end of the day, yes, I've yielded and people said it needs to be adjustments and changes. We have. I've sat here, I listened to everybody today. We've been at this for the longest period of time. I sat here and listened to the person responsible for contracting that said that the buck stops with him, and not one person had this level of animus when all of us complain to each other about sometimes some of the things that we don't like to happen in this city. Now, I try to show professional courtesy to that side too, but some of the things and some of the characteristics that some people made about the staff today are just totally unacceptable. And it has never been in the history of council that people would come to a hearing, a budget hearing, and actually just ridicule and vilify people that we have to work with every single day. I understand people have frustrations and this, that, and everything. I have frustrations. But at the end of the day, what we've said is we're going to work with the clerk to try to address it. We put somebody in place that is actually going to run an efficient operations committee. And that's where we're going to go from there. That's where we're going to go from there. And once again, at the end of the day, this staff really comes here every day to work hard. They really come here just as much as any city hall employee, and they actually come here, they leave their families, they spend more time here trying to address the things that we want more so than they even have the time to do. So once again, we're going to follow the script that we have in place. This budget is a budget that's in place. If we can always move dollars around, and we could always move dollars where we need to actually supplement things. But at the end of the day, we're going to have some level, even though everybody's their own boss, even though everybody very sharp, very smart and intelligent, we're going to have some level where you got to actually check yourself and make sure that you show some professionalism too.
Mr. Chairman.
And that's all I would ask everybody. I'm not going to have any more conversation on this. I've sat back and I listened to everybody.
Excuse me, this is not
And
a
I'm going to
dictatorship.
say this. I've
It's
already
not-
had a conversation.
Mr. President,
I'm the chair, so I run the gavel.
And that don't mean
And
nothing.
then I will gavel to me now because I'm not going to sit here and go back and
Not about
forth
to
with
just
anybody.
get the last word and
I'm
just
not
try to
going
disrespect
to
us.
go
That is
in
very
and out.
disrespectful, Council
What's
President.
disrespectful is
It is.
everybody making wrong accusations about the council
It
person.
is.
And once again, I'm going to end this discussion and we're going to move. I'm going to hear aging, and I'm going to hear boards and commissions. I'm going to hear city planning commission, and then we're going to move on. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Councilman, we can
Respectfully.
have a discussion once we leave out of
Respectfully.
here. But I am not.
Respectfully.
I sat there, Councilman, and gave you 30 minutes today. I
Now,
counted.
it does not say a
And at
time
the end
restriction
of
on
the
here.
day, I used my time to say what I needed to say.
But at the same time,
At the
you
same
can't
time,
send
we are
shots at
going to
people.
move, Council Lady.
You can't
Queen,
send shots at
You
people
guys are done.
and then try to say
And we're going
it's
to bring
drop
up
the
the
mic.
next group, and we'll go to the
At
next
the end
body.
at the end of the day, you
We're
can't
going
just
to
do
go
that.
to the next
I
body,
think that is
Councilman.
cool. As if
Councilman,
we did
we're going
something
to go
wrong.
to the next item. That's what we're
Go
gonna
to the
do.
next thing ever. I'm
Boards
still
and
going to tell
commissions.
you exactly
Boards
what I
and
feel like.
commissions come to the
You can't
table.
just sit here and try to say like we just disrespected
Councilman,
when we brought
you
up stuff to
disrespected
you.
everybody at the table today.
Yes, you.
And at the end of the day,
This-
I'm telling you, we're done.
The
with that
culture is this
conversation.
way is because you don't want to step to the plate and deal with it
No,
off
the
the
culture
record.
is this way because of that unprofessional behavior that you're showing.
Yes, at the end of the day, you're the one
Come,
just wanna
boards
try
and
to go at us.
commissions, come to the table.
They can
Please,
come to
thank
the table all they want.
All right? Boards and commissions, read it into the record. Thank you.
Page 68, Landmarks Commission, Secretary Daniel A. Mewson. Page 69, 2025 unaudited salaries. Page 68. Page 69, 2025 unaudited salaries, 260,101. 2026 budgeted, 283,381. 2025 unaudited total expenditure, 385,561. 2026 budgeted, 470,269. Page 70, 2025 actual staffing levels 10, 2026 budgeted 10. Chair.
Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
All right, thank you through the council president to the chair. I'm Dan Musson, Secretary of the Cleveland Landmarks Commission. I'm joined by Julie Trott, our chairwoman. I'll get through this pretty quickly here. Our mission is to encourage the preservation of historically and architecturally significant buildings and historic districts within the city of Cleveland. Our primary objectives are to safeguard the city's heritage, to protect and enhance the visual and aesthetic character, diversity, and interest of the city for residents, tourists, and businesses, to stabilize property values, and to foster civic pride. We're an 11-member board. As I said, Ms. Trott is our chair. 7 members are appointed by the mayor, 2 are appointed by city council, and then the director of city planning and the MOCAP manager of architecture and site development are also members of the commission by virtue of their position. We have a full-time staff of 4, Carl Brunges, Jessica Beam, and Rachel Pierce, and myself. Our book shows 3 for the budget. The 4th position, Ms. Pierce's, is funded by the Department of Community Development, and she handles all the city's historic preservation compliance. So whenever we utilize federal dollars, that's reviewed by Landmarks Commission staff now for the Department of Community Development. We also act as a certified local government, meaning that we coordinate with the state and federal historic preservation bodies. There are currently over 10,000 landmark parcels in the city, which is about 6% of all the parcels in the city. Of those 10,000 plus properties, they're located within our 29 historic districts, and we have 345 individually designated landmarks spread throughout the city. Well, Landmarks Commission staff typically handles research and nomination for each commission. The commission actually makes the formal nominations, and then City Council is the body that actually designates Cleveland Landmarks. Last year, you designated 5 new landmarks, and the commission nominated 7 properties last year. So we've already been in front of the DPS committee a couple times this year, and we have a few other nominations coming up that we'll be bringing forward in the near future. 2025, Landmark staff reviewed 569 building permit applications. Of those, 180 cases went before our design review advisory committees, and 93 were elevated to the Landmarks Commission. We also administered 95 design review advisory committee meetings and completed 409 Section 106 reviews for the Department of Community Development and other city departments using federal funding. You can see the breakdown of the permit applications we reviewed last year. We've been trying to handle as many cases as we can administratively in order to allow applicants to move through the permitting review process quickly. The data over the past 3 years shows an increase in permit applications, but fairly average numbers for design review and commission cases. The increase in administrative approvals is partially due to several work-specific design guidelines developed by staff and adopted by the commission to streamline the review process for certain work items that we see on a regular basis. So far, we've adopted guidelines for roofing, residential window replacements, siding, and solar panel installations. The guidelines give applicants a clear path to bypass the design review process by outlining the criteria required for administrative approval. So those have been successful so far. I guess we are looking forward to further collaboration with our community members, the CDC, City Council, and other departments. My staff and I are happy to meet with any of you who'd like to sit down with us to talk about historic assets in your ward or citywide. Take any questions.
Thank you,
now.
Secretary. Councilman Polenzek.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and my honorable colleagues, to Dan and the folks that are here. I just want to go into 3 areas if possible. If you could provide to each of us by ward now with the new ward designation, what landmarks we have in each of the 15 wards would be very helpful to update us. Secondly, the challenge that we have is that we see landmarks across the city that are falling into neglect and then falling into very poor condition, and I have referred to this as demolition by neglect, where we're seeing properties not being maintained by the property owners. Looking at your budget on page 69, you really have no revenues. You are totally supported by the general fund. Is there any possible grants, assistance we can get out of the federal government, we can get out of state government, we can get out of local foundations to give you some ability to maybe help support some of these historic landmarks in the city? Because if not, we're going to we are losing them. I mean, I've seen a few come down already. And so at the end of the day, we can landmark whatever we want in the city, members of the council or the administration, we can landmark, but it's another thing to see it maintained. And so if you would care, because again, we spent a lot of time on our last subject. I don't want to belabor the point. So you know where I'm coming from. We need help. And the other thing is, when there is a landmark in poor condition or declining condition, what is your only recourse? Can you tell us?
So the Landmarks Commission and our ordinance, through the chair, we have no enforcement authority as our office, so we rely on building and housing. We do have a minimum maintenance code written into our ordinance that allows for fees to be obsessed or to be applied to a property that's out of compliance. So we rely on building and housing's inspectors to handle that.
But as a result of that, Madam Chairperson, you don't receive any revenue stream if there is fines levied or collected.
That's correct.
None. Okay. Might be something we have to talk about when building and housing gets to the table, or housing court. Okay? Because I've asked the council president, I've asked that if we could invite the housing court, and we're going to have her over here, but invite her to a caucus where we can really get into deep dive on and get a better, build a better relationship with her. I'm not going to belabor the point. I think we all see the problem. We have historic landmarks in the city. We can't maintain them unless you have a responsible landlord or nonprofit that owns the property. We're seeing them decline. We're losing our history one building at a time. I was just past the Rockefeller building the other day. Broken windows right in the heart of downtown Cleveland. Looks like hell, right downtown, Public Square. There it sits. And I don't even know who owns it or what action Building and Housing has taken against the property, a historic building. But again, we'll get into this when Building and Housing, but we got to do collectively a better job on trying to preserve our historic landmarks in the city. If not, our history is being demolished right in front of our very eyes. I'll leave it at that point, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Polensek. Joe Jones, and then I have Councilman Brian Casey.
Madam Chairwoman, I think that my colleague, Mike Polensek, really stepped in on some of what I wanted to talk about too. You know, the landmarks is, has been very helpful in our community, and I think Lutheran Church was all happy to get their mark of approval and to be able to have that stamp. But with that stamp comes also guidelines and processes and conditions on rehabilitation too. Is that correct, Madam Chairwoman, to the Secretary?
Through the chair, yes.
And in the process, one of the things that is important, for me is looking at other commissions, and I'm not sure if we've had an opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to the Secretary to look at best practices and possibilities of boosting that bottom line. Looking at ways and means. I don't know what other commissions do across the country, but it would be something that's really good to see what their budgets look like. I think that, Mr. Chairman, to the Secretary, we have to always constantly be improving. We have to always be looking at ways and means to make the little that we got stretch a long way. And one of the things that's really important, and you may have heard some of the frustration in the back, is it's really difficult to sometimes get things done. And so if you can boost your bottom line, you can look at other areas and then maybe even think about some out-of-the-box concepts that could help to generate funds. I think that and this is not just something, Mr. Chairman, to the Secretary, indicative to your department, but everyone should be looking at ways and means how we improve the city. All hands should be on deck as relates to how do we improve operations in our city, how we bring resources to our city, and how we can truly thrive as a city. And if each person does his or her best, I think that we can lift not only this department, but what my colleague Mike Polensek said. There's a lot of properties that are really remarkable properties. And you can see the investment that was made in years past in some of these properties with the woodwork, the trimming, the doors. When you look at the decorative glass that they've put in some of these homes that we have in the city of Cleveland that's unfortunately fallen down all around us. And when I go into some of these places, I know that if I had to buy the wood used in some of these places, I couldn't afford it. So having your commission be able to kind of not say reinvent itself, but reinvent itself a little bit in terms of being able to see what they could do to save some of these landmarks, that would be something significant. And even in the proposition, Mr. Chairman, just as a suggestion, as an ideal, we have all these big companies and corporations. You may have heard a little bit about that talk at the table about our financial institutions. If they could adopt a property, we could do something like that, where we can have 5 of the big banks in this city adopt one of these landmarks that has had super investment in it, but unfortunately has fallen down, and then we can fix and repair that. So this is a suggestion that we could do that. We can even look at some of the big companies that have come around us, like Amazon, as a partner to doing some of this, and Home Depot can be a partner. So, and I'm willing, Mr. Chairman, not just to give you the idea, but I'm willing to roll up the sleeves and help you too. So I'm not one of those kind of members who will sit back and just talk about the problem. I'm about trying to fix the problem. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the Secretary have any comments on that?
No, but I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you to the Landmark Committee, Commission boards, and the staff that I've been with you for the last, going on, I think this is the 4th year, and it's been an honor, and an honor and a journey to learn so much about the historical districts that I have learned from the Commission board, my chair, Ms. Chair, as well, and all the staff. I mean, you're wonderful, gracious people, and the knowledge and the wealth that you give and serve to the historical district is phenomenal. So just to say that, but I just want to ask either the chair or the secretary, chair to the chair and the secretary, could you explain to the audience, because due to the fact that I am the council person and also one of the commission boards, could you explain to the audience on how the Landmark staff is the one that look over the property in the historical district, and what your position is when you have to go and look at a property like a house in the wards. Sometimes the information is misunderstood with some of the homeowners on what the staff is, look for a house to be condemned or condemn or demolish. What are the qualifications and the regulations that the Landmark staff have to go through for you to decide on to condemn a property and also demo it per se? And I get into some of those discussions with my residents by me being the council person, and those conversations come up, and I don't want to misconstrue information to them, like, because I'm on the board, I have some authority to say either or, and I really don't. That is the staff decision when you go out, even though I go out on tours, but basically when it comes down to it, that part is the staff decision on to look at that and then bring it to the board. So could you explain to the audience that process on how the staff look over the houses in the historical areas and also the commercial buildings? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, staff uses the Secretary of the Interior standards, the same standards that are utilized by the actual Landmarks Commission. So when evaluating a property, to determine if it's historic, we apply the National Register criteria and look at the integrity of the property. Ultimately, that determination is made by the commission as to whether they want to nominate it or not, and then it goes through the designation process with City Council. Once a property is designated, if there's a proposed demo, as you know, we go and do a site visit and look through the property. We don't have the capacity to condemn properties ourselves. That's an act of building and housing. So when they condemn it, if it works its way through the city's demolition process and the Demo Bureau brings us a potential demolition, we do that site visit. We invite commission members and design review advisory committee members out, and then staff kind of applies that same criteria of integrity. And we rely on the commission members and their backgrounds as real estate agents, architects, design professionals, and preservationists to really determine whether the building, if it's reached the end of its life and demolition is the only option, or if there are still other options on the table that should be explored before we approve a demo.
Thank you. That's it. Anybody else? Okay. Landmarks, thank you. All right, we will bring up Board of Building Standards and Appeals.
Page 71, Board of Building Standards and Appeals, Executive Secretary Carmela Davis. Page 72, 2025 unaudited total salaries 191,923. 2026 budgeted 206,371. 2025 unaudited total expenditures 310,175. 2026 budgeted 374,358. Page 73, 2025 staffing level 6, 2026 budgeted 7. Chair.
All right, Ms. Davis.
Good afternoon. Carmela Davis, Executive Secretary for the Board of Building Standards and Building Appeals. The board's mission is to high quality and safe standards of building and constructions by enforcing the Ohio building codes and the city codified codes. Currently, we have 4 board members. Our seat for the structural engineer has been vacant since August of 2019. We have 2 full-time staff members, myself.
Speaking to the mic. Audience
My
can't hear.
Myself and Assistant Administrator Latasha Van Zant. This is our current fee schedule, which you all currently approved 2 weeks ago for us to increase those. That is the information regarding increasing to the fee schedule. And those will be our new fees once the mayor signs off. These are the output matrix of appeals received by ward. I gave you a little history up there from 2023 to current, to 2025. You have any questions?
All right, we'll move to questions. I have Councilman Polincic, Santana, and Slife, and Harsh. House Jones. Mike, turn on your mic.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, Ms. Davis, nice to see you again. On page of your revenue page on 73, your the number of applications received are up, and yet the revenue has decreased. It's almost half of what it was in 2023. Could somebody explain that, what's going on?
1 second. Can I see that? Said, could you repeat you said revenue has decreased?
On page 71, your applications that you received are up. We're up by at least 50 applications, and yet your revenue has decreased by half, almost half. What, I don't understand it. If your applications are up, why wouldn't your revenue be up? To the finance director.
Through the chair to the councilman, so I'm a little confused here. So the 2025 unaudited is the amount that was collected. So you actually collected 18,000. So the amount collected actually went up for the charges for services, if that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, but you're going down to 10 grand.
Yeah. So as you can see, the revenue collections here have been a bit volatile. I mean, back in 2024, you only had $12,000. So again, this goes back to like budgeting responsibly and making sure that when it comes to revenues that we're making sure that we have the money that we need to pay for things. So realistically, when you have a volatile revenue stream like this, we look at past patterns and felt that $10,000 made sense by that reasoning.
Made sense based on the fact that your applications were up. Well, okay, let me just say this. One of the things that I'm going to be looking at, and I am looking through the budget, is potential revenue producing departments and divisions and sections. And so the question is, are the fees that are being charged, are they adequate based on today's environment or not? And number two, I would ask again, how does someone wind up in a board of building standards? They get cited by the building department and they object to that violation, correct? Ms. Davis?
Through the chair to the councilman, wouldn't say they object to the violation. They need more time to correct the violation.
They need more time, but in some cases, they object.
Yes,
Because
in
I've
some
dealt with
cases
some
we
that do not agree with the violation notices.
That is correct.
So I'm not going to belabor the point. All I'm saying is I would ask the administration, take a look at the fee schedule. And then again, the question I would ask, based on the numbers, obviously there's been more cases referred to Board of Building Standards. I'm assuming so. I would have to assume maybe the Building and Housing Department is doing more than what they've done in the past because they're citing people, correct?
Yes, code enforcement has gone up.
Okay.
We received more applicants requesting more time.
So that's all I'm saying to the director. If we're getting more applicants in, then I would think revenue would increase. So I'm going to leave it at that point. I think that you guys need to go back and look at your fee structure. Is it adequate? Does it need to change? We need to look at every, George Forbes said to me a long, long time ago, first of all, never cut a revenue producing division, section, et cetera, and look at every one of them and how you can enhance revenue production. So I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Santana, Slife, Harsh, House Jones, and Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, Ms. Davis. So kind of along the same question. So I see that there's an increase in professional service. Is this related to the rise in contested housing appeals? Through the chair.
Through the chair to Councilwoman Santana, the increase to the professional service is the digitizing our records.
Okay.
So we can get rid of the paper and have more things on a database.
Got it. And through the chair, is that a new software for the department?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, it's a new contract.
Got it. Okay. And my next question along those lines as well, what are the different ways that our residents could pay for the application?
They can pay cash, check, or credit card.
Okay, so that is not electronic as of yet?
No.
Okay.
Are you referring to an online process?
Yes, like for appeal. And let me share this. I had a resident who was in the hospital. She had to apply to appeal her case. And she called me frantically because she could not get the cash, check, or credit card to the department. I did reach out to Director Martin, and so she finally had a family member come and pay the fee. So I'm curious to know, are there any plans to update or improve the software where residents are able to appeal online and pay online?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we are working with a seller to get a build out of a record for applicants to apply online as well as pay.
Okay, good. Is there a timeline for that?
I don't have a hard timeline as of now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Slife.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, you said that the mechanical engineer position on the board has been vacant since 2019?
Through the chair to Councilman Slife, the structural.
Structural, thank you for the clarification. Not a fair question for you. You do not appoint the members of the board, but could staff make a note that if we could get information from the mayor's office on their intent on or the work that they've done filling that position and their intent on doing so this calendar year. That's a very long time for a vacancy for you. And I know that these small boards struggle with quorum, and that can have effects on people seeking relief through them. So I want to make sure that we're helping you get up to the number of commissioners that you need. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Chris Harsh.
Mr. Chair, my question was already answered by Secretary Davis, so I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman House Jones.
Yes, through the chair to the team. Hello, how you doing? Just a quick question. I know you indicated that one of the positions, the structural engineer, has not been filled since 2019. Has there been any thought of working to change the structure of, you know, the Board of Building Standards and Appeals, knowing that it is a charter change, but at this point, it seems like that may be necessary, and so I don't know what conversations have taken place with the board.
Through the chair to Councilwoman, well, the structure of the board is mandated by the state on how the board is set up. So you need to have each one a trade in mechanical structure, architect, builder, and a laborer.
Okay, so just a clarification. So I thought it was according to our charter, or is it via the state through the charter?
State through the charter.
Okay, and so again, I guess as part of the conversation, have we considered having a level of a little bit more flexibility going through the state to say we need some changes to our board?
Through the chair to Councilwoman, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just have one question pertaining to budget per se. If a resident miss how many meetings, how many hearings can a resident miss before being sent to housing court? Per se, Chair to, forget your name, I'm sorry.
Through the chair to Councilwoman, if a resident miss a hearing and doesn't notify me within 24 hours of them having some type of technical issue or emergency, then the motion was to remand the property back to the Department of Building and Housing immediately for them to take further action. So the clock would be back on the Department of Building and Housing to take further action against that resident.
Okay, great, good answer. However, it's only, so Chair to, what's your name, I'm sorry? What's your title?
Executive Secretary Carmela Davis.
Terry. So going back to that particular question, it's been asked to me many a times. So when they get a notice to come to Building and Appeals hearing, they only able to, if they miss that one hearing, then it goes back to Building Housing. Then Building Housing sends them a notice to go to Housing Court. So it's only one miss and not like 2 or 3 misses per se. I just need that clarified because I get so many residents have now been put, now they're in Housing Court. They can't come back. And they initially claiming that they have not gotten the notice to come to Building and Appeals. So they are saying, how did I get in Housing Court? Now I got to go there, and I didn't get a notice to come to the hearing for Building and Appeals. I wouldn't know that process, but I said, do they receive a mail after, do they receive a notice after the inspector inspect their property? Take me back to that beginning process for them to get to Building and Appeals, and then if they miss, then they in Housing Court.
Okay.
Thank you.
Through the chair to the Councilwoman, the applicant or your constituent would have to come and file an appeal. They don't automatically get an appeal because they have a violation notice. So I think that's where maybe the disconnect is. So if they don't apply for an appeal, and they do not abate the violation within the 30 days, then Building and Housing will proceed with further action as to Housing Court.
They're, Chair to Secretary, they're waiting for a notice after the code violation on their building or their property. So that's the disconnect.
Yes, through the chair, the councilwoman, at the bottom of every notice of violation, it instructs them if they need more time to contact the Board of Building Standards and Building Appeals to get extension of time to abate their violations.
Okay, thank you for that, appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Davis. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
We have Board of Zoning Appeals. Board of Zoning Appeals.
Page 74, Board of Zoning Appeals, Secretary Elizabeth Kukla. Page 75, 2025 unaudited total salaries, $182,692. 2026 budgeted $219,495. 2025 unaudited total expenditures, $272,284. 2026 budgeted $446,522. Page 76, 2025 staffing levels 7, 2026 budgeted 8. Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Kukla. I'm the Secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals. I've been with the city since in this capacity since 2014. So there are 5 members on this Board of Zoning Appeals. We've provided photos of these members. Our chairperson, Arlisha Wilson, was here with me earlier but had to leave for a meeting. So there are 5 members on this board. There are 2 full-time staff members, myself and Brittany Jones, the assistant administrator, and we also have a court reporter on contract that gets paid monthly. Our mission statement is to fairly and objectively hear and decide appeals from actions involving the interpretation of the city's zoning code and any appeal within the authority of the board from administrative action or order that may be brought before it. We hold public hearings on each case. We hold weekly hearings for each case where evidence can be presented by the applicants, city officials, neighbors, relevant parties to justify the board in granting relief from the zoning code, the unnecessary hardship, or regarding strict compliance with the provisions of the zoning code. Brittany and I maintain the detailed records of the proceedings of the Board of Zoning Appeals as required by the charter and the laws of the state of Ohio. Our key programs are processing appeals from start to finish, providing case research, we send public notice to neighbors, and we provide just general customer service to appellants. A lot of our work is also public records requests. The types of appeals, if you weren't aware, they're mainly the notices of nonconformance created by Building and Housing regarding zoning variances from the zoning code. We do hear violations regarding zoning code issues like unauthorized use. And then there are other appeals that we hear regarding administrative decisions by license and assessments, grass cutting, waste collection, and any appeal from another administrative body like city planning, landmarks, et cetera. So here's the breakdown of our cases. I apologize, there's a typo. We received 247 cases in 2025. So you can see that our decisions are roughly the same every year. You know, we have the same amount of granted cases, similar denied, and cases withdrawn. So at this time, there are 5 part-time members, with being those board members. There are 2 full-time members, that would be Brittany and I. At this time, we are requesting a 3rd person due to a restructuring in city planning. City planning and Building and Housing have collaborated to consolidate all zoning activities within the City Planning Commission, and our planner dedicated to the fieldwork and PowerPoint assistance will be reassigned. Therefore, we are receiving an additional person to help with the fieldwork and the PowerPoint presentation for our weekly meetings. So the budget already reflects those changes, and we are happy with the budget as it is.
All right, thank you. I have Councilman Slife and Councilman Polinsky, and I am going to hear aging. They have one of their key staff members have something going on tomorrow morning, so I am going to try to hear them today as well. So, Councilman Slife.
Thank you, and I'll say, people note a lot, Council President, that I spend a lot of time being on Planning Commission, but I think BZA is a whole nother level because it's weekly. So I really commend the hard work you do and the work of the board members. In 2021, we passed legislation authorizing there to be alternates. I know there have been times where, because of how it's such a commitment to be on the Board of Zoning Appeals, there become, if one person's absent, you have to, it becomes very tricky when people are trying to get their cases heard. I'm curious if there's been any forward momentum in having official alternates named, to your knowledge.
Not that I'm aware of. I think there's a charter amendment involved too, so that might be holding it up. Director Mersman is here if you wanted to dig deeper into that, but at this time I haven't heard of any more momentum toward
Okay,
that.
Thank you. To the Council President, if there's something to do beyond Ordinance 77021, which we passed, if it's as simple as the mayor's office prioritizing the naming of alternates, I think we should urge them to do that. If there is a need to go to the ballot for a charter amendment, I think we should collaborate on that, just because I don't know if you've all experienced it, but there's many cases where people come and they end up having to have their hearing postponed, and it becomes a very elongated process for something that is often very simple, like a fence on a corner lot. So if we could prioritize that, I think it'd be beneficial to Secretary Kukla and the rest of the BZA board and staff.
Thank you. And I do want to acknowledge one of your other board members just came in, Miss Erica Anthony, so I want to make sure we acknowledge her as well. Oh, planning. Okay. Well, we'll acknowledge you in the next round. All right. Okay. Councilman Mike Polinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, to Ms. Liz. On the page 75, under professional services, there was nothing in 2024, 2023. What's the jump in increase?
And which line? I'm sorry.
Under professional services, contractual services, professional services.
Yeah, that's our scanning contract for the digitizing of our cases as well.
Okay. And that will be completed when, do we know?
I do not know when that's going to be completed.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Has your fee structure kept pace with reality?
No, we haven't changed our fee structure.
When was the last time you changed it?
It has not been under my watch, so it's been a while.
So that's,
I've been doing this for 11 years, so.
so there's been no fee structure changed in 11 years.
That's correct.
To the finance director, again, this is something that you need to take a look at based on the realities of what we're being confronted with today. Because I see an uptick in my own ward with people going into the Board of Zoning Appeals. So again, I would ask you respectfully to take a look at the fee structure to see if it has kept pace, which I don't think it has, with the number of cases that are going in. The only thing else I would ask to Liz, because I've known you a long time, we have new members of council, and I forgot to mention this to Carmela when she was at the table. Maybe to extend an invitation to the new members to explain exactly what the Board of Zoning Appeals does, and to Board of Building Standards. I know a lot of times at this table when I was a rookie, there was times I was afraid to ask questions, but I learned there are no dumb questions. I've learned that a long time ago. But so I'm sure the new members maybe have not had the opportunity to be engaged with you or Carmela's operation, Board of Building Standards. So if you would extend an invitation to both of you, maybe do a tag team so you don't have to set up separate meetings. And the last thing I want to say, Mr. Chairman, Liz, every time I called you on a question or a concern, you've always been able, you get back to me right away. And I just want to say thank you very much for that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've always been a council person who, tell it like it is. Sometimes some folks get upset and angry when I speak truth to power. And I have no thoughts about certain things because I believe if it's right, it's right, it's wrong, it's wrong. Now, I've had an opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to come to a number of Board of Zoning Appeals, and I'm like my colleague, Mike Polensik. You're one of those people who come to work, you take care of business. I'm appreciative of it and thankful for it because I've always been able to contact you either by the phone or come down there, and you've even went above and beyond to give me additional information, sometimes to help my constituents. So I just want to say, nothing compared to this public, but since you're here now, thank you for the work that you do for the citizens of the city of Cleveland and for people like me who constantly come down here to try to find resolution and solutions to problems. You've always been so helpful. So I hope the administration is listening to this. You do a great job for us, and I'm appreciative of being able to even know you because every time I come and talk to you, you've always been so nice and respectful. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You just got her fired. Whatever.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo my colleague, Joe Jones. I am like a family member in my hearings. I'm there 98% of the time in all my hearings in BZA. And they are a phenomenal team. They are honest. They open. I have been override a couple of times, but however, I learned to understood why the process the way it is. So I just want to also commend you and also the team of BZA of a wonderful, thorough job that you guys do. You ask the right questions, and basically, when I leave that hearing, the resident has an understanding whether they get approved, whether they get a nay or a yay. So I just want to thank you for all the understanding that you gave me, and I come to your office and you explain certain hearings to me before and after, so I can be very comfortable when I come to those hearings and have an understanding of your process. So I also commend the work that the BZA is doing and has done. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, I think that is it from Boza. Appreciate it. Once again, city planning, and then we are going to end up with aging if we could. City planning, please come to the table.
Page 84, city planning.
Tomorrow. And we're going to try to get aging done today. Yes, please proceed.
Page 84, City Planning Commission, Director Callie Mersman. Page 86, 2025 unaudited total salaries, $1,880,575. 2026 budgeted, $2,302,046. Page 87, 2025 unaudited total expenditures, $3,247,332. 2026 budgeted, $3,742,818. Page 88, 2025 staffing levels, 28. 2026 budgeted, 36. Chair.
Please proceed, Ms. Mercer. Director.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, I'm joined today by Erica Anthony, Chair of our City Planning Commission. City Planning Commission is established in Charter Chapter 76. Our chartered purpose is to be responsible for adopting and maintaining a general plan for the city, which we call the comprehensive plan. We are in a special time right now because we'll be moving into an update of the comprehensive plan this year. Maintaining the city's zoning map and code, undertaking capital improvements planning, and conducting design review in neighborhood and downtown districts. We are responsible for reviewing and acting upon all legislation regarding planning, zoning, capital improvements, and physical development. And so we do receive a lot of legislation through mandatory referral to the Planning Commission. Our departmental mission is to advocate for the preservation and establishment of prosperous communities that are authentic and diverse, providing equitable access to the resources necessary for residents to thrive. We accomplish this by enhancing physical development, preserving the city's history, and creating places for people that are healthy, sustainable, and vibrant for both current and future generations. We have 7 members of the Planning Commission. You'll notice in the budget book there are 6 budgeted full-time members. That's because Councilman Slife is the council representative, and he is not part of our budget. We have Ms. Erica Anthony, the chair. August Fluker is our vice chair. Councilman Slife as the council member representative, Andrew Sargent, Denise McRae Scott, and Anthony Whitfield. We have a full member vacancy as well as 2 alternate vacancies that we're in the process of filling right now. We had an open application posting for those in late 2025, and this council did pass legislation in the second half of last year allowing us to pay alternates for the days that they serve. This is our organizational chart. We have 4 main sections in the City Planning Commission: neighborhood planning, transportation planning, citywide strategy, and zoning and technology. Our head count moving into 2026 is 28 full-time equivalencies. This is 1 more than last year. And we do currently have 5 positions that are moving through the hiring process, including a supplemental city planner for downtown and public realm planning, a transportation planner, a citywide plan project manager, and a zoning deputy manager. We, in 2025, had a couple of key staff transitions and some folks that completed some graduate school. So we have had some vacancies open up that have allowed us to sort of structurally align around key priority areas. Also this month, we have a slight update to our design review regions. I will be sending this to you over email as soon as we're finished here this evening. But each of you have a neighborhood planner assigned to your ward and portions of the neighborhoods across the city, which you can see here. I believe that all of you have connected with your neighborhood planner or planners that serve your ward and work very closely with those folks. Within the City Planning Department, we go all the way from big picture vision, I mentioned the citywide comprehensive plan, to the most specific details of assessing zoning compliance on site plans. So we have a very big spectrum of work that we do. That falls into a few key areas. One is citywide strategy, again, looking at that citywide comprehensive direction, coordinating very closely with our sister departments in integrated development around economic development strategy, community development, working with building and housing. Neighborhood planning focuses on the regions that I just showed. These planners administer the design review districts and really help folks who are coming to the city wanting to invest to move their development plans through the process in accordance with our policies and laws. Zoning administration and strategic zoning works both with council to update zoning policy and legislation, as well as to review permit applications for compliance with zoning. We have several special project areas that we work in, including public art, public realm, and public space improvements, and policy research. And then, of course, we have the day-to-day departmental operations that keep our office running smoothly. In 2025, this was a year of transition for the department. As many of you know, I joined the department as director in March, and so have been going through that, as well as some of the staff changes that I mentioned before. We did update the departmental structure to show and reflect the org chart that I showed earlier to better align our capacity and departmental organization with key priorities and areas for the department. As you know, and we'll hear more from Building and Housing, we collectively launched the new construction permit portal in Acela and have been moving and training staff to administer that and have communications out to users. In April, we adopted the Cleveland Moves Multimodal Transportation Plan, and over the last year or so have pulled in about $13 million in external grant funding to leverage our local dollars to result in the implementation of that plan, which includes safer bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and connections to transit across the city. We've done some preliminary work to initiate the citywide comprehensive plan update, which you'll see much more momentum around that as we move into 2026. We are working with Public Works to pilot a smart traffic signal technology on the West 25th Street and Kinsman Road corridors that can receive signals from RTA buses and city vehicles and manage traffic cycles, signal cycles according to those signals. We have reviewed parking place for hire applications, which was a big sort of systemic overhaul for us. We have worked with the mayor's office and CDCs across the city to ground truth land bank lots in 4 pilot neighborhoods, St. Clair Superior, Huff, Slavic Village, and Mount Pleasant, which resulted in 30 residents paid to go around and propose future land use recommendations for 7,200 vacant parcels. We have reviewed 225 design review cases in 2025, which include some major development approvals such as Cleveland Clinic Fairview, Cosm Riverfront Development, as well as many, many housing developments across the city, which we're particularly proud of, those quality residential units. And we did a little bit of our own operational housekeeping in updating the rules of the Planning Commission in 2025. These were just adopted at the last Planning Commission meeting in early 26. As we move into 2026, our major goals are the comprehensive plan public launch, continued implementation of our Cleveland Moves multimodal transportation priorities, zoning reform through both form-based code refinement and updates to our existing Euclidean zoning code, continuing to refine the updated construction permitting portal, design review trainings, and streamlining the design review process to make it as easy and simple as possible for projects to go through that review, and continuing to refine public space enhancements. 2 key internal priorities for us are to improve and really be thoughtful about what the resident-facing experience is coming into our department and how we provide service to folks walking in our front door, as well as professional development for our staff. I will be here at the table in 2026 with some legislative conversations with you. Form-based code is already with development planning and sustainability, authorizing us to have additional contractual capacity to refine the pilot and continue to build that out. We will also be requesting some small changes to our existing zoning code to remove the need to come to Board of Zoning Appeals for several commonly requested variances, again, all in line with the goal of streamlining city services. I'm sure we'll talk about the contracting line item in our budget, but we will need authority from you to bid out and spend all of those funds. And we look forward to collaborative discussions on the citywide plan, your priorities for neighborhood planning in your ward, upcoming projects, and other resident needs.
Thank you. We'll go into questions. I got Councilman Mike Polensek. Anyone else?
Thank you,
Councilwoman
Mr.
House Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, to the director. On page 87, could you explain, along yourself and the director of finance, the transfer to capital projects? Can you touch on that, what that is?
Yes, to the councilman through the chair, it has been an annual allocation for the last handful of years for our Vision Zero initiative, which is a $200,000 line item in City Planning's general fund budget to improve traffic safety, because sometimes that goes toward capital at the end of the year. Any remaining balance transfers into a capital account. But we have used that for supplemental planning, such as the East 55th Safety Action Plan. We use that to help support the planning of the Cleveland Moves multimodal transportation plan. This has helped to support also, as we're looking forward into 2026, looking at quick build installations and local match for some of the grants that I mentioned.
Okay, so within that 200, is that those goofy things you put in the street that are about 2 feet tall at the intersection?
I believe you're talking about delineators.
The
so-
delineators. I love those delineators because I ran over one on Prospect Avenue, okay? I love those delineators where you couldn't plow the snow around them, where the ice, there was a glacier near each one of them. So my question is this: how can you put up the delineators without getting the approval of the council people?
To the councilman through the chair, these are what are called quick build safety improvements. I know you have some as well at East 156th and Waterloo to help slow the left-hand turns at that intersection. They are low-cost, quick installation safety improvements that we coordinate through Public Works to install. Happy to continue conversations with council members about our overall mobility and safety improvements.
But why don't you get a sign-off from the council people on these? You just put them up without any concurrence with the council people. Is there a reason for that?
To the councilman through the chair, the locations that we install these are based on crash data and multimodal priorities that are established in our plans. There has been a lot of talk at the table here today, and I think all of us chafe against the speed of being able to do things. This is our ability to make the change that we are hearing requested from residents quickly.
I think we're going to have to look at within the body as to legislate, if possible, because again, all of a sudden these things appear without any engagement of the council people. And then again, who gets the complaints when the snow can't get plowed, or you can't cross the intersection because they can't plow the intersection properly, like I got this winter. So I think again, if I have to put in a legislation, I'm going to do it, because you just can't. And I see the mayor's chief here. You just can't do stuff without the concurrence of the council in the wards. I got elected to serve. I got elected to serve. I didn't get elected to be the pincushion after you guys take action and just stick these things up all over the place. And so, again, I'm going to raise that issue. There needs to be concurrence. There needs to be a sign-off, something with the council people. I don't believe we're unreasonable, but there's got to be some common sense as to where these things are put. I saw the mess downtown here because they couldn't plow the snow around them. So, again, I'm going to raise that. The other point I want to make is this. And I'm going to say this again. This whole issue with front-load garages has made me insane. Minority business people, 2 minority businessmen who wanted to put up new homes in Glenville were told they could not do that because they were going to be required. They wanted front-load garages like are all over the suburbs. Can't do it. So now last week they informed me, they're not even in my ward anymore due to the lines, that they came to the conclusion that they're not going to do the projects because it was going to cost them additional $30,000 per house. And all I'm saying to you as the director, and I'm glad Ryan is in the room, it's 2026. We got to use our heads. When we have people who want to build new homes on 2 streets in Glenville that are devastated, and they're told they can't do it because they want to put front-load garages in like the suburbs. I got a front-load garage on my house. Look at my street. The whole street is mixed. Front-load garages, rear yard garages. The whole street is mixed. But in Glenville, minority contractors couldn't do it. For 2 years, these guys went around, plus going back and forth. This is 2026. We got to get with it here. We got to get with it. When people want to invest in our neighborhoods, we got to figure out how to help them to get it done. And what these guys went through, and I feel sorry for my colleague, Councilman Conwell, because now he might have to contend if they want to do something else in the neighborhood, because they're now in Ward 9. But this was a no-brainer. Build new houses, minority contractors. I was there to help them, but I couldn't help them because they insisted, city planning insisted they could not do front-load garages. And therefore, their project became cost prohibitive. And so that's just, we have to use common sense around here today. And so I'm really concerned. So I'm making it clear. I'm going to make it clear to you, Director, do not put up another one of them frickin' things in my neighborhood without getting approval. Those things, you're delineators. Don't put another one up in my neighborhood without getting my okay. Because at that point, you and I are going to tangle. We are going to tangle. And I'm not kidding. I just can't understand it. You just stick these things up. I go down the street one day and all of a sudden they're there. No discussion, no dialogue with me. So in my Italian side, I hope you capisce. Okay? Capisce. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. House Jones and then Starr.
Thank you, yes, to the chair, to the team here. I guess we actually were right in alignment. I was going to ask about the capital project, the capital outlay. The one thing is, it was budgeted for 200,000 and it went over. How did that happen, and where did the money come from?
We did not receive any more than 200,000 per year in each of those years in our general fund. So I'll defer to the budget team about the numbers in the book.
Okay.
But in terms of what is in that line item in our departmental budget, every year it's $200,000 per year.
Okay, so if someone could clarify where did the other $303,184 come from? And why is it reflected here if they're indicating they only spent 200,000?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we'll look into that and get you the right answer on that. I think there was money that was in their budget that they did not spend in the sixes, and they asked to move it to the capital. But let us get you the correct answer. So if they take that down, let us get the actual source for that.
Okie dokie.
If we could have a follow-up to the councilwoman's point, she brings up a very good point. If we could make sure that we get that answer.
It could be part of the transfer.
That's a big number to just be
Yeah.
not there, okay? Okay, thank you. Please proceed, Councilwoman.
So the other question through the chair to the team here, I know it indicated in your presentation about your contractual, I guess, agreements that are coming up, one being the citywide planning. Where is that? Is that in other contractual, and what does that process look like? Because when is our next citywide plan due?
There is not a set deadline for the citywide plan, but our recent and current adopted one is called Connecting Cleveland 2020. It was adopted about in 2006, and so we are generally due for an update. There's no hard and fast deadline.
Okay, to the chair, to the director. So you indicated the last one was done in 2006, and you're saying we're generally due one, but it isn't a date. So why are we even doing one if it's not, or it's required, right?
To the councilwoman through the chair, we are required to have a citywide comprehensive plan. We do have one that has been adopted, which is the Connecting Cleveland 2020 plan. The time horizon for that plan was 2020. So the citywide plan doesn't have a deadline, like the budget must be adopted by April 1st, but it is due for an update, if that makes sense.
Right, so I guess just a clarification through the chair to the director. When it comes to the citywide plan, it just says we need to have one. It doesn't specify how often it needs to be updated or revised. It's just have one?
To the councilwoman through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And so, through the chair to the director, what is your department's plan to, because I saw it up there, then tell me what the plan is and where is the allocation for it, and how does that work? Is it consultants? Is it in-house? What is that process going to look like?
To the councilwoman through the chair, thank you for the question. We do have funding already that has been allocated in past years that's in project funds to go toward the citywide plan. We will be delivering it through a combination of contractual capacity as well as in-house services. So you'll see in the org chart in the slides, we have a citywide plan project manager that we'll be bringing on board. We also will be involving all of our neighborhood planners quite extensively. So it will be an in-house effort with supplemental capacity through consultants.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
I'm sorry, just in terms of what to expect in terms of the process through the chair, we'll be reaching out to each council member. My predecessor, Director Huang, had conversations with council members before her departure from the city about general priorities. We'll be reaching out in this first quarter to re-up those conversations with council members, especially including the new ones on the body. And we'll also be coming to city council for contractual authority for those funds that are in project funds to be able to go out for RFP.
Okay, through the chair to the director, timeline as to when have you planned out the process for this new revised city plan? And when you said they were already allocated in previous years' budgets, where would those dollars be out? You said in project funds, and where?
To the councilwoman, through the chair, Finance, do you want to talk about project versus annual?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, sorry, I missed your question. We're trying to solve the other question that you guys had.
So through the chair to our CFO, it was indicated that for the upcoming citywide plan, that the allocations and for the upcoming, I guess, contractual legislation that is forthcoming to Cleveland City Council, that the money has been allocated in previous project funds. And so I said, okay, well, where is that allocate? Where would one find that?
Through the chair, the council person, whatever budget year it was then actually put into a capital project fund, even though it may not be a capital project. And once it's in there, it runs its life with that capital project. So you won't see it anymore in here. It'll just be expensed that year as it's budgeted to the capital fund. It only shows up once in here, and when it gets spent, it's spent out of that project fund.
So I guess my clarification, if somebody can tell me what year was it allocated for this current comprehensive city plan? And how much is it? And going into it, when do we anticipate the actual plan to be actually done?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I can get you the exact year, but it's either in that 2023 actual number or the 2024 actual number. But we can get you the actual year.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Your question about the timeline, we are targeting the legislation coming through council in this session, being ready to go out to the community and engage in the summer, fall sort of event season. And then it's about an 18-month process, so rounding out community engagement, recommendations, et cetera, in late '26, and then coming back through to finalize it in the first part of 2027.
So maybe like the second quarter of 2027?
That's the goal.
Okay.
Through the
All
chair.
right. And then just my last question, just following up from Councilman Pulisic, can you all explain like this whole front load garage and why it continues to be denied? Hence, I don't understand it when Spring Road is full of front-loaded houses that I lived in, and it was the best thing ever. And I'm trying to understand in very simple terms. Let me put it this way. What do we need to do to make that possible for development in the city of Cleveland? Because I don't think at this point we don't need to argue about it. It is here. People have quality houses. It's doing fine, and it saves money. So what do we need to do to make that a reality as far as a development option in the city of Cleveland?
To the councilwoman through the chair, that is currently governed by sort of an overlapping set of zoning rules, depending on the lot depth, setback from the street, et cetera. We can work through the chair of DPS to review the zoning code and the things that are causing that to be denied and adjust those through city council.
Through the chair to the director. So what does that mean? In real simple terms, what will it take to actually, I know you said we can talk about it, but it's like everything else in my 4 years here. We do a lot of talking here, not a lot of doing and action and executing based on the expectations of today to deliver today to improve the Cleveland experience today. So that's what I'm trying to get a bit of a clarification on. What will it take to make that a real options so that another project, as he is relating to, somebody working 2 years can't get it done. So clearly it wasn't able to get done in 2 years. I don't think that should be a standard, a Cleveland standard, when we know there are houses in Cleveland that have front load garages.
To the councilwoman through the chair, that will require a legislative update to the zoning code, which we would put both through City Planning Commission as well as the Development Planning and Sustainability Committee of Council.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, sorry, can I just make a point to that real quick? I know you don't want to make a point, but I just want to.
I will put you on the list, Councilwoman, but I really wanted to move away from points.
Okay, but can I add something to what Mike Belisky and Councilwoman House said about the front load garage?
Could you repeat what you said about the front load?
I want to add something.
Oh, she wants to.
Add something to Councilwoman House. Okay,
Councilwoman, if you could,
Sure.
because I really want to stick towards protocol.
I understand.
And if I start breaking protocol, then I
Okay,
gotta.
I'll wait for Star.
So Councilman Starr, then Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Council President. Through the Council President, to the Director of Planning Commission, one question I would ask for the actual layout for City Planning Commission Board. There's 6 mayoral appointments, 1 council appointment, and 2 alternates.
To the councilman through the chair, that's correct.
And is this something, what policy allows for this type of appointment processes to be in place? Is this in a charter, or is this a legislation that council passed to have this set up as far as the board members?
To the councilman through the chair, it's in Charter 76-6.
Thank you so much. So, problem, just wanted to make sure I understood that. And right now, currently, you have fully, as far as board members, you have 5 actually. Is that correct?
To the councilman through the chair, yes, that's correct. We posted for the vacancies in late 2025 and are in the process of interviewing those to bring to the mayor's appointments committee, ideally in the next month or so.
Okay, and through the standpoint of just Ward 5 in particular, how is planning coordinating with the land bank and building the housing on vacant property reuse for different properties in the city of Cleveland through the council president?
To the councilman through the chair, I mentioned the ground truthing pilot that we did in
Yes.
4 neighborhoods. I think your new Ward 5 boundaries do pick up part of some of that, potentially in Slavic Village. We're working on assessing the results of that pilot and ideally expanding it to additional neighborhoods. So the idea of the ground truthing initiative is that we hired residents through a grant to go and sort of visit on the ground land bank lots in the city's portfolio and recommend future land use for those sites to feed into our planning and development work.
And within that work that you have for that grant, how much dollars are available for that grant, and what is the time period for that grant through the chair?
To the councilman through the chair, the grant for the pilot has concluded, so there's no available funding. The pilot sort of wrapped up. That's why we're doing an evaluation to see if it's successful, and so we can justify additional funding or additional grant applications to expand the program.
Yep, because we have a lot of vacant properties in Ward 5, not more so in the Slavic Village Industrial Valley neighborhood or Forest City neighborhood, but more so, in addition, we do have a lot of vacant land in central Kinsman area, and being able to see how we can work together with land bank as well as building the housing and city planning to reuse that will be very important. And that is something that is great. Well, from the standpoint of planning, as far as when you talk about housing and you talk about different criteria, is there something that the city planning has as a development plan where you have projected how many areas of construction that you are looking to break ground in 2026? Is that something that the Planning Commission have, the City Planning Department have at their preview, or something that they have knowledge or data on through the chair?
To the councilman through the chair, we have something that is much more general than that, which is a future land use recommendation map.
Okay.
That will be updated in the comprehensive citywide plan that we were previously talking about. I know we received recently a request from Ward 8 just to map out where there are developments in progress, and we could certainly work with you to get that in your ward as well, in terms of like what's happening right now to help you give more insight there.
Perfect. And in terms of just grant and some of the things you mentioned, for every local dollar invested, do you have any data that shows how much state, federal, or philanthropic funding is also leveraged within those city planning dollars from the general fund through the chair?
To the councilman through the chair, most of the grant funds that we have accessed so far are for infrastructure improvements, and those usually come to us at an 80% or 90% federal share with a 20% or 10% local match.
Thank you. Other than that, I just want to make sure I work with you. Definitely got some areas for opportunities for some planning this year, and definitely would like to work with your department. And I conclude, and I yield, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Deborah Gray. Could you turn on the microphone?
I'm sorry, by me being on the Landmark Commission Board, that particular, it was a homeowner brought a new design to our attention. It was in Little Italy area, which is Councilman Blaine Griffin area. And they came to because that's a landmark, because that is a historical district. And that was a few years ago. And the family that wanted to build the house with a front load garage, they wanted to build a house for their daughter. They had one house on one side that they already built for one daughter. Then they came back with a new design because Councilman Griffin also went and toured the area with the Landmark Commission staff, and I did too. And so the Landmark Commission Board, they first put it on hold for the design in the beginning. They came to 2 hearings, and they kept putting it on hold because it was a hard decision to have a house with a front load garage in a historical district. So to say the least, the 3rd hearing, we all passed it. I passed it on the 1st and the 2nd and the 3rd because it was a different design. It was for the new millennium. This is what they want. They don't want the typical design of the houses that we have been living in for years. So we have to think of a different design that fit the area that they want to move in, remain in the city of Cleveland, and raise their families. So at the end of the day, they came to the board a 3rd time, and the board agreed. I think maybe 1 or 2 still denied, but the majority ruled. So to say what my colleagues both said about that, and that was the Landmark Commission. I also went to a hearing, Chair, to the director. I went to the hearing with the BZA just last year. It was another developer, a black developer. He came to me and he wanted to build a front load garage house in the urban area, which is Forest. I met with him, I met with his investor. They came to the BZA, they've been to the BZA twice. They are now put on hold twice. And I sat there and I told them that I'm on the Landmark Commission, and I know that it's a different design, but we have to look at what the next generation want their houses to look like. They are investing back in our community. They coming back in our community to find stabilization, to live for the long term. So their designs are not like the current ones. But I'm just going to say this, since I was on the Landmark Commission, agreed, and I believe that house is built now, Chair, and it's beautiful. I think I went past there, yes. It's a beautiful house. It fit good in that small, on that small little tight street. The house was built just the way it was designed. So to say the least, if the Landmark Commission can pass that, and it was difficult in the beginning after they kept coming to the board, and these are just our regular, normal neighborhoods. We have to start thinking out the box for the next generation. We have ghost towns. We want to build our community back into a neighborhood. And that is hard to say, that these developers want to come back into our urban community to build a neighborhood, to start making our neighborhood safer. And the people want to come back in our community. So the Landmark Commission Board, the Landmark staff, the Commission Board, BZA, your city planning, yourself, you guys need to have a meeting amongst yourself and get on the same plane to understand that this got to be across the board. if one commission board says yes, and the other two are not sure, but this is the new design that is happening for the next generation, there's no harm or no foul for someone that want their garage in the front of their house to feel even safer and a better design for them to move in that neighborhood. So to say the least, by you saying that that's something that you're going to look into, that needs to be looked into, because that is the new design that the new millennials want to have their houses built. So if there's going to be the investment for the neighborhood, the investment for the developer, the investment for the homeowner that wants this, I think that need to be, at least considered and looked at per se. So just wanted to add that. Thank you. Thank you. I know you're fair, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. I believe that's all the questions for city planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here, aging. Once again, Director McNamara and her team have something to do tomorrow morning, so we do want to make sure that we hear aging. Please read it into the record.
Page 129, Department of Aging, Director Mary McNamara. Page 130, 2025 unaudited total salaries, $1,107,306. 2026 budgeted, $1,187,224. Page 131, 2025 unaudited total expenditures, $2,240,480. 2026 budgeted, $2,509,800. Page 132, 2025 staffing levels, 19. 2026 budgeted 21. Chair.
Thank you. Director?
Good evening. Thank you so much for hearing the Department of Aging budget tonight. Joining me is Adam Sisler, Administrative Manager and all things finance in the Department of Aging.
Good evening. I do just want to say thank you to this body for making time this evening for me. Like very many others, maybe some of yourselves, I'm a parent and a caregiver. And so tomorrow I am escorting my mom to an appointment at Cleveland Clinic. So again, just want to say thank you to you guys for making time for us. I know it's been a long day for you, so thank you.
So thank you. This year marks the 45th anniversary of the Cleveland Department of Aging, and our mission continues to be to ensure that Cleveland is an age-friendly city by enhancing quality of life for seniors and adults with disabilities through advocacy, coordination, planning, and direct service delivery. You won't be surprised to hear that today 21% of Cleveland residents are age 60 years of age and older, and 13% of Cleveland residents under the age of 65 live with a disability. That represents a significant and growing portion of our population that relies on accessible services, safe housing, and thoughtful city planning to remain independent. Our focus at the Department of Aging is simple but powerful, helping residents age in place in the homes and neighborhoods they know and love. I'm proud to say we serve as a trusted entry point for information and resources. We advocate for age-friendly policies, and we work collectively and collaboratively across city departments and with community partners to ensure no older adults are left behind. Our core programs include social services and case management, home repair and maintenance, health and safety initiatives, the Aging and Disability Resource, and leadership of Age-Friendly Cleveland. The work we do not only improves quality of life, it prevents crises, reduces reliance on costly emergency and institutional care, and I believe strengthens families and neighborhoods across the city. On the slide on the screen, I'll just share these are some of our highlights and quick facts from the last year, and those are listed here. With the team at the Department of Aging, we've served 5,576 unique residents who've received one or more core services. I'll dig a little deeper into chore and age-friendly later. Currently, 131 individuals receive a daily Cleveland Care Call. This year, 767 new seniors registered for Senior Transportation Connection, and that service provided 12,639 trips You also won't be surprised to hear that 7,170 were for medical appointments. We released the Age-Friendly Cleveland Plan in May, and really proud to be out in the community nearly every day. We had 327 outreach events. I know of particular interest to you is the Age-Friendly Home Investment Program that this body created now 7 years ago. So these are some year 6 highlights. And on the left-hand side, you'll see the workflow. The Department of Aging team, Jennifer, Tyrone, Angela, Chad, process all of the applications. Our partner in this is Community Housing Solutions. Building and Housing goes out once the job is complete and signs off on the job completion, and then the Department of Aging pays the bill. So in year 6, 195 big jobs were done. Let's really make a difference for those residents that you'll see on the right. While it says jobs complete, just know each of those is a household, maybe someone who lives alone. So it's broken down by ward there for you. By far the need most significant and needed is roof replacements, followed by driveway replacements that we really believe prevent falls. In the lower left-hand corner, we do surveys for all of our key programs, and nearly 91% of participants responded back that they agree or strongly agree with this statement, that they were satisfied with the quality of work completed. But this here is really, for me, the true return on our investment. This is the narrative that comes from older adults, and I just highlighted a few here, but you know, I can get in and out of my shower and don't have to worry about picking up my legs over the tub. The kitchen floor is level. We can walk without tripping. I'm able to come outside. Closed off the holes in the roof where raccoons were coming in. So these are direct quotes from older adults. And so this program really is making a difference in every ward. The next program I know of interest to you and I is our chore program. This is the program that provides grass cutting, leaf raking, indoor chore, and snowpath services. So in 2025, under the chore program, 9,947 services were completed. You'll see on the far right by ward, last year's wards, what those were. The photos you'll see on the left aren't our typical chore workers. New this year, we launched the Snow Heroes program because unlike grass cutting, which is cyclical and we can plan for, the snow all comes at once, and we really struggle to meet the need for older adults to be able to get out of their home. And so, proud to say 128 of our residents got matched with a snow hero. Those are 2 of them there. These are volunteers in our community that live close to these older adults that are getting out and doing this on their own within 48 hours of a snowfall. So that's a new program. I'm also really pleased to share that this was our first full year of health and wellness programming. You might remember I had Nicole Barkley at the table with us last year. She's had her first full year in this role, and Nicole had 88 events out in the community. This ranges everything from partnerships with Cleveland Fire, Cleveland Pickleball Center, many at our community rec centers. We believe this is a front door way to meet residents. We, of course, know there's more work to do. There's a lot of zeros there in some wards we weren't in. We want to change that this year. You'll see up on our the city's hiring page, we're hiring some summer interns to help us take this even deeper into the community. Okay, here we go, and the last slide is the staffing. So the Department of Aging is a mixture of general fund and budget. Our general fund budgeted headcount is 21 individuals. Full-time equivalent as of the end of the year is 19. One person is joining us in 10 days, so that will decrease. And I would just be remiss, these are just some of the Department of Aging team. So many of you call and tell me you want to talk to Roz, or you know Gladys, or Tony Dial, or Ed Tycho. They were all planning to be here today, but I let them go home. But there are a few of their photos there. They really are the backbone of the department. And our simple tagline is "We are here to help." And so I'm happy to answer any questions about this year's budget.
Thank you, Councilman Michael Polensek,
Thank you.
Councilwoman House Jones, and Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to Mary. I certainly appreciate the job that you've done, and you had big shoes to fill when you took over for Jane. That was a given. But I also want to say I appreciate the fact that this is one of those departments that I feel that the administration, that the mayor supports, and that the previous mayor supported as well, Mayor Jackson. So I strongly get that feeling that this is an area that again, the former mayor, now the present mayor, really supports. This is what I need to hear from you. I don't know if you were listening to this morning when the mayor did his letter of transmittal. And I made the comment, good news, bad news, indifferent news. You need to tell us, what do you really need to make, we know we can't recreate every department. We can't do everything we want to do. But we know, and you touched on your numbers for the home repair program. As I said to the mayor, when I was walking the ward and I looked at the condition of some of these houses these folks were living in, the front porches, the garages leaning, the tarps on the roofs. If you could make a suggestion to us collectively during this budget hearing, what additional resources or what additional help can we provide to you? Because your numbers speak for themselves. The city's not getting younger. It's not, I could tell you when I was walking, I couldn't believe some of the old timers I ran into. I mean, that had lived in these houses for God knows how long. And so they're living alone on Social Security. They can't fix their houses. I look at your budget, and I'm trying to figure this one out. I was going over this. You got a total of 21 people, and I really appreciate Tony Dial, the work that my engagement with him. But you need more help. I know that. What if we were to help you? Where would that help go, or where would it be directed to? What's your biggest area of need?
To the councilman through the chair.
And Ryan's not going to get you, okay? So he's
Well, I really echo Mayor Bibb this morning, and it's echoing you. More home repair dollars. I think we've shown through the age-friendly program that this program works. I think Mayor Bibb, is very aware of the need for more home repair dollars. I will say that, when I go to the mayor, to Director Barrett with needs, there's always, let's find a way. They'll get there. So I think as we look to grow home repair, I would say don't forget about older adults who want to stay in their home. I know people of all ages need help with home repairs.
I know.
But I also would say a key component we have in our office is for some people, they no longer can afford the home they're living in. And so that's where folks on my team are having sometimes very difficult conversations with folks about, is this sustainable? So it's not always just putting more money into home repair. It also might be downsizing or moving in with family members. So there's not one size fits all, but
Mary, that's a difficult one. When someone has lived in that house, they raise their kids there. Maybe their husband is gone. They're there alone. To give up that only home that they've lived in, that's their world. That's their keepsake. That's a difficult task. That's a very difficult task for them to come to that realization that they've got to go someplace else. And then again, how do they afford it? How do they afford to make that move? Because we see what rents are. And if you have to get into a handicap accessible unit today, it's very difficult. So I'm very mindful of that. There's not too many people over 60 at this table, but there are a lot of people in this city that are. And I'm just trying to figure out what we can do. I'm directing this to the finance director. What can we do to identify additional funds to plug into these critical programs. To me, it's very important to me. It's very critical from what I see. So again, I'm going over Department on Aging's numbers here. It's my opinion that they need more help. And Mary, on the miscellaneous revenue on page 131, that dropped significantly. What happened there?
Through the chair to the councilman, I'll take that question.
What is that?
This is not revenue in the traditional sense of like a fee for service.
Then what?
This is, yeah, so this is expenditure recovery. So just the way that the codes work out in our financial system is expenditure recovery is a subpoint of revenue. And so that's why it gets lumped in with revenue.
But
so,
identify what it is. I'm not
sure,
clear.
of course. So this is when this is money that the general fund will front for a grant in the instance where a grant is not set up perfectly in time with when a previous grant ended.
Okay.
And so the general fund will graciously, and much to our thanks, front dollars to support that grant in the meantime until the grant dollars are in place. Once the grant dollars are in place, we reimburse the general fund with the grant dollars. So what you're seeing there is the reimbursement. That's just coded under revenue.
So those dollar amounts would be total grant recipient, grants we received.
Yeah, that's part of grants dollars that the city has received, just paying back the general fund for that interim time.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time. We got to figure out what to do. Because when the administration, when the mayor and the council totally believe in something, support something, we got to figure out how to make it work more effectively and efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman House Jones, Harsh Conwell Star.
Yes, thank you. Through the director, through the chair to the director, good evening. Just a couple of questions when it regards to your output metrics. I really wanted to get some clarification. Point number 3 that talks about the number of unduplicated clients served by the ADRC. Is that different from the chore? Or is that one and the same? Can you clarify on that?
Through the councilwoman, through the chair to the councilwoman, the Aging and Disability Resource Center is funded by Older American Act dollars. So that comes through the state of Ohio. This would be an example of the grant that Adam spoke about. So these are individuals that could be working on Medicare savings programs, helping people sign up on Medicare, could be helping people complete HEAP applications, could be talking about things like wills. And so every county in our 5-county area has these same positions.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Through the chair to the director, I don't know if that number that was listed, like that 5,000, so are those the amount of people who got the chore services? Like how many people? I know we talked about a number of services provided, but what does that correlate into actual people?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilwoman, let me pull that number for you. The number of unduplicated chore participants across all wards is 1,161 unduplicated clients. So that 5,000 would include those, but they also might get other services from us.
Okay. And then, and this is for both, how many applications did we receive for both the chair program as well as for the age-friendly home investment program in 2025?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilwoman, we were able to serve all chore participants who submitted their applications by the deadline in mid-April. So for the chore application, that was all people who had applied if they were the homeowners of that property. The numbers I have for the age-friendly program If I could, I'll speak about the year we're currently in, which is year 7, which is very similar. So as of February 10th of this year, we've received 559 unduplicated applications for AFIP. So that's probably very close to what we got last year. So last year we served 196 households, I think that was. So we are not serving everyone who applies. But we are, when I look at those numbers, I will just note, Jennifer shared with me that 88 of the current applications were denied either because they weren't the homeowner. You know, there were different reasons they were denied, so.
So just, and a clarification, when is the application cycle for year 7?
Thank you, yes. To the councilwoman through the chair, the application period is, the contract year is November to November, and so we released applications early last fall, which gives us about 3 months in aging to process those applications before we give them to Community Housing Solutions.
Okay, so, okay. I'm asking this question, so in 3 months thus far, we had 559 applications for AFIP, is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the application period opened in September. So yes, that's about right, in 5 months to the councilwoman.
And so the selection period of those, how do you select who's selected versus those who aren't? And, sorry, the other question I had about that, for those that you are selecting or those that are reported for 2025, I guess that will be in year 6, how long were people on the app? How long did it take people to be selected? So, and again, understanding like this aggregate, this was the first year applied, they got it, this is their year 2, year 3, 5 years, like what is that process? Because like all things are not equal, and I think that's really helpful to help us understand what is it taking for people to get through many of these programs that we potentially have out here.
To the councilwoman through the chair, I would summarize it by saying if we open up the applications in September, our year to year is November to November. So in a 14-month period, if we completed 196 jobs, I believe people are finding out pretty quickly if we're going to get to them. So they receive a letter nearly immediately that we've received their application and it's processing. I've got 3 full-time employees processing the application, so they work, they go ward by ward, they process them by the date they're received. Jennifer Rossich on our team has an incredible process that's very transparent about, you know, things being date stamped. We then look to see likely eligibility, and if likely eligible, we're beginning to ask them to submit documents. And those documents, for some individuals, they don't submit them all, and Councilwoman, we would move on to the next individual if we don't have 2 months of bank statements, et cetera.
Okay, and then I guess my final question in regards to what's the actual budget for the chore services and for the age-friendly home investment program?
To the councilwoman through the chairwoman, the age-friendly home investment program, what you're going to see in this budget here, the general fund, is 3 full-time staff members. The funds for the home repair program are not seen in this. This comes out of capital dollars, and that's historically been $2.55 million. Our chore program, I'm going to ask Adam to share that chore number for us, because we have multiple different funding sources with that.
Through the chair to the councilman, there are a few sources that support that program, including $280,000 of CDBG dollars, as well as general fund dollars that go towards contractors, grass cutting and snow removal contractors. That total, I would say, is approximately budgeted at about $150,000 for contractors. And then there are to just make it a little bit more complicated, there are a few council members as well who have side contracts as well to help support their wards and their in the chore program that way.
Okay. And then I guess just the last request regarding the Snow Heroes. I know I think it was like 128 or so people that you indicated signed up for Snow Heroes. It would be nice to know who they were, specifically if there were someone in my community, at least to acknowledge them and hopefully inspire other people to do the same, which I know this is the first year of it, but a lot of times people can't know. Again, it was sprung on me. I was like, where did this come from? But anyway, to be able to help with the communication, to encourage more people to be the neighbors that we would want, as we know many of our aging residents need that support.
To the councilwoman through the chair, thank you. Please look for an invite. During National Volunteer Week, we will be recognizing all of the snow heroes in the rotunda. So you can expect to get that in the next week or so as a save the date. I hope you'll join us and be able to meet those individuals yourself. So thank you.
So is that a yes, you're going to, through the chair, to the director?
Yes.
Are you going to send the list? Okay.
Yes.
Just clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Harsh, Conwell, Star Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think the council leader just asked the question I wanted to ask, so I'll make sure I got the right answer. Through the chair, you said the $2.5 million for the age-friendly home investment program is the same as SHAP, right? They're not the same. Through the chair.
To the councilman through the chair, SHAP is different than age-friendly. Councilwoman House Jones, I was speaking about chore.
Okay. The $2.55 million in the capital budget, though, what does that fund? I thought I caught that, but
Age-friendly, AFIP,
age-friendly
yep,
home.
age-friendly.
Okay.
That's the 190 plus jobs.
Okay. And then through the chair, where is the senior home assistance program funding in the budget?
To the councilman through the chair, SHAP has not ever been funded through the Department of Aging. We help with application assistance. That's always been through community development.
Right. We fund that, though, annually, and maybe through the chair, one of the finance folks. I understand you administer the program, but the money that we allocate for it, where does that show up in the budget?
That would be a community development block grant. Are we speaking SHAP, senior homeowner assistance?
Goes through the CDBG budget.
Yes.
Right.
And we actually, if I could just clarify, the Department of Aging does not administer it. We just help seniors collect the application documents. The program we fully administer is the age-friendly home investment program.
Okay. That was all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Conwell.
Thank you very much. Guys, through the chair to the director, do you work with the Great Home Escape from the county in the communities?
To the councilman through the chair, yes, Great Estates. Yes, so, we work very closely with the county on several projects, but one of them is we really help get out the word about their program when they bring them to the community. So that's really, if you ever hear seniors talk about robocalls and they hear my voice,
Right.
we use that as a mechanism.
You did for the Great Estates.
Yes,
You did.
and I do believe it really helps get the word out quickly.
Yeah, because you have, how many seniors do you have on your robocall through the chair?
To the councilman through the chair, if we send out a mass robocall to the entire list, it reaches more than 40,000 households. Wow. And so we do not do that all the time. You see in the numbers here, we did more than 60 calls this year, but we really target them for specific areas. But we have found it to be a very helpful tool, and with a trusted voice.
Your voice. Your voice, director. You know what I like with the Great Estates, and I've been asking for this and requesting for it over and over again, dealing with the Wills and having a relationship with Case Western Reserve University. A lot of seniors don't like to talk about wills. And so through the chair, what happens is that when they go home, up to glory, the house is left and it goes to probate court. But if we figure out a way, we work with Case Western Reserve, then our seniors will have a wheel for their children. And so the house sits there. All the funding goes away, and it rots. And next thing you know, the city is tearing it down, and you have open, vacant, vandalized house. We got to do, I mean, it's right there, you working with them.
To the councilman, through the chair, I completely agree. I will tell you, we use a tool through the National Council on Aging to help people do wills online to begin the conversations. And so that we have found helpful to start the conversation. So thank you for continuing to push me on taking this deeper into the community.
So
It's needed. It absolutely is needed.
Needed, because we end up, let's say, raising a property, and that costs the city $10,000 to $15,000. But if you could save that house, it keeps the city together, and we don't have to raise the house in the long run. Because once it gets to probate court, it stays there. And if we could do prevention, that's the key. That would help us out a lot.
Agreed.
Let me ask you this other question on this. And it's not you. Don't take this personal. I don't attack people personally. It takes a long time. You call for a program or a project, let's say you need a new roof or a hot water tank or whatever. It takes forever. So why does it take so long? I don't understand that. And the mayor was talking about that this morning, not just with you, but with a lot of programs in the city. To the chair.
To the councilman through the chair, I believe that's really one of the reasons we, as collectively, started the age-friendly home investment program was to loosen some of the restrictions, because historically that's been one of the big barriers for many older adults is collecting all of the required documentations from community development block grant dollars. You know, the 190 plus jobs that we got done in the last 12 months, that's every 2 days, you know, it's doing a job. So I can't commend Community Housing Solutions and Jennifer and her team for getting more of these jobs through. I mean, these are expensive jobs. What I didn't mention is, you know, if someone needs a roof, they likely need other things. And so Community Housing Solutions brings other dollars to the table, and I think that's what's also needed in our community is collaborations on these services. If you're going in to put a roof on, you know, is there something else we can connect them to a resource? So I think the age-friendly program is quickly moving applications through. Does it meet every applicant's need? No. You know, more people apply than we can service, but you know, every 2 days getting a job done is significant.
Is it possible through the chair, people like to see their tax dollars at work? For example, we do a street improvement project, tax dollars at work. Mayor is up there, Mayor Bibb, Council President Blaine Griffin, Councilmember Starr, boom, you see that. So when you do a project, if you had a yard sign to put in front of someone's house, your tax dollars at work, these 3 individuals or whatever.
To the councilman through the chair, you know, others have mentioned that to me, but I err on the side of caution. I would never want to identify a vulnerable older adult with a yard sign that said, I live here. And so I've not supported that to this date. But I understand that we want to promote the work we're doing. And I think by way of the comments of the older adults, they are telling people about the benefit of the program. Believe me, word of mouth is how this program has grown.
So let me move forward on another program that I legislated and moved forward, but it died through the chair to Mary Director, with your disability. I talked with Councilmember, I talked with Austin Davis about it. We put a committee for people with disabilities there. And when the mayor narrated today about modernizing City Hall, as you know, you have to put in there for ADA compliance. And City Hall is not ADA compliance. It's not at all. So you have to put that in there. And if we had the committee there, we could let him know, because when he narrated, he didn't mention ADA. And a lot of times when senior citizens, when they get older, fall into disabilities as well. Or someone can break their leg, can fall into disabilities. So he's talking about modernizing City Hall, but ADA is nowhere in there. You understand? You know what I'm talking about, Councilman? You and I were discussing that. And I do want to bring that committee back because it's wrong. And I do want to have a Disability Awareness Day that we had, because I believe in the abilities and not the disabilities. And we haven't had it in 2 years. And we're discussing it even with Brian Casey. Remember Brian Casey, Councilmember Austin Davis, as well as myself, believe in that.
To the councilman, through the chair, we have not stopped Disability Awareness Day. This last year in November, we did it around emergency preparedness with many of our partners in the Disability Network at Collinwood Recreation Center. I think what's changed is we no longer have it in the rotunda. We have moved it around the community. We've done it at Benjamin Rose. You've been there with us. So the event still happens. There's been no break in that service. The committee you're speaking of, we have retooled that to be different focus groups that provide input to older adults, but we no longer, and I'm open to this again, previously each council person put forth a person for this committee. I will be honest, I struggled to keep that committee staffed with interested residents. Maybe it was the length of term, but happy to discuss with you further.
And include Councilmember Brian Casey, and you want to be included as well, and Councilmember
Of
Austin
course.
Davis. 'Cause
Thank
we were
you.
Round the circle, huddling, discussing it, and we weren't upset with you through the chair, but we know we got to do that.
Understood.
Brian Casey, he advocates all the time. He has a program that or a project that he ended up doing. What's the name of that project? But up with down, but
The Upside of Downs,
yeah,
yes.
he believes in it 100%.
Sure. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Councilwoman Gray to wrap us up. Councilman Starr, then Councilwoman Gray to wrap us up.
Yes, I think just for that clarification, I think Councilmember Harsh did ask when you're talking about the budget and you're speaking in terms of how dollars are spent for those home repairs. So when you talk about that and you look at the senior population growth, the number one funding source for those home repairs is from what funding source of the budget that you are able to do these home repairs? Is it a general fund? You get it from the general fund, right? And currently within the budget, we have how many dollars allocated per year for that program? Just to make sure I say it right. And I know as you look at that, I know Director did say that you gave a number of households that have been able to be serviced through those dollars, and it was 190 something you mentioned?
Correct.
So you had 190 houses that were actually, seniors received services to get some home repairs. Out of that 190, it was $2.6 million. So if we wanted to increase that, we would definitely have to just do something in reconciliation to make sure that that become a top priority, because one of the things that we are seeing in the city of Cleveland is a growing population of seniors. And then also some of the things that I've worked with a couple different community development corporations in Ward 5 is they went out with different organizations to find grant dollars to do age in place, where you can get the ramps, where you can get the actual assistance for rails inside the tub, bathroom, to get those different upgrades. And I believe your department also has some funding for that. Are those grant-funded programs through the chair, or are those programs that also come from the general fund dollar funding source?
To the councilman, through the chair, yes. The main program in the Department of Aging is the Age-Friendly Home Investment, but we collaborate with many nonprofits like the Western Reserve Area Agency on Aging, CHN Housing Partners. You know, it takes many entities to do these repairs.
Okay, and from that standpoint, are there any wait lists for any services that you provide? Examples are, do you have any wait lists for residents or seniors that may need transportation, meals, or in-home services? Do you have like a list of people that are back ordered that need these services, but we weren't able to provide services for them because we maxed out 195 jobs? Is that something that is needed for you and your department through the chair?
To the councilman through the chair, we do have more applicants for the home repair than we have grant dollars. When you speak about like food resources, that isn't a service that comes to the Department of Aging. That would be something through like the Rose Centers, other nonprofits. We call it the Aging Network.
Yep, and I know sometimes they may call and you connect them to
Yes,
other
we're the
services.
front door. Mhm.
Yes, that's what I'm familiar with. And within that standpoint, I know you mentioned that you do have for addresses, not even that, well, maybe addresses, as well as phone numbers to about 40,000 residents. Is that something you're able to share with the council? Maybe broke down?
To the councilman, through the chair at this point, that would be held within the Department of Aging, those numbers. So we could talk further about how you would utilize that, but it's, I think one of the reasons it's so trusted is because it's always a call from a Department of Aging number, and it's always my voice or the mayor's.
Yes, because I was just asking because I know we do robocalls
Yes.
At different things that are going on, just to make sure residents are informed of what's going on. So is there any way we can have some correlation, or if we, matter of fact, from that standpoint, is the dollar amount for your services such as that communications and actual marketing dollars, there's a line item in the budget that talk about that dollar amount? And if so, where would that be found at, where it shows the robocalls, where that is at?
To the councilman through the chair, we're really grateful that the Department of Public Safety allows us to use their contract for Code Red. That's the system that does the daily phone call. We send out robocalls to, as I mentioned, 131 seniors every day. So their large telecommunications system would be what that is part of. So, and related to our own marketing, you're looking at them. We do not, smaller departments do not have PIO. We count on the comms so closely for design of flyers, so many promotions, but we do not need a full-time person in communications.
Okay, and not just a full-time person, but just thinking about if there's a dollar amount of how you might have been outsourcing to a third party and not understanding that you're doing interdepartmental correlations working together to get that information out, which is very important because those residents and seniors look forward to those calls and they pick up on their landline most of the time and they discuss those things. And I definitely want to say thank you for the work that you did with Miss Kathy Clayton. I know I gave you a call one evening and we discussed and your team jumped right on it to be able to provide services. So those things are great, and I definitely want you to know that the work that you are doing, the way you are maximizing getting the dollars out and providing service for our seniors is something that is oftentimes overlooked when we talk about one of the great programs and departments that we have in the city of Cleveland. And like Dean Polenzek said, what do we need to do to beef up? If you got more residents who need more services, and similar to what the mayor said, what can we do in the budget to ensure that you're able to provide even more? Because when you have a list of residents waiting on things, sometimes that roof is falling in and they're trying to get their nephew, or they might be the only one in their family. And I know we've had so many residents who deal with that, and your departments are always able to be strategic on finding resources to be able to support them. And I just want to say thank you for all the great work that you continue to do, Director, and I look forward to working with you again in 2026.
Thank you.
And Councilwoman Gray to wrap us up.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to just say, I really love the great work that you have done and what you're doing, and all the great services that I know you have done in the ward I'm in, and the communication that you give to the residents, and how you are boots on the ground. I see you all the time, and you also have a great communication and a connection with the senior citizens. They love you, they appreciate you, and all the events that you have brought to the community. Senior Day is coming up. You know, you have the yearly walk in the neighborhoods. You have your workers that come out, J. Roz. I mean, when you personalize, Chair to the Director, when you personalize and got representation for each council to connect with the council, to connect with the resident, that took a whole load off my plate, to know that I'm able to call my representative or email him, J. Roz and Emily, in a flash. They are connecting with that senior citizen the next day. No, I think it's less than 48 hours. And then they have an appointment with that senior citizen in the week. They at their home, sitting with them, helping them, or just understanding the problem as a whole. And just all year, it was just so, it was so humbling to the senior citizens to know they had another avenue other than myself, because I have did what they done, but to know that I can just email and make a phone call, and J. Roz is right there, or Emily is right there, and especially you, Director, with the Snow Heroes that happened just the last month with the Snow Hero problem. I mean, you answered the phone call. You were there, answer that phone call when I called you for residents, and when they called you, you picked up that phone and you assisted them, and they were just over the moon to know that they had direct contacts with the director of all people. That's unheard of, other than Dr. Magolius. I'm not shading nobody else in this city hall, but I know you and and Director Magolius. I mean, you guys are boots on the ground. You come out, you walk, you talk, and you're there for the, for all residents. So I just wanted to say thank you for all what you've done. You have a fantastic team over there, because I come over there and visit quite a few, and I walk through and I chit chat with everyone, and I know how they are so gracious and so humble. So I just want to say thank you for you and your and I'm sorry, your name.
Adam.
Adam, thank you, Adam. You guys have done a great job for the residents that I know in Ward 4, which is the new Ward 3, and we appreciate you so much. So that's it, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. I'll be sure to pass that on to the team.
Thank you, and just on behalf of all of us, thank you to you and your team. You guys do provide exemplary service. Thank you so much, okay? That being said, we would adjourn for today. Remember, we will start again tomorrow promptly at 9 o'clock in the morning with the law, and then we will go directly into public safety, and I will turn it over to the Chair of Public Safety, Chair Mike Polensek. Thank you, everyone.